Hello, everyone. You're looking at a live look at the DNC floor in Philly. Today is day 3 of the Democratic National Convention. Tonight, we will hear from Vice President Joe Biden and President Obama, along with many others at the DNC. So stay tuned for that. We'll have all your coverage here on News Now. In the meantime, however, I am going to play for you this clip. Bernie Sanders speaking this morning at a breakfast for delegates from the state of Washington. Let's get this ready for you. Stand by while I cue this up. Let's go ahead and watch.
This Bernie Sanders button. And I know that he was very committed to the Sanders campaign and that it was a very important thing for him. And I think a lot of that had to do with his work in the social justice movement in the 60s and 70s, that he saw how those efforts and that campaign. This moment, I'm going to take it right off my lapel to give Senator Sanders a pin from us, one of our Washington State Democrat pins. You know, as you, Senator Sanders, I know for a fact, we're in the heart and mind of my father in his last days, that you will always be in our hearts and minds here in Washington State. So we are happy to have you as a member of the Washington State Democrats. You can come anytime you want, and we'll take good care of you, all right? Senator?
On behalf of Jane and myself, we are delighted to be here this morning, and we want to thank you for the extraordinary support that we received from your beautiful state. We did, I think, as well in Washington as almost any state in the country, and we thank you so much for your support. I want to talk briefly about what I believe we have accomplished, but more importantly, where we have to go from here. Our campaign took on the entire establishment. That is what we did. But we ended up winning 22 states. We ended up with almost 1,900 delegates here in the convention. And most importantly to me, and this is something that I had not and Jane had not anticipated when we began this campaign, in every state, I believe in virtually every state in this country, we not only won the significant support, big margins of young people, but we won them by overwhelming support. And that tells me that the future of the Democratic Party, and in fact the future of America, is with our agenda. And what that agenda is about is a bold agenda. One of the things that we tried to do in this campaign is to ask a very simple question: why not? Why are we the only major country on earth that doesn't guarantee health care to all people as a right? How could it be that when you have not only every major country but poor countries around the world saying that parental and medical leave, family and medical leave is a right, we do not? That in this country today, a woman is having a baby, she's going to have to go back to work a week later because she doesn't have the money to take care of that baby. Why are we the only major country on earth where that takes place? How does it happen that in Germany, Scandinavia, other countries, young people are able to go to colleges tuition free, but in our country, millions of people leaving school deeply, deeply in debt? How does it happen that when every scientist who studies the issue tells us that climate change is real and is already causing devastating problems to this planet, we have not done more to transform our energy system, and we have a Republican Party that refuses to even acknowledge the reality of climate change? Why do we have the level of income and wealth inequality that we have? Who thinks it is moral And yes, let's inject morality into politics. Who thinks it is moral that the top 0.1% now owns as much wealth as the bottom 90%? And that 85% of all income generated today, 85% is going to the top 1%. So what this campaign is about is saying that we have got to be prepared, and it is not easy, to take on the people who have the money, to take on the people who have the power, to transform the Democratic Party, to transform the United States of America. That's what this campaign is about. Now, it seems clear to me, and I know to everybody in this room, that the immediate task we have in the next 100 or so days is to defeat the worst and most dangerous presidential candidate in the modern history of this country, Donald Trump. And all of us throughout our lives, we've always campaigned against Republicans. That's not new. But understand that Donald Trump is something different. It's not just that he wants to give tax breaks to billionaires. It's not just that he thinks climate change is a hoax. It's not just that he wants to throw 20 million people off of health care by ending the Affordable Care Act. He's not the only Republican who wants to do those things. But what makes Donald Trump different is that he is a demagogue who does not believe in the Constitution of the United States of America. What he is trying to do right now is to divide us up, to play on the anger that many Americans have and turn some of us against others, to turn people against Mexicans in this country, or Latinos, or Muslims, insult women, insult African Americans. Please do not forget that before Trump became a presidential candidate, he was leader, one of the leaders of the so-called birther movement. And you know what that was about? That was an effort to delegitimize, not disagree with, delegitimize the first African-American president in the history of this country. That was Donald Trump. So it is clear to me that we have all got to come together in the next 100 or so days and defeat Trump and defeat him badly. But what this campaign is saying is that the day after the election, after we defeat Trump, is as important as the day before the election. We have an enormous amount of work to do, and that means keeping our eyes focused on the real issues facing the American people. Now, one of the problems we have is you have a media which is concerned with campaigns. They're concerned about polls and fundraising and gossip and all this stuff. Our job is to forget about that and to focus on the real issues. Why is the middle class declining? Why do we have so much income and wealth inequality? Why do we have a dysfunctional child care system? Why are we the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people? Why do we have millions of people working for $10, $12 an hour? Stay focused on the issues impacting the American people. And don't let media or anybody else deflect us from our mission to transform this country. And then the third thing I think we have got to do is to revitalize democracy and bring more and more people into the political process. And what our campaign is going to transition to is away from, obviously, the presidential campaign. Yesterday, Hillary Clinton became the candidate of the Democratic Party. We transition now to another type of movement, and that is to bring people into the political process, to run for school board, to run for city council, to run for state legislature. So that's kind of where we are. I just, again, want to thank, on behalf of Jane and my entire family and all of us, thank your beautiful state. We have enjoyed being out to Washington on a number of occasions. We look forward to visiting with you again. So thank you all very, very much.
All right, guys, that wraps up this breakfast featuring Bernie Sanders. This is a live look at the DNC. One live look at the DNC floor. We'll be checking in periodically. They'll be doing run-throughs throughout the day. We'll also be checking in with Fox 10's John Hook, who is live in Philly. In the meantime, though, let's recap some of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, there were protests taking place outside the DNC, and someone taking part in the Philly protests, Ashley Judd. Yes, it's rare to catch a celebrity, but let's hear what she had to say. Ashley Judd protesting yesterday.
Oh, I didn't see Jess.
Can Bill O'Reilly ask you a question? I love your work, by the way. I just wanted to say, my name's Chris. I live in Philly. How are you? What do you have to talk? I know, I'm trying to work with you.
Hello, Miss Judd. How are you? Thank you so much, Tracy Smith. Oh, this means so much that you would come out and share. Oh.
I was just crossing the street. I appreciate being included.
That you have the sign, and it means so much. It means take. Let me get this. It means so much to me. Wow. Thank you so much, Miss Judd. Yes.
Can we walk and talk at the same time, or are you done?
I
Tell me what you brought you out here.
done.
you
Yeah, I'm
just
gonna make the decision for
tell me
her.
what
I'm
you-
so sorry.
Why you were willing to brave the heat for this?
Because Black Lives Matter. All lives matter, and the sign that I particularly appreciated that said, a good cop is not a racist cop. And there are plenty of good police officers in the world, including my nephew, I might add. But this entire Democratic National Convention, I have been welcomed by these guys. You know, they're kind and decent people, and there's this one sergeant with whom I've been visiting, and he worked sex crimes for most of his career until he couldn't stand it anymore. And they're beautiful, intelligent people who try to do the right thing, and we also have a lot of problems within the system, and we all know that. So it's talking about it in a measured and truthful way. None of us are all right, and none of us are all wrong, you know? And there's a little bit of bad in the best of us, and there's a little bit of good in the worst of us. Thank you so much for your time.
Have a great day.
Thank you. We are the answer.
Good, that's right. I started off with a single. When you started walking, was a two.
I would.
Again, guys, video of Ashley Judd taking part in the Black Lives Matter protest yesterday. We're now going to take you to Donald Trump's press conference. He held a press conference live from Florida this morning. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next President of the United States, Mr. Donald J. Trump. Thank you. So it's been 235 days since crooked Hillary Clinton has had a press conference. And you as reporters who give her all of these glowing reports should ask yourselves why. And I'll tell you why. Because despite the nice platitudes, she's been a mess. You look at what's happened with ISIS, which isn't even mentioned. You look at what's happening with law and order. They don't even mention our police. They mention everybody but our police. They don't have an American flag on the dais until we started complaining. And then they ran up with two very small little flags, one that we saw. So, you know, I put myself through your news conferences often. Not that it's fun. 235 days, no news conference for Hillary Clinton. You ought to check it out because there's a lot going on. Her great disloyalty to the person that rigged the system for her, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she totally rigged it. Bernie Sanders never had a chance. And total disloyalty, it's like you're fired, get out fast. The email situation, now I call it the double email situation, both very serious. What was said in the last ones to the DNC was horrible, absolutely horrible. If I would have used language like they used about religion, about race, about everything else that they discuss in those emails, I would have had to run and hide and probably drop out of the race. With her, everything's just fine. So just ask yourself why she doesn't have news conferences. And honestly, the reason is because there's no way she can answer questions because the job she has done is so bad. When they talk about change, I noticed they have change. She's been there for 30 years. 30 years. There's no change. It's going to be the same. It's going to be an extension of Obama, in my opinion, worse. She lied about TPP. She was for TPP. She saw me on television, knocking the hell out of it because it's a horror show. It's going to kill all our jobs. It's going to be almost as bad as NAFTA, maybe worse, which her husband signed, by the way, which destroyed this country, destroyed manufacturing in the United States. And I'll do something about it. That'll be so renegotiated. And by the way, yesterday, for the first time, she said she wants to renegotiate trade agreements. First time, yesterday. All because of me. She also saw me talking about TPP and currency manipulation and currency devaluation. And she heard it and she said, wow, she can't win that subject in a debate. So all of a sudden she goes against TPP. Her vice president is one of the biggest proponents of TPP, and now he's going against it. And Bernie Sanders was right, he was against it. They will go for TPP and vote it in very shortly after the election, if she wins, which for the sake of our country, we all hope, and I hope that she doesn't. They will vote it in, just mark my words. Hopefully we don't have to worry about it. But she will vote. She'll change a comma, she'll change a paragraph of the 6,000-page document that nobody's even read on our site. Just so you understand, the other countries know every word, every paragraph, every sentence, every single comma and period. We don't even read our country because we're led by stupid people. So she saw me talking about TPP. She realized that she couldn't defend it. Her special interests are pushing her hard because she's bought and sold by the special interests. They're pushing her very hard. And so she said she's against it. The day she gets in, which hopefully will never happen, she will approve, or shortly thereafter, TPP. And that will be another disaster for jobs in our country, okay? So why don't we start off, any questions? Yes, sir. It's just a total deflection, this whole thing with Russia. In fact, I saw her campaign manager, I think it was Mook, I saw him on television, and they asked him about Russia and the hacking. By the way, they probably have her 33,000 emails. I hope they do. They probably have her 33,000 emails that she lost and deleted, because you'd see some beauties there. So let's see. But I watched this guy Mook, and he talked about, we think it was Russia that hacked. Now, first of all, it was what was said on those that's so bad, but he said, I watched it. I think he was live. He said, we think it was Russia that hacked. And then he said, and I'm just an innocent person sitting watching television, as I've been doing, and then he said, could be Trump. Yeah, Trump. Oh yeah, Trump. He reminded me of John Lovitz for Saturday Night Live in The Liar, where he goes, yeah, I went to Harvard, yeah. This is the guy, you have to see it. Yeah, could be Trump, yeah. So, it is so far-fetched, it's so ridiculous. Honestly, I wish I had that power. I'd love to have that power. But Russia has no respect for our country. And that's why, if it is Russia, nobody even knows, it's probably China. Or it could be somebody sitting in his bed. But it shows how weak we are. It shows how disrespected we are. That's total sign, assuming it's Russia or China or one of the major countries and competitors. It's a total sign of disrespect for our country. Putin and the leaders throughout the world have no respect for our country anymore, and they certainly have no respect for our leader. So I know nothing about it. It's one of the most far-fetched I've ever heard. Yes, John?
One of the strategies that the Democratic Party is pursuing at the convention and plan to do in the fall as well is to try to tie you the best they can to Vladimir Putin, like you said.
I never met Putin. I don't know who Putin is. He said one nice thing about me. He said I'm a genius. I said thank you very much to the newspaper, and that was the end of it. I never met Putin.
If I could, my question is, should you become president, would you treat Vladimir Putin as an adversary or an ally?
I would treat Vladimir Putin firmly, but there's nothing I can think of that I'd rather do than have Russia friendly as opposed to the way they are right now, so that we can go and knock out ISIS together with other people and with other countries. Wouldn't it be nice if we actually got along with people? Wouldn't it be nice if we actually got along, as an example, with Russia? I'm all for it. And let's go get ISIS, because we have to get ISIS, and we have to get them fast. You saw what happened with the priests. It's only going to get worse. And Hillary Clinton wants to allow 550% more people from that region into our country, and we have no idea who they are, where they come from, where their documentation is. It's only going to get worse, and it's going to start getting bad in our country. We're letting people come in by the tens of thousands. You see what happened to the French priest. A friend of mine, he said he was going to France like 3-4 months ago. I saw him yesterday. I said, how'd you like France? He said, I wouldn't go to France. I wouldn't go to France. Because France is no longer France. France is no longer France. They won't like me for saying that, but you see what happened in Nice, you see what happened yesterday with the priest who was supposed to be a spectacular man. France is no longer France. And this world better be very careful, and they better get very tough and very smart, and they'll never do it with Hillary Clinton. And by the way, in terms of change, she's been there for 30 years. She's been doing this for 30 years. What's she going to go, all of a sudden things are going to change? She's bought and sold 100% by special interests and lobbyists. Yes, Tom?
Do you have any major investments in Russia?
None.
And the answer is no. Why not release your tax returns to
because it's under audit. I'll release them when the audit's completed. Nobody would release when it's under audit. I've had audits for 15 or 16 years. Every year I have a routine audit. Under audit, when the audit's complete, I'll release them. But zero, I mean, I will tell you right now, zero, I have nothing to do with Russia. Yes.
Will these tax returns be released before the election?
I don't know. Depends on the audit. Depends on the audit. Not a big deal. By the way, just so you understand, I've released my papers, 104 pages of documents. I built an unbelievable company, tremendous cash, tremendous company, some of the great assets of the world. You've seen it. You were all very disappointed when you saw it, actually, but that's okay. Far, far greater than anybody ever thought. I have a great company. I built an unbelievable company. But if you look there, you'll see there's nothing in Russia. And as far as the tax returns, as soon as the audit's complete, like any lawyer would tell you, Greta Van Susteren, she was going over it a while ago. She's a lawyer. She said, well, no lawyer would let somebody release a tax return when they're under audit. It's routine audit. I've gone through audits, which I think is very unfair, for 15 years. I have friends that are very rich and never get audited. I'm audited every year. Maybe that's because of politics, who knows? I'm not going to tell Putin what to do. Why should I tell Putin what to do? He already did something today where he said, don't blame them essentially for your incompetence. Let me tell you, it's not even about Russia or China or whoever it is that's doing the hacking. It was about the things that were said in those emails. They were terrible things. Talking about Jewish, talking about race, talking about atheist, trying to pin labels on people. What was said was a disgrace. And it was Debbie Wasserman Schultz, and believe me, as sure as you're sitting there, Hillary Clinton knew about it. She knew everything. Debbie Wasserman Schultz could not breathe without speaking and getting approval from Hillary Clinton. Couldn't breathe. And you saw that. It also showed that it was a fixed race. But I've been saying that long before I saw the emails. It was a rigged race. It was totally rigged. And Debbie Wasserman Schultz rigged it for Hillary Clinton. And the sad part is Bernie Sanders has, to use an old word that I use on occasion, he's lost his energy. He wants to go home and go to sleep. But he's got a lot of people that walked out last night. Now, hundreds of people walked out of the Democrat convention last night. I didn't even hear about it. Nobody showed it. I didn't see it on television. You people don't talk about it. The Republican convention was incredible. I hear I had one of the biggest bounces in decades. Like some people are saying, 9 points. In fact, a poll just came out 10 minutes ago, Los Angeles Times, Trump 47, Clinton 40. And the reason is that people are sick and tired of Hillary Clinton.
You say, let's get tough. Why not get tough on Putin and say, stay out?
What do I have to get involved with Putin? I have nothing to do with Putin. I've never spoken to him. I don't know anything about him other than he will respect me. He doesn't respect our president. And if it is Russia, which is probably not, nobody knows who it is, but if it is Russia, it's really bad for a different reason. Because it shows how little respect they have for our country when they would hack into a major party and get everything. But it would be interesting to see. I will tell you this. Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. Let's see if that happens. That'll be next. Yes, sir. Yeah.
What is your current approach
Okay.
to banning immigration from territories?
Sure. Two big questions. The minimum wage has to go up. People earn at least $10, but it has to go up. But I think that states, states should really call the shot. As an example, I live in New York. It's very expensive in New York. You can't buy a hot dog for the money you're talking about. You go to other states and it's not expensive at all. Now what it does is puts New York at a disadvantage if the minimum wages, companies move out and things, bad things happen. At the same time, people have to be taken care of. But what I'm really going to do on the minimum wage, but it has to go up. Now Bernie Sanders lied. Bernie Sanders said in his speech the other day today that Donald Trump wants the minimum wage to go below $7. I said, where did he come up with that one? That one is just like Joe Biden lied today. He said that Donald Trump wants to carpet bomb. He was on television. He said Donald Trump wants to carpet bomb the enemy of the Middle East. Now, that was Ted Cruz that said that. That was not Donald Trump. I mean, he's not a very bright guy, but that was Ted Cruz that said it. And he said it with such surety. Donald Trump wants to carpet bomb. I never said I wanted to carpet bomb. That was Ted Cruz. You remember Ted Cruz said it? You will confirm that, I think. Go ahead. So I would like to raise it to at least $10. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring jobs back to this country so that people can start working again, so that the $10 and the $15 and the numbers you're talking about are going to be, literally, they'll be peanuts compared to what people can make in the country. Because I'm going to bring jobs back from Mexico, which is booming, booming. I have a friend who builds plants, and he's a great builder of plants. And I was with him the other day, great guy. He builds massive plants for automobiles, for computers, for anything. That's what he does. I think he's the biggest, but certainly one of the biggest. And I said, how's it going? He said, unbelievable. Oh, good, that's good news. The country's doing well. No, the country's not doing well. But Mexico is unbelievable. The plants I'm building in Mexico, I've never seen anything. It's the 8th wonder of the world. And he's not happy. He's an American guy. He'd rather build them here. But he said it's unbelievable. That's what's happened to our country. Because we have leadership that doesn't know what they're doing.
The second question on the territory that you want to assign special extreme vetting.
Yes, we're going to be listing. Yeah, we're going to be giving a list of those territories. And if you come from those territories, we have extreme vetting. And we're going to have extreme vetting anyway. Look, we have people coming into this country who have very evil intentions. And we have people, whether it's San Bernardino, or whether it's the World Trade Center, or whether it's a lot of other things, and you look all over the world and you see what's happening. You look at Orlando, how bad was that? And that was horrible. That was going after the gay community, it looks like. We can't let this happen. We cannot let this happen. We cannot let people come in. Now, Hillary Clinton wants to up it. Her running mate, Tim Kaine, who, by the way, did a terrible job in New Jersey. First act he did in New Jersey was ask for a $4 billion tax increase, and he was not very popular in New Jersey, and he still is. What? I mean Virginia. The first thing that Tim Kaine did, he asked for a $4 billion tax increase, and he's not very popular there. So let me just tell you, and I went all over Virginia, and I was there the other day, and I thought he'd be popular. He's not popular because he asked for tax increases, big tax increases in Virginia, big. And also the unemployment went up. I think it doubled or close to doubled during his tenure. But what he wanted to do is, very strongly in his own record, he wanted to have even more of the people from that region of the world come in than Hillary Clinton wants. And it's unacceptable. Okay. Yes. Yeah, David, go ahead, David.
Shortly ago, prosecutors in Baltimore announced they were dropping all the
I
charges
saw that.
against police involved in the Freddie Gray case.
Right.
Do you have a reaction to that?
I do have a reaction to the prosecutor in Baltimore who indicted those police officers. I do. I think she ought to prosecute herself. Okay, that's my reaction. I think it was disgraceful what she did and the way she did it and the news conference that she had where they were guilty before anybody even knew the facts. And I give a lot of respect and a lot of credit to those police officers who probably could have made a deal. I give a lot of respect, a lot of credit that they stuck it out. And you had victory after victory after victory, and she had no chance. Don't forget, she prosecuted the best case. What she thought was her best case is first. She should prosecute herself. She should be held accountable.
What do you say to African Americans who feel like this was kind of a railroad case, Freddie Gray has become a cause célèbre?
Well, that was a bad case to prove. That was a bad case. I mean, if you're going to do that, it's okay, because you have to, there are times when police officers behave very badly. But you have to get the right time. This was not one of those times. And I think that she is a disgrace to the world of prosecutors for what she did. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I have a great relationship with Governor Pence. We've spent the last 3 days together. He was absolutely my first choice, and I never wavered, despite the press. The press was saying, you know, it was interesting. I spoke to him at 11:05, to him and his wife, and I told him that I was going to be choosing them if I'd be lucky enough for him to accept. And he accepted. And that was it. For me, that was it. But right around that time, you had the attack in Nice. And I was going to have a news conference either the following morning or the next day. And of course, I had to delay the news conference because there was an attack, a horrible attack, horrible, in France. And I delayed the news conference, and everyone said, oh, he's having second thoughts. I never had a second thought in my life. It was such a lie. I mean, so many lies in the press, but it was such a lie. And he has been so great. Honestly, he's been even better than I thought, okay? Better. I think everything's out of date. We have a whole new world. When I said that NATO, the Wolf Blitzer, is obsolete, I got attacked. 3 days later, people that study NATO said, you know, Trump is right. You know what? We have a lot of things that are out of date because they're 20 and 30 and 40 years old. NATO, you know, this isn't a country from 40 years ago. Today we have a different threat. We have a terror threat, and we have an ISIS threat. And by the way, ISIS isn't even mentioned. It's not even mentioned during the Democratic Convention. And everyone's talking about it. The reason they can't mention it is because they grew it. Go ahead. Katie, I would renegotiate so much of everything. I'm going to renegotiate our trade deals where we're losing with everybody. Katie, I'm going to renegotiate our military deals where we're protecting countries and they're not living up to the bargain. They're not living up to the bargain. And everyone agrees with me, except for the media. And the media never says that. I like NATO, just so you understand. I like NATO. I like the concept of NATO. It is somewhat outdated because it doesn't cover terror the way it should. I've been saying this for 6 months now. A couple of months ago, front page Wall Street Journal, we are going to cover terror. They announced somebody. I think NATO's great, but it's got to be modernized. And countries that we're protecting have to pay what they're supposed to be paying.
But on the need of protection and enhanced protection,
Yeah.
do you think that they should allow for that given the right?
I am a person that believes in enhanced interrogation, yes. And by the way, it works.
Mr. Trump, would you defend the Baltic states invaded by Russia according to...
Let me tell you what. Let me say it once again. Let me say it once again, okay? Many countries, including the NATO countries, some of which I think you have 5 that are current, that have paid what they owe. And they can afford to pay this. It's not like they can't afford it. They just see us as a soft touch. You know, in business we say somebody's a soft touch. I don't know if I've been called a soft touch, but maybe I have sometimes. But in business they call them a soft touch. They haven't paid us, okay? I want them to pay. Excuse me, I'm not saying anything. I don't talk. I'm not like Obama where he tells you everything he's going to do. We're going to go and do this, we're going to go and do that. I don't talk. But they're going to pay. Yeah, it sends a signal. You know what signal it says? It says, we're going to pay. You know, somebody said, but we have treaties. I said, that's right. And in the treaties, they're supposed to pay. They're going to pay. And they will pay. They will pay. How about, go ahead. Blue dress, yes. Yes.
You were talking about immigration before. How are you planning to support the 12 million?
We're going to have a whole policy on that over the next 3 weeks. I'm going to be doing a big thing on it. Well, I've been doing very well with the Hispanic community. I mean, really well. I mean, the poll numbers are going up very high. I think we had one recently, 35 or 36. But I'm going to have we're going to have a news conference on that over the next 3 weeks. So, and I want to just tell you, because these polls cover it. So LA Times 47-40, CNN way up, they're all way up. They say the biggest bounce in memory. Because today I heard a dishonest guy on television say, well, Trump didn't get much of a bounce. So, you know, I have to always say, Jeremy, go ahead.
Do you believe that Vladimir Putin would rather deal with President Trump or President Clinton?
I don't think he respects Clinton. I don't think Putin has any respect whatsoever for Clinton. I think he does respect me. And I hope I get along great with him. It's possible that we won't, Jeremy. I hope that we get along great with Putin. Because it would be great to have Russia with a good relationship. Right now we don't have a good relationship. Putin has said things over the last year that are really bad things, okay? He mentioned the N-word one time. I was shocked to hear him mention the N-word. You know what the N-word is, right? He mentioned it. I was shocked. He has a total lack of respect for President Obama. Number one, he doesn't like him, and number two, he doesn't respect him. I think he's going to respect your president if I'm elected, and I hope he elects me. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. Let me finish it, Jeremy. Yeah. President Trump would be so much better for U.S.-Russian relations. You can't be worse. Hey, look, when I was a young man studying history and studying all of these things that I've always found fascinating, one thing that I've always heard is you never want to do anything to unite Russia and China. Well, they're united now, in a true sense. They've never been closer. They're selling oil to China. We forced them into this position. No, wait a minute. No, I'm not going to be an adversary. No, not at all. I have tenants from China, the biggest bank in the world from China paying me rent. I mean, I have great relationships with China. I'm not blaming China for getting away with murder. I'm blaming our leadership is incompetent. We don't know what we're doing. I don't blame. I respect China. Hey, if China can get away with trade deficits every year of hundreds of billions of dollars, if they can get away with that, my hat's off to them. I have no problem with China. I have a problem with our incompetent leadership allowing that to happen. And I believe that Hillary Clinton is even more bought and paid for than Barack Obama. I think it will get worse. It's going to be 4 more years of Obama, which is unacceptable to a lot of people. You see that. But I believe that Hillary Clinton will be worse than Obama. Yes?
On a different subject, during the town hall in Roanoke, you mentioned that you wanted to make college education more affordable.
That's right.
You're working on a plan to do
That's right. I'm going to be doing something over the next 4 weeks, very much so.
Are you prepared to give us any sort of...
No, I'm prepared to say we're going to have a great plan. One of the things I've seen is I've traveled all over the country, and I'm going, you know where I'm going. I guess you all know, I don't have to say, but I'm going to Toledo, and I'm going to different places today, and I've met so many people. This is such a great country. These are such great people. One of the saddest things I see are college students that work so hard. They go to colleges, good colleges, they're good students, they do a great job. Number one, they get out, they have no jobs. Because our jobs are going to Mexico, they're going to China, they're going to Japan, they're going all over the place. They're not coming here. Just like my friend who builds the plants, but he doesn't build them here much. And the saddest thing I see is these students are leveraged, debt, up to their neck. They can't breathe. They're scared. They're so scared. They have leveraged their entire life. They've leveraged their entire life. They have loans. And I have to tell you, the colleges are viewing the students as just a conduit, because the students get government money, passes through, but the number gets higher and higher. Because college costs are out of control. Because the colleges say, what difference does it make? You take a look at the salaries being paid, you take a look at what's going on at the colleges. Because all of this is a pass-through, and the students are a conduit. So the colleges are costing so much money, we are going to help the students. Maybe that doesn't fit beautifully within the Republican framework, but I've told this during various times to lots of different people, and nobody has a problem with it. We have to help our students. Our students are under tremendous pressure to a point where it's making them sick. Our students are under tremendous pressure. We have to help our students. And I'm going to have a plan over the next 4 weeks. Excuse me?
Does that mean you're talking about possibly having...
Everything is on the table. You'll see. Everything, it's a very important subject. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Trump, you're a bump in the polls. What do you think it is about your message that's resonating with voters?
I think my message is resonating because they have confidence on me at the border. They don't want people pouring into our country. Likewise, they have confidence with me on ISIS, not only in terms of getting rid of them, but also in terms of keeping them out of our country, because I will not have people come into our country who want to do damage to our people. I think they have a lot of confidence in terms of my bringing back jobs, because I see Carrier and I see Ford and I see all of these companies leaving and going to Mexico like there's nothing to it, and then they make their product, they sell it back to the United States, no tax, no nothing. We get nothing except unemployment. And I think people see that. I can tell you, I mean, I'm like a pollster myself. When I'm in front of these massive audiences, one of the things that gets constantly, you people know because you're there, the biggest applause is a repeal and replacement of Obamacare, because Obamacare is a disaster. In Texas, going through Blue Cross Blue Shield, they just announced a 60% increase. On November 1st, you're going to have new numbers come out for Obamacare having to do with increases. President Obama is trying to get it moved to December because it is election defying. It is going to be a massive number, the biggest number ever in our country's history for health care. It's going to be announced on November 1st. I just asked the press, don't let him do that. Obamacare is a disaster. People are dying with it. It's a disaster, and everybody knows. And it's going to fold anyway. In 17, unfortunately, if I'm president, I mean, I've got to take over this mess. It's going to fold anyway. But repeal and replace Obamacare, people like it. They like the fact that I'm going to protect the Second Amendment. They like the fact that I'm going to rebuild our military, which is very depleted. Those are the things that are resonating. And they don't feel Hillary Clinton can do it. John, go ahead, John. No, I have nothing to do with Russia. John, how many times do I have to say it? Are you a smart man? I have nothing to do with Russia. I have nothing to do with Russia. And even...
All right, guys, so that wraps up part 1 of this Trump press conference. We do have part 2 coming as well. Right now, I want to give you guys a live look at the DNC floor. You can see Lenny Kravitz is doing rehearsal right now for day 3 of the DNC. Looks like we just got Trump part 2 in, so we're going to continue with our Trump press conference right now. Stand by.
To do with Russia. You know, the closest I came to Russia, I bought a house a number of years ago in Palm Beach, Florida. Palm Beach is a very expensive place. It was a man who went bankrupt. And I bought the house for $40 million. And I sold it to a Russian for $100 million, including brokerage commissions. So I sold it. So I bought it for 40. I sold it for 100 to a Russian. That was a number of years ago. I guess probably I sell condos to Russians. Okay? Of course I can. I told you. Other than normal stuff, I buy a house and I sell it to a Russian. I have nothing to do with Russia. I said that Putin has much better leadership qualities than Obama, but who doesn't know that?
So there are no oligarchs who have invested in the Trump organization?
Of course not. I own the Trump organization. Zero. Go ahead.
Last year, your convention was that you're a champion for women.
I am.
Two daughters. Did you reflect all yesterday?
I did.
On this moment in history where one of the two political parties nominated?
I did, because I would love to see a woman become president of the United States, but she would be so wrong. And even women said that. Women don't like her. She would be so wrong. Look, Hillary Clinton is a disaster. She's been a disaster. And even the story told by her husband last night, he left out the most interesting chapter. I won't get into that. The chapter that I really waited for, because it was pretty boring, the chapter that I waited for, I never heard. And he left it out. Look, Hillary Clinton's a disaster. I'd love to see a woman become president, and it will happen, absolutely. But I think it would be bad for women if it were Hillary Clinton. Yes, ma'am? Yes, I do. But I have spoken to her about many times, and I speak about it all the time, and the police have to be very careful. They have to be very, very well trained. I speak about it all the time. In fact, I mentioned the most recent deaths in Louisiana and in Minnesota. I speak about it all the time. It's a real problem, because if the police do 100,000 great jobs, and they have one, either a rogue policeman or a cop was poorly trained or did a bad job, you see that incident on television for weeks. It's a real problem. You don't see the good work that they do, but if they make one mistake out of 100,000, out of more than that, it's on television, night after night after night. The police in this country do an amazing job. But likewise, I agree, and I do mention that all the time. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Yes. No, but they seem to be, if it's Russians, I have no idea. It's probably not Russia. Nobody knows if it's Russia. You know, the sad thing is that with the technology and the genius we have in this country, not in government, unfortunately, but with the genius we have in government, we don't even know who took the Democratic National Committee emails, right? We don't even know who it is. I heard this morning, one report said they don't think it's Russia. They think it might be China. Another report said it might be just a hacker, some guy with a 200 IQ that can't get up in the morning. Okay? Nobody knows. Honestly, they have no idea if it's Russia. Might be Russia. But if it's any foreign country, it shows how little respect they have for the United States. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Well, the biggest thing we have to do is, number one, we have to start by keeping people out. Because these people, they got something bad going on up there. They got something really bad going on. And then people in terms of Islam and radical Islamic terrorism, a term that our president refuses to use. I can't believe he's still not using it. He's still not using it. And she doesn't want to use it other than I forced her into maybe using it. She said she would use it, but so far she didn't. She'll probably use it tonight. Like the American flags. As soon as we put out a thing, they ran a couple of American flags up on the stage. It was a disgrace. You had a room with a massive stage without flags. I think this. I think that the people in the community know what's going on, whether it's in a mosque or whether it's in the community, and they have to report these people. When you look at San Bernardino, many people knew what was going on. They had bombs lying all over the floor. They had bombs on the floor. I mean, this isn't, you walk into somebody's house, there are bombs lying on the floor. I think there's a problem there, right? You got to report them. And by the way, David Hinckley should not have been freed, okay? David Hinckley was just released. I think that's it. John Hinckley. I think that John Hinckley should not have been freed. I just heard about it 2 seconds ago. In my opinion. That's up to the president. Let the president talk to him. Look, here's the problem. Here's the problem, Katie. Katie, here's the problem. Very simple. He has no respect.
You said I welcome them to find those 30,000.
Well, they probably have them. I'd like to have released.
Does that not give you pause?
No, gives me no pause. If they have them. We might as well fight. Hey, you know what gives me more pause? That a person in our government, crooked Hillary Clinton. Here's what gives me more. Be quiet. I know you want to, save her. That a person in our government, Katie, would delete or get rid of 33,000 emails. That gives me a big problem. After she gets a subpoena, she gets subpoenaed, and she gets rid of 33,000 emails, that gives me a problem. Now, if Russia or China or any other country has those emails, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd love to see them. It's the most ridiculous conversation. He never had to come. Don Jr. told me never. Let me just tell you. Let me save you a lot of work.
Your role as president, Mike Pence's role as vice president, if you walk the parliament.
Mike Pence will play a big role, but I just want to tell you about John Kasich. I never spoke to him about being vice president. We don't have good chemistry together. I have never spoken to him about being vice president. I would never pick him to be vice president. There was never a conversation, and he has a habit of doing things like this where he says things that maybe are a little bit shaky. He never spoke. Don Jr. would never, and that was so long ago. I didn't even know I was going to get the nomination at that point. Just so you understand, I would not have picked John Kasich. Wouldn't be the right guy. I mean, for that to have gotten out there was so ridiculous. And then I was going to put him in charge of national and worldwide policy. So what's left for the president? I think you know me better than that. That was put out by him. He's a nice man, John Kasich. He's fine. He's fine. I would never have chosen him. Now, I did speak to various people, and I actually got acceptances from many people. There were some people that called me that very much wanted to be vice president, but I picked a man that I have a lot of respect for, and Mike Pence is doing a great job. Let me just explain. I never asked John Kasich to be vice president, nor would I. And by the way, I'm leading in Ohio by 3 points. It probably has. Probably has. Our government is so weak on this stuff. It probably has. Possible. I mean, I have a lot of checks and balance. I have a good system, I guess. I'm not an email person. I'm not an email person myself. I don't believe in it because I think it can be hacked, for one thing. But when I send an email, I mean, if I send one almost never. I'm just not a believer in email. A lot of people have told me that, including Hillary. But honestly, it could be, maybe it's hacked. Who knows?
Mr. Trump.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
You've broken the mold of traditional American politics many times. You've done it again this week. Traditionally, holds that the opposition candidates are dark, while the other person.
Yeah, but my message wasn't dark. My message was optimistic. Because we're going to fix the problems. Go ahead. Okay.
You've broken that tradition. You're out there with a very aggressive campaign this week. What was the basis for wanting to do it this way as opposed to staying quiet?
No basis. No basis. Look, John, I didn't have to do this. When I did this, believe me, you see this incredible resort. It's one of the great in the world. When I did this, I could be here enjoying myself. I don't have to be with you guys. I didn't need this. I have places that are the best in the world, okay? I could be doing other things. I'm doing this because we're going to make America great again. I'm doing this because when I looked at the Iran deal, which was incompetent, when I looked at what's going on with jobs being torn out of our country and going to Mexico and China, what's happening with China, and with all of this, with ISIS, with our military being so badly depleted, where we have old fighter jets, where we have to take parts from museums and from graveyards. When I look at all this, I say, I sort of have to do it. You know, this country's been great to me. I'm giving back, that's all. Now, as far as running a campaign, I guess it's probably not typical, but they said that against, you know, when I ran, there were 17 people. Total of 17. Governors, senators, Ben Carson was a fantastic guy, capable people. When I got working, everybody said, oh, he can never win, because look what he's doing. He's giving a talk to 5,000 people in New Hampshire instead of going to everybody's house and having dinner. And then I won New Hampshire, and then I won, 38 or 39 states. And won, by the way, not by a little bit, won with the highest vote in the history of the Republican Party. So just, yeah, okay, but John, but the point is this. So it's a different kind of a campaign, but it's what I think is good. I think it's good. I think it's working here too.
But this aggressive counter-programming of the Democratic convention is different. You've seen in previous campaigns. I wonder why you felt the need to make sure that everything that was said was responded to immediately with personal appearances, with campaign appearances, while they were.
Well, when Joe Biden says that I want to firebomb the enemy, which was on television this morning, or carpet bomb, he used the term carpet bomb. When he makes the statement that Donald Trump wants to carpet bomb, I never said that. That was Ted Cruz that said that, okay? That was Ted Cruz, wasn't me. When Sanders, and I think a lot of his people are going to come to me because of trade, but when Bernie Sanders makes a statement that I wanted to go lower than the minimum wage, but lower, it's a lie. So I have a choice. All my people say, don't respond to it, doesn't matter. I say, to me, it doesn't matter. It matters. When people tell lies, politicians who tell lies very well, that's what they do, that's why they're politicians. But when politicians tell lies, and I'm lucky in a sense because I have a big microphone. In other words, I can say that Biden lied when he said that, or I can say that I didn't say that to Bernie, and you guys know that I did. In fact, he was criticized by people that fact check for saying it, because I never said it. So it's nice to be able to, President Obama said a year and a half ago, Donald Trump will never be president. Today, on the Today Show, he said, this is democracy. A little bit different. A little bit different. David, go ahead, Dave.
Last night at that convention, advocates, largely women and gay advocates, made strong cases that you and the Republican Party are on the wrong side of history regarding abortion rights and gay marriage. Can you clarify your position on this?
You'll have to see it in the polls, David. You know what my positions are. You'll have to see it in the polls. Yeah, go ahead. David, my positions are down. You ask the question every single time, I give you an answer. My positions are down. Take a look. Go ahead.
Did you open Miss Universe National?
Yes, I did.
Did Donald Jr. say back in 2008 that there was Russian money pouring into the Trump organization?
We wanted to, yeah. I don't know what he said, but we wanted, excuse me, listen. We were doing Miss Universe 4 or 5 years ago in Russia. It was a tremendous success, very, very successful. And there were developers in Russia that wanted to put a lot of money into developments in Russia, and they wanted us to do it, but it never worked out. Frankly, I didn't want to do it for a couple of different reasons, but we had a major developer in particular, but numerous developers that wanted to develop property in Moscow and other places, but we decided not to do it. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
President Obama has said that you would never win the presidency. Last night you said that anything is possible.
He did say that.
What's your reaction to that?
Well, I just sort of said that. He just did that. He said it this morning, anything's possible. I think I'm going to win. I think people are sick and tired of incompetence. They're sick and tired of having politicians leading them down the tubes. Whether it's taxes, whether it's debt, whether it's any one of 15 different things. And that's why.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Donald Trump press conference. I know you guys were enjoying it, but we do have breaking news here in Arizona. We're going to take you live to a barricade situation in Tempe, Arizona. Barricade situation. Working to get you guys more info.
Hello.
Ron Hoon.
Samia, live pictures coming out of this breaking news stories a story that we are going to bring people some of the latest information. Kind of some tense moments happening in a Tempe neighborhood near about Guadalupe and rural roads, where there is said to be a barricade situation going on inside what we believe is an assisted living facility.
Oh, wow, an assisted living facility. So
Yeah.
this isn't just someone's home.
Correct. Now, it does look, now there's a new development. It looks like that's one of those more heavily armored type vehicles that they are
Right.
moving into place. All right, so we are telling people that this is happening at the Westchester Senior Living Center, which is near that intersection. Now, this originally came in as a reported officer-involved shooting. And so Tempe police are on scene. We have our photojournalists on scene. We're also going to be flying over the area, and we'll get you those pictures here just within the next minute or two. One of the... look at that. I think they may be able to kind of shoot beyond the foliage there and in toward kind of one of the exterior views of the facility.
And just to reiterate, no one inside the Westchester Senior Center, no residents at least, have been hurt at this time. So I know that's obviously a concern when you have an armed person barricaded inside any sort of facility.
Right. Again, this originally came out as an officer-involved shooting, but with no officers hurt. And so what is unclear at this point is who's inside there who is at this point not willing to come out. And so we're going to call that a barricade situation. It doesn't mean they have to actually set up barricades. It just means that they may be, for whatever reason, refusing to come out for the time being.
And it looks like we also have Skyfox aerials now. Skyfox officially on scene. So let's go ahead and take these aerials as well for our viewers. They're interested in getting an aerial view of the scene.
Yep.
Right now it almost looks like the ground shot looks better though. What do you think?
Well, in a minute I'm going to want to talk with Troy Barrett up there in Skyfox and see if he can give us a little bit of information on the closures. This is actually going to impact a lot of people because of some road closures that are now already in place right in this area.
It's hard because we have such a great shot from Skyfox, but then we also have these great images from our Rick Davis camera on the ground.
Sure, well, we can go back and forth as many times as you want to use them.
I can. I have just one button I have to push like that.
Yes, there you are. That's good.
I'm going to go back to the ground right now because it looks like it's a bit more active.
Sure. Looks like somebody with police is actually maybe talking to a media member right there.
And what's that on the ground?
Robot device, yes?
Yeah, what do you think they're using it for?
Well, they're just setting up right now.
I'm going to move our lower third so viewers can see it. There we go.
Well, that thing moves quick, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing is it looks like they're kind of walking right up to the facility. Obviously, it's a large enough facility, and if in fact there was an officer involved shooting, they may have a pretty good idea of where in the facility the guy made entrance.
Right.
Oh,
looks like we're getting a call.
Good.
Stand by.
Oh yes, we've been waiting to hear from Tempe Police, so this may be them.
This is Phoner. Haven't really used the system much though, so.
Okay.
Hello, this is Samia. Hey, how are you? Let me just put you on hold 1 second. Yes, let's just go ahead and put you on air. All right, I believe you're live on air right now. We have this barricade situation. We're looking at live images from the ground. What can you tell us?
Right now, just after 9 o'clock, we responded to the area reference an armed robbery at the Walgreens down the road. We got a description. When that description was given out, our officers began doing an area search, and one of our officers located who we believe is the suspect. And I will hang on a second. One of our officers located the suspect that was believed to be the suspect in this. When they went to contact him, there was some kind of altercation, scuffle, and our officer shot the suspect at least one time. The suspect fled and currently is barricaded inside the Westchester Senior Living Facility. Some of the Westchester facility has been evacuated. We're continuing to need to get more evacuations, and that's all I got right now, and we're trying to work the situation still.
All right, Ron, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a couple of quick questions for you. One, where is the Walgreens in relation to where this situation's unfolding now?
It's, I believe, about a half mile from here. I don't have all the details on that location. I believe it's right there at Guadalupe and Rural, possibly.
Can you tell us?
Once we get that, I'll get you more info.
Okay, that's great. And can you tell us about the staging that's underway right now? I mean, we've got a camera in the air. We see one of those kind of urbanized type heavier vehicles. Looks like maybe are you sending SWAT team members right to the situation?
Yeah, we have our SWAT team on right now. They're on scene. They are attempting to make contact with the suspect. We had residents here, or somebody here at the Senior Living Center that did see the suspect run into one of the back rooms, kind of a storage locker area where there's no residents that live in that area, but it's a storage area. Suspect runs in there, barricades himself, and we do believe he's in there. We believe he's been hit at least one time, and our SWAT team is attempting to make contact.
Okay, now hold on just one sec. So you believe he went into a storage area, not the area where residents are?
Correct. It's a storage area attached or adjacent to the senior center, but it's still part of the senior center.
And do you know, would he have access to get most of these exterior type storage areas are self-enclosed, or do you know whether he would be able to gain access into?
Hey, Ron, you're real low. I can barely hear you.
I said, do you know whether he'd be able to gain access into the facility from the storage area? Most of these are self-contained.
We have them locked down in the area, and so we're trying to, like I said, right now we're trying to make contact and see the extent of his injuries and trying to get this thing resolved. Right now, currently, Rural Road is closed down north and south from Guadalupe to Baseline.
Okay. Well, that's at least maybe a little bit of comfort to anybody who's watching us here on News Now.
I'm going to go to and get some more information, and I'll get back to you guys shortly.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so that was the official report straight from police.
I think that was Mike Poole
It
with
was.
Tempe Police with their PIO.
It was.
Providing us a lot of good information on what is going on right in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
Let's, if people are just grabbing their phones right now and watching us and you see a barricade situation, this is happening in the East Valley. This might be a good moment now that we've talked directly with Tempe Police to share some of the info, Samia, with our viewers. This all came in about 10:15.
Mm-hmm.
And one of our photojournalists was able to get out on scene really quickly. That's Rick Davis, who's out there as well. And we may check in with Rick, and he can just give us the lay of the land of what's happening there on the ground. But they have the SWAT team that they have maneuvered in place. We just saw their vehicle arrive within about the last 5 minutes or so. So the staging, whether it's complete or not, I don't know, but they're taking the steps necessary to hopefully bring this to a resolution. There was an armed robbery at a Walgreens several blocks from this location. Our focus now is the Westchester Senior Living Center, an assisted living facility near Guadalupe and Rural Roads. This is close enough to Rural, and remember, you got two crime scenes here.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Walgreens, where the guy did the stick-up job, and then you've got this situation now where he's refusing to come out. But in between there, as a Tempe police officer responds to the report of the armed robbery, he reportedly got in a scuffle with the gunman and fired at least one shot. The officer was not hurt, but we do believe the suspect is wounded and is holed up, not inside the facility itself, thank goodness,
Right.
not running around in this
Right.
facility where he would have access to rooms, nurse stations, administrative offices, etc. That we don't believe that's the case. But it looks like he went into a separate storage facility inside the Westchester Senior Living Center. Nevertheless, until we can get the all clear from Tempe Police, it's going to be a tense situation because there were reports it was an armed robbery, so you have to assume the guy is armed. And even though we can focus, look right there, I believe that might be the access point to the storage room or storage
Right.
facility itself. They're working on the assumption that it does not offer access into the corridors, into the patient room areas.
Right.
But you just never know. When a man is caged like that after having committing a crime that could put you behind bars for many years, you just don't know how desperate he could be. And so it's going to be a little tense until they can get it resolved.
Right. You never really know what's going on in their mind
Right.
in this sort of situation. By the way, I do want to just acknowledge all our viewers that are tuning in on Facebook Live as well. We have thousands of people tuning in right now on Facebook Live, so I know if any of you guys are submitting questions there in the comment section, we will be able to read them, and we will be able to respond to some of you guys there. So I'm monitoring that, Ron, so
Okay.
we can see as people
Good.
type to us
Well, I love that
what
we...
their thoughts are on this breaking news situation.
That's the whole idea between News Now, is that we can bring you events that happen literally 24/7 right on your phone if you have the app, or right on your desktop if you go to fox10phoenix.com. But when we are able to link with Facebook, then we can answer your questions. We can be as responsive to you as we possibly can. But again, all of this is literally happening right now, including the first report of an armed robbery within the last hour out in this part of Tempe. And what we haven't mentioned yet, I don't know, are we able to talk with Sky Fox? I'd like to bring Troy Barrett in on the conversation because this is having an impact on a number of streets and roads right in that area.
Right. He'd have to call in
Okay.
on our phone line
Okay.
currently. I do want to read some of the comments. I did see a very good comment from one of our viewers. Looks like it just passed. John Rush saying, "Morons and cowards gotta hide behind the elderly with guns. I'm so proud of the people in my country. I'm losing hope every day. I don't know. People killing people over stupid game that I don't know why they don't shut that down." Now this seems like every year it gets worse. Good luck. Hope you guys nail it. God be with you.
Wow.
So some encouraging words to the police.
Yes,
just
sure.
making sure to get this guy before
Right.
anyone gets harmed.
Right. And, you know, here are some other comments, just thoughts and prayers. And
Jesse saying, "I'd be scared to come out and get shot too." Just saying.
you know, all you have to do is say, I'm going to give myself up, indicate that to the police. Make sure you either put the weapon down or follow their commands. Now, that's interesting. There's a live Sky Fox picture, and it shows officers pretty nearby that open door, in fact, looking right in. So there's an officer going in right now. So
Crystal saying, "So sad for all the elderly to have to be evacuated in this extreme heat. If only breaking news could be good."
yeah.
I know. It's unfortunate that oftentimes when we do have breaking news situations, it happens to be incidents like that.
Ironically, we were just saying on the air, you know, we just wrap up our local news program at 10 a.m. on Fox 10 TV. We're just saying there were a whole bunch of really good news stories today. You know, and then I come over here, Samia, sit down with you, and then we've got a story like this where there's been an officer-involved shooting.
Right. Regina asking, "Did anyone get hurt at Walgreens?" No. Right?
Only the armed robber.
Right. No innocent
Correct.
people were
Yeah.
injured
Yeah.
at the Walgreens.
Hey, by the way, do you want to take that ground picture live? There's a new development.
There we go.
Firefighters just arriving on scene. Police officer kind of calling them through. This again is happening live. We have both the ground pictures and the aerial pictures from Sky Fox. We'll go back and forth and give you our best images at the Westchester Senior Living Center, just a few blocks from the intersection of Rural and Guadalupe Roads. We understand, we've been told that Rural Road is completely shut down in all directions as a result of this, that it is nearby enough, the Westchester facility, that between that and the fact that the officer-involved shooting happened at the Walgreens over there on Rural, that they are closing it down, at least for the time being. So if you're anywhere in that part of Tempe, Rural Road, just a little bit south of the Superstition Freeway, you're going to see some closures, and you need to be aware of it if you live in that particular city or traveling in there.
Right. I want to acknowledge some of the viewers on Facebook that are commenting. Jamal said, wounded and scared, he's not going to come out. Emily's saying, God be with our police. They're doing their job. It's more than sad that the elderly have to be endangered by such a coward like this. Prayers for all involved. Another viewer asking, all officers okay? I didn't know they had higher privilege. Okay. Some of these comments.
Yeah.
I guess you have to screen them before you read them.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to the aerial shots from Sky Fox. There was some activity.
Okay, and as if on cue, he's able to widen out just a little bit and show you. It's quite a residential area here. So it looks like maybe you've got some apartments there near the senior living center itself, but the police continue to focus on that storage area in kind of the back portion of the parking lot around the back side of the Westchester Senior Living Center. Look, okay, so there you go. You've got the SWAT vehicle. Now, I will say this, Samia. I mean, if we're going to, just talk about what it is we're seeing, we're not seeing police in what you would consider to be a real defensive posture.
Right, and I also want to acknowledge why the firefighters have arrived. Now, according to Rick Davis, our photojournalist on the scene, they've arrived to help the elderly survive in the heat specifically.
Okay.
So that is the purpose they serve. There's the live image of the fire truck that has arrived on scene, and let's go back to the aerials. Looks like officers are going inside now.
Yeah. Well, again, by virtue of the fact that they're standing around the open door and are going in not in a defensive type posture,
right.
You would have to believe that the man A is in need of medical care.
Right.
You saw they just went in there with the board that they're going to bring him out on potentially. That's number one. Firefighters arrive, so you got paramedics on scene. Can you real quick go back to the ground picture, Sami? Look what Rick's just showing you there. Looks like they've also got, once they can get him out of the building, they can put him on the gurney there and actually roll him right into an ambulance that would be set up nearby. So whether he's conscious, whether he has given himself up,
right.
whether he's even unconscious, at this point we don't know. But we believe he is in that storage facility that is attached to the senior living center. And they are, it appears, we'll see, this is one of the great things about news coverage from a helicopter.
Let's go back to that shot.
We got a photojournalist who's on scene who can show us right there on the ground all the prep work that's being done. But boy, when you can see it from the air and you see the officers right at the access point, right at the doorway, then you get a pretty good view as to what's going on, and hopefully they get this guy out of there, and the residents of the facility can be, given the all clear out there at Westchester. What we don't know, one of the things we don't know is whether or not this particular fellow is familiar with that neighborhood. Did he have any idea was he just caged? Felt like he was cornered and ran into
whatever building was available.
Whatever appeared to be an open door. It's quite possible, particularly because it's a sort of a back parking lot area. And we see this all the time when people are running from police. They're going to jump walls and run into places that they may have no idea what they're getting themselves into. And in this particular scenario, maybe he thought that was going to be a door that would allow him to get deep inside the building, but from everything we're being told, he probably got in there and quickly realized there was nowhere to go.
Right, and I just want to read this tweet. Tempe police have just tweeted, "We have contacted the suspect and he is being transported to the hospital for injury." So you are correct. That is basically what we're looking at right now. The officer's going in to get the suspect and transport him to the hospital. I do want to go ahead and recap this story, Ron, for the viewers on Facebook and on YouTube that might just be joining us right
Good.
now.
Yep.
They may only know what the lower third says, which is a barricade situation, officer-involved shooting. They may not have been here for the update with Tempe police. So this didn't start at the senior center. This started at a Walgreens. How far is that Walgreens?
About a half mile,
Okay.
I'd say. There, it's at the intersection, I believe he said, of Rural and Guadalupe. Rural is, for those people who are watching us, and we know we've got plenty of people that watch all around the world, is probably the main north-south boulevard in the entire city of Tempe. So, and it's closed. It's closed in this area just south of the main freeway, the Superstition Freeway, and appears to be closed for about a mile. So it is... basically, I think they're kind of following the trail, the criminal trail here of a guy who went into the Walgreens, tried to do a stick-up. We don't think he got away with anything. The officer responds. There's a scuffle. The officer is not hurt, but we're told the suspect was hit at least once. And he goes either driving into this area or running into this nearby storage facility. The dicey part of the whole scene is that it happens to be a storage facility at a senior center, at an assisted living facility called the Westchester Senior Living Center, several blocks from where the holdup actually happened at the Walgreens. So, if he gained access through, you can see right there in the aerial coverage from Sky Fox, there's no signage. He may very well have had no idea where he was going. He was just in a panic and trying to get away from the police.
And I see Emily asking the question, are the elderly residents okay? I'm a geriatric nurse and this concerns me. As far as we know, none of the people inside the senior living center have been harmed in this situation. They are all safe. Firefighters have arrived to the scene to help them with the heat. It is very hot out there.
Yep. Got to be
humid also today. A bit more humid than it has been in days past.
Right. Well, and you can see here we are at 10:30 in the morning for those of you watching in different parts of the world, and we're about 100 degrees at 10 o'clock in the morning. So it is going to be another one of those warm 110 type of days that we have a lot of in the month of July. But boy, the number of police officers that have responded. You had the SWAT team vehicle right there. There's another police SUV that's just pulled up off in the distance. These are live pictures from our photojournalist, Rick Davis. It would be interesting to talk to Rick a little bit now that we've heard from Tempe Police, because he can kind of give us the lay of the land. Hey, Melanie, can we get, now that we've heard from Tempe PD, can we get Rick on the phone for a minute or two? Have him call in. Rick's been on scene.
Right, he's the one shooting this ground shot that you guys are looking at right now.
Yeah. And he can give us a little bit more information just in terms of what he is seeing in both police, firefighter, paramedic response, etc. There you go. You've got, looks like at this point more paramedics, more firefighters than police officers right out front, as they are hopefully going to bring this to a quick and peaceful resolution.
Let's go back to the aerial shot right now from Sky Fox. I do want to acknowledge some of our viewers. People asking about the officer involved, what's their condition. The officer involved shooting, when you say officer involved shooting, it doesn't necessarily mean that the officer was injured. It means that a shooting took place. Oftentimes that means that the officer fired the gun. It is the suspect that has been wounded. The officers in this situation are all okay. All officers are safe. we believe all elderly patients inside the senior living facility are also safe. The only injury involved in this situation is that of the suspect.
Right. Prayers going up for everybody involved in any way, says Leanne.
DB saying thank you for covering this and not adding to speculation that some media tend to do. Great work on separating what could have occurred. Great work on all responders. DB Trevino, thank you for tuning in to our coverage.
Yes, thanks very much. So here's what we're doing. We are simulcasting, putting our signal out live on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. I think a lot of you are actually joining us through Facebook, but many other people have the app, and they get the updates or the alerts at any time there is a breaking story on News Now. But by virtue of the fact that we are simulcasting on Facebook, we are reading all of your comments, and if you have any additional questions, we'll be happy to try to answer them. What we do see is we've seen there have been a couple of police officers, but there have also been a number of firefighters/paramedics who have been going in and out of this storage room. Well, you know, sometimes though you think about, Samia, just the kind of the twists and turns of how a story unfolds. And if this guy, we don't know if he actually sped away in a car for those few blocks or if he ran away. We'll hear from Tempe police. But after the armed robbery attempt at the Walgreens, he ends up trying to run into that room right there. And from everything we're being told, there's no access from that room, which, by the way, probably like a lot of storage rooms, may not even be air conditioned.
Right.
It's got to probably be just incredibly warm in there.
Right.
So he went into that door. If he had pulled into a different part of that facility and gone right in through the front door, we could have just a
much worse situation.
Much more worrisome situation on our hands. So it sure is, in terms of what we think is going to be a resolution of this story, but it's not over until we see them bringing him out.
Right. And that's why we're taking these live aerials. I think this is our best view of that door. I do want to acknowledge Emily's comment, praying for these residents. They can't take stresses like this as well as others. The train and fear of what happened to them, disruption of their routines, the heat, the humidity, everything. So that is something to take into consideration.
And here's Jay, who's tuning in from Bristol in the UK, who says, just tuning in. I know it's late afternoon there. In fact, around 6:30, I think, in the
this is Samia.
evening. It's around 10:30 in the morning over here in Tempe.
Go ahead and
this all unfolding in about the last hour or so.
All right, guys, looks like Rick Davis is live with us on the phone. Rick, you are now live on News Now.
Hey, Rick, it's Ron here with Samia. What time did you get out to the scene? What did you first hear the call go out as, and what have you been seeing in the minutes since?
I got here right around maybe 25 minutes ago. I was actually responding to a robbery at a Walgreens at Guadalupe and McClintock, and I believe that a suspect was being followed by undercover police officers, and at that time the officer-involved shooting came out. So I'm not sure if that's related, just because we've been so busy with robberies this morning. But what I can tell you is that this suspect that was involved in this officer-involved shooting is held up in what is believed to be the Westchester care facility for elderly people. And it sounds like, according to Tempe, that this may be coming to an end, but that's unofficial at this point. Mike Coley, the lieutenant with the Tempe Police Department, is about to give the media an update on the other side of this facility.
Now, we're watching your live picture, Rick. You do a great job at showing us the pictures and kind of giving us the lay of the land at the same time. What was that vehicle that just pulled up and turned right into the facility? What was that? Were you able to see?
I did, yeah. That was a City of Tempe command vehicle. They use those a lot for officer-involved investigations, to get information back to the city heads, and so that they can get a up-to-the-minute update on how the investigation is going, and if there are resources on there for officers out in the field.
What is this picture we're seeing from you, Rick? Is that right at the entrance to the facility? What street are you on?
Yes, I am on Westchester and La Rosa, which is on the west side of Rural, a block away off of Westchester. This facility is on the south side of Westchester, where this guy is allegedly held up at, or suspect. And this is the most active area because the SWAT team made entry here. There's an entrance, and if you can see those fire trucks, that's where the SWAT team went in at, and there are actually residents there that they're looking at just because of the heat, and hoping that they can keep them comfortable until they can get this thing resolved.
All right, so Tempe Police, when we talked to Lieutenant Poole maybe about 10, 12 minutes ago, he told us that some of the information that he passed along was that this all originated at the Walgreens with the call of the attempted armed robbery, that an officer made contact with the suspect, and that the officer was uninjured, but the suspect was shot at least once. Were you under the impression that he was, it sounds to me like they were following him in an undercover or an unmarked car, so we're trying to piece together whether he literally was on the run, or if he was trying to evade police.
Yeah, Ron, that all adds up to my response out here from the armed robbery. There was a description given out of a white van with a suspect in it. They gave out a license plate, and I think because they're so good at communicating with all the surrounding agencies, there were some undercovers that were able to get behind that vehicle, follow it, get it pulled over, and at some point, it's pretty loud out here. DPS was just flying their helicopter over the scene. But anyway, they were able to get behind that vehicle, and at some point, that suspect, I'm assuming, ran into this state nursing care facility, and that's when the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Have you been able to see from your vantage point the white van?
No, and that's something I was trying to piece that together to see exactly, if that was the suspect. Like now, it's looking like it's all starting to come together. Don't know exactly how far from this facility that white van may be. When they got behind it, they thought that he was trying to make it to US 60, and at that point, I lost track of where it was at because of the call of the officer-involved shooting, which it's in the area, but it could have been separate from this incident.
Sure, yeah, and there we see the DPS helicopter responding to this particular scene. When you get reports of an officer-involved shooting, and it does seem in the kind of the violent world that we live in now, there are just so many crimes and so many situations where police are put in a situation where they have to respond with force, because this originally kicked out as an armed robbery. So officers are going to go in there with the thought that, all right, this is a guy who's armed, and we've got to protect ourselves.
I do know that call at the Walgreens came out as the suspect stole from the pharmacy lots of items. So that would only, you would think that the type of prescription drugs that they have in a Walgreens pharmacy and someone taking them, that mentality of that person, would probably be pretty desperate. So you have to, the police have to use, the right type of force and situations for an individual that would, walk into a Walgreens and take whatever prescription drugs, at hand.
Hey, Rick, let me just mention to you, we just got a Facebook post, Samia. Let's see where that one is, where we have Chance Marie, who says, just want to let you guys know that my mom works there. They are all evacuated except for some of the residents. Have you seen any of that kind of activity?
Actually, yes, Ron, I did, and there were some residents that they had outside, and they had brought out chairs for them to sit on. but once the fire department got here, I think they moved them to a more comfortable place to be.
Okay, yeah. So just once again, so people understand the live image they're seeing, this is you set up live at the street where you would. This is not the main entrance, right? This would be the road that would lead to the back entrance of the facility. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I think the main entrance is off of Rural, in between Westchester and I believe Guadalupe. I'm not sure how far down it goes, but that's the main entrance. There is a side entrance here that's on the north side of Westchester and just a little bit west of Rural, and that's where the SWAT team is focused to go in. Now, I was told where I'm at, and I can kind of, let me move just a little bit. This will be a little shaky, but I'm going to walk up to the corner because most of the media is now starting to be able to, move up. But if I pan over here, you'll be able to see the back of this facility from the north side right here. And that's where the police, they were focused on this area, in the housing area of this facility. So it wasn't smart to come up to the corner at that time because they had a lot of firepower over there. And that's where I believe that barricaded suspect held up inside of a house or apartment.
All right. Again, these are live images where we have both our helicopter Skyfox flying over the Westchester facility, and at the same time, Rick is on the ground doing a great job. We may get some sort of a briefing over the course of the next hour or so from
Ron,
Tempe
one
Police.
thing I might mention.
Yes.
Within the last 10 minutes or so, medical teams brought in this ambo. I'm going to zoom right into it. I don't know if we have that shot.
Hey, Rick, stand by one quick second.
Okay.
Mike Pooley, Lieutenant Pooley, Tempe PIO is about to speak. Let's take him live. Rick, hold on, please.
Go in there and get him out. He did have a gunshot wound, and once I get his status, I'll let you know.
But everybody's safe. No one is hurt at the senior facility.
Correct. Part of the what happened is when we initially got the information, the senior center began getting evacuated by our officers. We began pulling a lot of people out. Probably there were still several that were left inside the facility once we realized that he was isolated in an area where he couldn't hurt anyone else. At that point, we were able to lock that area off. Our SWAT team was able to go in and able to locate him and contact him.
You said the suspect at least made it appear that he had a weapon. Do we know if he was found with a weapon at this time? Or?
That's part of it. We're still looking for that. We're still trying to see if there was a weapon or if there wasn't. And once we get that information, we'll let you know.
Though Marcos Deniza is not in session, it appears to be under lockdown.
Yeah, right now, I don't know if there's people on campus, but we did take the precautions, let the schools know. We know that school's starting next week. There's a lot of teachers and people on campus. We want to let them know that, hey, there's an active situation that was happening here as we were doing this.
Which schools did you say are on lockdown?
I believe it was Marcos Deniza. Give me 1 second, guys. Hang on. Hello? Hello? Okay, sounds good. I'll let you know. I don't. So let me call you right back. Okay.
Advice for people living in this direct area or working in this direct area?
Yeah, this is typically a very calm area. I know there's a lot of people that are wondering why there's a lot of police activity going on. One of the things they can do is follow our Twitter page. We're trying to give updates so people know what's going on. But yeah, basically, just to recount everything, I'll rehash it one more time. Just at 9 o'clock this morning, we received an armed robbery call at the Walgreens on McClintock and Guadalupe. We had a description of a black male wearing sweatpants and a non-color shirt. That description was given. We began searching the area. One of our officers located an individual that was matching that description that we believe is the suspect in that armed robbery. They went to contact him. The suspect fled from that officer on foot. One of our other officers, who's actually a lieutenant, arrived in the area, went to contact that suspect, and at that point some kind of altercation happened. I don't know all the details, but an altercation happened where there was some kind of scuffle. During that altercation, our lieutenant fired at least one round shooting the suspect. The suspect was able to retreat into was able to flee into a storage area on the Westchester Senior Facility, where he barricaded himself. There was employees that notified our officers where the suspect was, and initially we began evacuating some of the seniors that live here. When they evacuated them, they were brought out. We didn't have a place to put them, and we called buses in so they could put them in an air-conditioned area. And our SWAT team was able to get out there. They contacted the suspect, and again, I'm waiting on the status on that to release it.
And just to be clear, it was a Walgreens pharmacy?
Correct.
Okay.
Was a weapon seen in that armed robbery?
It was a simulated weapon.
Do you know how?
I don't know how, and I'll get that. We'll have some more information here shortly.
Has a weapon been found on the suspect?
What's that?
Has a weapon been found on the suspect?
Not that I know of, not at this time. So again, there's 3 different scenes right now. There's the Walgreens on McClintock and Guadalupe. There's a scene just down the road from where the shooting happened on Westchester. And I'm not sure exactly where that scene is, but it's just a little ways. And then we have the Westchester scene at the storage facility. And I'll probably brief here in about another hour, guys.
Do you know if when the LT had the altercation with the suspect, he was the only officer there?
I believe so.
Where's the Walgreens?
McClintock and Guadalupe.
9:45 a.m.?
9 o'clock, just after 9.
And that's the time the robbery occurred?
Correct.
All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet, guys.
All right, Rick Davis, are you still on the phone with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
All right, Rick, so I don't know how much you could hear of what Lieutenant Poole had to say, but it all kicked out originally as an armed robbery at that particular Walgreens location. He said it now appears that it was a simulated weapon. So we don't know if that was a guy, acting like he had a weapon when he didn't, or if he had a toy pistol like we see sometimes, but he at least simulated that it was a weapon. And that's the first crime scene. The second crime scene is probably right about where you were set up there, where the scuffle began, and the officer made contact with the guy and did fire one shot. And then the third is just around the corner there at Westchester on the back side. But it sounds like he is, what with a gunshot wound, sounds like he's in need of care now, and hopefully, matter of fact, one of the things he did say was that, originally they started evacuating residents. Then once they realized that there was no access point from the storage room into the remainder of the building, they realized it wasn't quite as tense a situation. What are you seeing right now?
Well, right now, we're looking down the street called La Rosa, looking to the north. There is a motor officer at an entrance, and somewhere between where that motor officer's at that entrance, and then this way to the north of Westchester is where the actual scene was at. So I did speak to, while Lieutenant Pooley was giving his press briefing, a woman named Naomi said that mom works inside there. She was very nervous because she couldn't get in to see her mom, as mom's worked there for a while, and that she was very concerned and nervous to make sure her mother was okay.
Yeah, well, we heard from somebody on Facebook, same situation, where, and what they were doing was, they were in the process even of evacuating, I think, some of the personnel that worked there. But it sounds like right now the whole focus is on, trying to get a wrap on this scene and get this guy into medical treatment. You haven't seen an ambulance actually leave yet, though, have you?
Yeah, and that's what right before the press conference, there is an ambo that is parked, and they got out with the stretcher, walked up to the entrance, the north entrance here off of Westchester, but then they went back with an empty stretcher, and I'm not sure what that's all about. Maybe he may not be as injured as we suspect, or there could be another transport from the other side of this facility that has him there. Yeah, I can actually move over a little bit, be focused on that ambo just in case they do bring the stretcher back out. But it sounds, you can see the ambo right there. Sounds like they either have him detained in there or they transported him with another paramedic ambo.
So as of right now, the suspect has not been removed from the facility, correct?
Well, that's unconfirmed because it's just such a large facility. He certainly hasn't come out this way.
Okay.
It's possible that he could be came out another way. And then again, if he was hit by gunfire, it's possible that his injuries may be the result of something else.
Yeah. Rick, while we're talking, we're looking at the live image there. Those are some of the chairs they brought up, as they originally were worried that they were going to have to try to get as many people out of the building and have some place for them. This is a senior center, so have some place for them to sit down, even though it's a warm, just about 100-degree day here in the valley, and they're in the process of wrapping up and getting those chairs, back onto the vehicle. And we see a truck pulling out right now, and it looks like we're going to be able to hopefully put a wrap on this scene pretty quickly.
Well, one thing's for sure, Tempe PD did a great job of securing the residents in this facility. They came with a lot of force, and they had a plan together to make sure that injuries were limited. And, if you're a resident of the city of Tempe, you have to be proud of what they did. I mean, this is a large facility, a lot of people that, demand a lot of medical attention 24/7. And to limit it the way it is just, phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, there's a lot going on in the news today, that is for sure. And this is one of those situations that, it sure sounded tense at first.
Yeah.
With a scenario of a guy heading toward a senior and assisted living facility, but it looks like everything.
When you think about the amount of officers that respond to this, and you have to kind of divide the population of a nursing facility and all the other things that go into it to make sure you can, peacefully and resolve this situation with no injuries. I don't know how many people live here, but it's a fairly large facility, and you would assume that it's probably, mostly all occupied. So, very tense situation, not knowing what you're going into and making sure everybody's safe and okay.
All right, Rick. Well, thank you for calling in. If you get any additional updates, you have the number. Feel free to call in at any time.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, thankfully, this whole situation ended relatively peacefully.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you, you sure saw. It was amazing just to see the coordination that was going on with the fire department, with the police department, with them almost immediately being set and ready to go. And now we have maybe a little better idea of why it is.
Right, major update right now.
Yeah, as to why they were going in and out of the facility, not in a defensive posture, because Tempe police are saying the guy who pulled the armed robbery and who was barricaded inside that storage facility is dead.
Right.
That's coming straight from Lieutenant Pooley, who is the public information officer for Tempe Police. That actually was tweeted out by Linda Williams, just
2 minutes ago. She's live on the scene right now.
Right.
She was there as he was giving that press conference, and she just tweeted this update. Suspect in barricade is dead. And we know the suspect obviously fled after he was injured, ran. I mean, in that situation, have you had the suspect just stayed?
Yes.
And received the proper care?
He'd probably be in the hospital by now.
Possibly survived.
Yeah, possibly. Well, so I'm sure he did not anticipate that was the way this situation was going to go when he walked into the Walgreens. But anyway, what was reported as a barricade situation is all wrapped up, and the suspect who pulled an armed robbery with what was described to us as a simulated weapon, because frequently we see people who don't have a real gun, use a fake gun or a toy gun, something like that. We don't know if that's what it was or if he just simply gave the impression he had a weapon on him. But the story comes to kind of a sad conclusion here,
Right.
where the guy's lost his life because he walked into a Walgreens store to steal apparently steal some pharmaceuticals in the back of the store there.
From the pharmacy itself.
And then once police made contact, instead of giving himself up, and looking at the potential of a year or two, maybe, in prison, he's dead.
It's sad.
Yeah, it really is.
It's sad to think about some of the decisions that people choose to make for
Mhm.
whatever reason.
Right. Yeah.
Whether it's because they need money or because of an addiction or whatever the
Right.
cause may be. It is an unfortunate situation. Thankfully, no officers were hurt in this situation. Like you said, a simulated weapon. That'll wrap up, I think, our coverage of this barricade situation.
I'm going to run back into the TV studio with some
all things are wrapped up,
updates
and I'm going to start working on our next feed for News Now. Guys, joining us on Facebook, we will probably be wrapping up here, but you can always join us on fox10phoenix.com, where we have continuous, nonstop coverage from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Thanks, Ron.
You bet.
You moved out Thursday.
No.
I'm rolling. Okay. So let's talk about what you saw, what you think, active shooter, your first.
I was on my way to the supermarket to get some bananas. All right. And I was about halfway down between here and over in that corner. Anyway, and all of a sudden he came around the corner and
What came around the corner?
the guy.
African American man, black guy.
Right. And he passed by me. He was really running fast. Okay? And then right after that, and the police came around the corner. So that was it.
Did you notice that he was out of place? I mean, did you see that something was up with him?
Well, of course, when he's running that fast. Or Roger Bannister. He was going fast.
Sirens blazing. Is that how police were after him, or were they on foot? And
I didn't even notice it until, I didn't notice any. I didn't hear any noises. No, he was behind. They're behind them. He was going real fast.
On foot.
Yes, absolutely.
He stopped
And
here
thank-
in Westchester and starts running across the street, or how did he cross the
It's
street?
there, right there. Yeah.
Did he have
And
anything in his hands? Did you see him turn around?
I didn't see that. No, I did not see anything in his hands. I found out later that people said that he had a gun. So, but anyway, it was, he was too busy. He was running as fast as he could, and it was, I would say, a minute basically coming around the corner is when the first police station went by.
Is that what caught your eye? Just somebody bolting out?
Well, he was running fast, and I knew he was running from something, and was just in a minute, less than a minute. That's when he came around.
And that's when you saw the police and realized he was running from them.
Yeah. Well, I saw the car come around. Yeah, the patrol car.
So the police were chasing him. He was on foot. They were in their patrol cars chasing him. You didn't see any cops on foot, literally running at him?
No.
Did you watch him until he disappeared down Westchester?
Absolutely no. I went on to get my bananas. Seriously, I did. I haven't eaten them yet, but...
Now, do you live in that community there?
I moved in Monday.
But this incident hasn't changed your opinion of the neighborhood, of this.
Oh, no, not at all. This place is really nice. So far. No, it is, yeah, it is. It's a very nice place.
Susan, will you say and spell your first and last name?
So that was a live interview that Linda was doing. Linda Williams at the scene of that situation. Just a quick update, the suspect did die in this incident. We're now going to take you back to some national news, politics. Here is a live look at the DNC floor. Things are gearing up for day 3 of the DNC. A live look at the floor. Earlier we were showing you a replay of Trump's press conference. We did cut out of it for this breaking news, so I'm going to go back to it now for those of you who were interested in hearing what Donald Trump had to say earlier today.
You'll have to see it at the polls, David. You know what my positions are. You'll have to see it at the polls. Yeah, go ahead. David, my positions are down. You ask the question every single time I give you an answer. My positions are down. Take a look. Go ahead. Yes, I did. We wanted to, yeah. I don't know what he said, but we wanted, excuse me, listen. We were doing Miss Universe 4 or 5 years ago in Russia. It was a tremendous success, very, very successful. And there were developers in Russia that wanted to put a lot of money into developments in Russia, and they wanted us to do it, but it never worked out. Frankly, I didn't want to do it for a couple of different reasons, but we had a major developer in particular, but numerous developers that wanted to develop property in Moscow and other places, but we decided not to do it. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. He did say that.
What's the reaction to that?
Well, I just sort of said that. He said it this morning, anything's possible. I think I'm going to win. I think people are sick and tired of incompetence. They're sick and tired of having politicians leading them down the tubes. Whether it's taxes, whether it's debt, whether it's any one of 15 different things. And that's why. I mean, I think I'll win the election. I think you see that in the polls. There are a few more questions. Go ahead, John. Hope your arm's okay.
That's all right. Back in December, so you had said that you were probably going to Israel to go and meet the leadership. Now that you are the Republican nominee, it's a tradition among the two party nomination to do a trip.
Well, it's a tradition, but I don't do things that are traditional. But I have great support from Israel. I will back Israel 100%. I would like to go there, but I have great relationships, as you know, to the people in Israel. And by the way, Obama, in my opinion, is the single worst thing, politically speaking, that's ever happened to Israel. He has been a disaster for Israel. I don't know. I haven't set my schedule yet. Could happen.
What about now that you are the nominee? Have you or your campaign had any conversations with foreign leaders trying to build up a relationship? Should you win in November, that way you don't hit the ground running?
No, I think it's possible we have, but I'm only interested in winning. Once I win, I'll get along great with foreign leaders, but they won't be taking advantage. I mean, the problem we have with foreign leaders, whether it's China, Russia, or anybody, they don't respect our leadership, and certainly in the case of China, they take tremendous economic advantage of us, tremendous, to a point that is hard to believe. I'll get along great with the leadership, and we'll do well. Yes, ma'am, in the back. No, excuse me. In the back.
I would actually like to know if you became president, would you recognize the annexed peninsula Crimea as Russian territory, and also if the U.S. would make sanctions that?
We'll be looking at that. Yeah, we'll be looking. Go ahead.
Probably one of your questions. First, just a quick one on minimum wage. You said it needs to raise to $10. Specifically, I just want to be clear here. You're talking about federal minimum wage?
Federal.
Okay. Second question about extreme betting and Muslim ban.
Right.
You say you're going to list the territory. Would religion be a part of the betting?
I'm not making it a part, but at some point maybe people will change their minds, but as of right now, I'm not making it a part. Okay. Yes, ma'am, go ahead. Who said that? Who? I think President Obama has been the most ignorant president in our history. His views of the world, as he says, don't jive, and the world is a mess. You look at what's happening with the migration, with Syria, with Libya, with Iraq, with everything he's touched. He has been a disaster as a president. He will go down as one of the worst presidents in the history of our country. It is a mess. And I believe that Hillary Clinton will be even worse. Go ahead. Oh, Katie just said that? Many polls show that you are winning? I can't believe. Are you Katie Tur of NBC? It's a disguise. Go ahead.
President Obama was speaking to Stand Up this morning, and he said that he feels that you are not prepared to be president. Can you lay it out for us and for him what we do on a daily basis?
Okay. Well, I'll just.
Prepared about what's going on?
Sure. Sure. Well, you've been asking me a lot of questions for a lot of times. I've turned out to be right. I turned out to be right on NATO. After I said that on NATO changed their whole program because of me. Excuse me, Katie. Hillary Clinton said yesterday she's going to start renegotiating trade deals. She never said that in her life. She said it yesterday only because of me. I'm the one that's prepared. President Obama, when he became president, he didn't know anything. This guy didn't know a thing. And honestly, today he knows less. Today he knows less. He has done a terrible job. I think I'm very prepared. Now, with that being said, I've been a businessman all my life, but I've been watching it, I've been seeing it, I've been feeling, and as you know, I've been very much involved in politics from the other side. I understand politics, or I guess I wouldn't be here. I mean, I meet a lot of very talented people.
You speak to foreign advisors,
I do. I have great foreign advisors. You have a list, and I gave you a list. And the other day, as an example, General Quinn and General Flynn, and we have so many. As an example, I had a meeting 3 or 4 days ago, and I'm going to do a report on it with 7 or 8 very, very talented advisors. Now, with all of that being said, a lot of people want the people that are doing it now, people that have certain names. Look at the mess they've gotten us into. They said, have you spoken to so-and-so? Well, I said, but he was in favor of the war in Iraq many years ago, which I was not in favor of. Have you spoken to this one or that one? I said, they were all, look at the job they've done. So a lot of the people that you think are good because you know their name or because you see them on television, I don't think are good because look at the end result. The end result is our country is a mess. The Middle East has never been worse. Had we done nothing with the Middle East, had our presidents, with an S, gone to the beach and relaxed, we'd be in better shape than we are right now. All right, Tom, a couple more. Go ahead, Tom. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you expect your opinion on torture, your opinion on world affairs, the Iran deal?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, that's my opinion. Right. That's my opinion. We'll have to see. I have a real problem when Hillary Clinton, who gives open access to a phony server, is allowed to get these briefings. How does Hillary Clinton get a national security briefing when she's been probably hacked, when so much of her information, the director of the FBI said it was essentially negligent? It was negligent. Now, why are they giving her briefings? Why are these people with great knowledge of the inner workings of our country and our security, why are they giving Hillary Clinton briefings? Because it's going to get revealed. I mean, her number one person, Uma Abedin, is married to Anthony Weiner, who's a sleazeball and a pervert. And I'm not saying that. I mean, that's recorded history, right? I don't like Uma going home at night and telling Anthony Weiner all of these secrets, okay? So how can Hillary Clinton be briefed on this unbelievably delicate information when it was just proven that she lied and that her server shouldn't have had it and that they're missing 33,000 emails? And that's just the beginning. So I don't think that, I know at some point they're going to be called, they're going to want to brief me, but I'm not a talker about this stuff. I don't think that it's safe to have Hillary Clinton, in light of what just happened and in light of what we just found out, I don't think it's safe to have Hillary Clinton be briefed on national security because the word will get out.
Should your son, Don Jr., run for mayor of New York City next year?
No, he's not going to run for mayor. Oh, Don? He's not going to run for mayor. Don has no intention of running for mayor. But he did a great job the other night with his speech. Because he made a good speech, everyone says he should run for mayor. You know why? Because we have a Democratic mayor who's horrible. He's doing a horrible job. De Blasio. But Don is not going to run for mayor. He has no interest in running for mayor. Yep.
In all likelihood, she will change her position on TV.
Unbelievable what he said.
What's your reaction?
I think it's disgraceful. Hillary Clinton, because of me, said that TPP was not going to happen. But we all know it is going to happen if she won. Terry McAuliffe said with a wink to a group of people that if Hillary gets in, she's lying and it will happen. And there is nobody closer, I know this for a fact, there is nobody, including her own husband, closer to Hillary Clinton than Terry McAuliffe. Okay? Go ahead.
You spoke about Anthony Weiner and comments about the son running for mayor. Anthony Weiner said that if he ran for mayor against your son, he would beat him like a quote.
Oh, I don't know what he said, John. I really. Anthony Weiner's, look. Anthony Weiner is a proven loser. I mean, the poor guy, he's locked up in a room. They lock him up in a room. They don't let him out. I don't know about Anthony. My son doesn't want to run for mayor. He has no intention of running for mayor. And besides that, as a Republican, you have a very tiny sliver in Manhattan, as you know. And in that area, it's almost impossible for a Republican to win. So, and my son likes to win. But my son has no intention of running for mayor, so let's just put that to bed. Go ahead. Go.
North of your home in Palm Beach County is an environmental crisis that's going on with water ridden with algae.
Yeah, in Palm Beach County, it's very sad. Not Palm Beach, it's all over.
Is this on your radar? Do you have any plans?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I actually want to find out what causes it. It's a problem in many areas. Okay? Yeah, go ahead. Well, they shouted, you know, it was interesting. Yesterday I made a speech in front of the great veterans, as you saw, and it was very well received. She was there the day before. And when I started talking about Hillary Clinton, the veterans who saw her 24 hours before started screaming, lock her up, lock her up, lock her up. They also screamed that, as you know, during the speech I made, the big speech. And I said, don't do that. Now, I didn't do that for any reason. I didn't like it. And they stopped. Not one reporter said that I said that. They all said that they started screaming, lock her up, lock her up. I said, don't do that. Nobody reported that I said that because it's dishonest reporting. You do agree I said that, right? Okay, well, why didn't somebody report that? No, I think it's a shame that they said it. But a lot of people would say that should happen. Okay, one more question. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Yes, 3 weeks is a long time to wait for that important information. This is Doral. It was built by...
Well, Doral is great, and Doral, I think I have over 1,000 Hispanics working at Doral, and they're doing a great job. Yes, ma'am, in the yellow? Go ahead. Yellow? Excuse me, yellow? Who? No, I don't think it has any impact. He's been very bad. Her running mate has been very, very bad on employment. And all you have to do is go to Virginia and speak to the people of Virginia. He has been so bad. I figured when she chose him, he was very popular in Virginia. They don't like him. They don't like him. It's been very close races, and his polling is very bad. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I think it's time for Hillary Clinton to do a news conference because it's almost a year now, and it'll be interesting to see how she does. Thank you all very much. Might as well just tell him to have a good time. He has done one bad job. Okay, thank you.
All right, guys, that wraps up Donald Trump, his press conference this morning, in case you missed it. This is a live look at the DNC floor. Today is day 3 of the DNC. President Obama will be speaking tonight, as will Vice President Joe Biden. There were some major speeches that took place yesterday. In case you did not tune in to the DNC last night, I'm going to go ahead and play for you the Bill Clinton speech. It was highly talked about. Bill Clinton speaking about why people should vote for his wife, Hillary.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. In the spring of 1971, I met a girl. The first time I saw her, we were, appropriately enough, in a class on political and civil rights. She had thick blonde hair, big glasses, wore no makeup. And she exuded this sense of strength and self-possession that I found magnetic. After the class, I followed her out, intending to introduce myself. I got close enough to touch her back, but I couldn't do it. Somehow I knew this would not be just another tap on the shoulder, that I might be starting something I couldn't stop. I saw her several more times in the next few days, but I still didn't speak to her. Then one night, I was in the law library talking to a classmate who wanted me to join the Yale Law Journal. He said it would guarantee me a job in a big firm or a clerkship with a federal judge. I really wasn't interested. I just wanted to go home to Arkansas. Then I saw the girl again, standing at the opposite end of that long room. Finally, she was staring back at me. So I watched her. She closed her book, put it down, and started walking toward me. She walked the whole length of the library, came up to me and said, "Look, if you're going to keep staring at me," and now I'm staring back, we at least ought to know each other's name. I'm Hillary Rodham. Who are you? I was so impressed and surprised that, whether you believe it or not, momentarily I was speechless. Finally, I sort of blurted out my name, and we exchanged a few words, and then she went away. Well, I didn't join the law review, but I did leave that library with a whole new goal in mind. A couple days later, I saw her again. I remember she was wearing a long, white, flowery skirt. And I went up to her, and she said she was going to register for classes for the next term. I said I'd go too. And we stood in line and talked. You had to do that to register back then. And I thought I was doing pretty well, till we got to the front of the line, and the registrar looked up and said, "Bill, what are you doing here? You registered this morning." I turned red, and she laughed, that big laugh of hers. And I thought, well, heck, since my cover's been blown, I just went ahead and asked her to take a walk down to the art museum. We've been walking and talking and laughing together ever since. And we've done it in good times and bad, through joy and heartbreak. We cried together this morning on the news that our good friend and a lot of your good friend, Mark Weiner, passed away early this morning. We built up a lifetime of memories. After the first month and that first walk, I actually drove her home to Park Ridge, Illinois, to meet her family and see the town where she grew up. A perfect example of post-World War II middle-class America. Street after street of nice houses, great schools, good parks, a big public swimming pool, and almost all white. I really liked her family. Her crusty conservative father, her rambunctious brothers, all extolling the virtues of rooting for the Bears and the Cubs. And for the people from Illinois here, they even told me what waiting for next year meant. Could be next year, guys. Now, her mother was different. She was more liberal than the boys. And she had a childhood that made mine look like a piece of cake. She was easy to underestimate with her soft manner, and she reminded me all over again of the truth of that old saying, you should never judge a book by its covers. Knowing her was one of the greatest gifts Hillary ever gave me. I learned that Hillary got her introduction to social justice through her Methodist youth minister, Don Jones. He took her downtown to Chicago to hear Dr. Martin Luther King speak, and he remained her friend for the rest of his life. This will be the only campaign of hers he ever missed. When she got to college, her support for civil rights, her opposition to the Vietnam War, compelled her to change parties and become a Democrat. And then, between college and law school, on a total lark, she went alone to Alaska and spent some time sliming fish. More to the point, by the time I met her, she had already been involved in the law school's legal services project, and she'd been influenced by Marian Wright Edelman. She took a summer internship interviewing workers in migrant camps for Senator Walter Mondale's subcommittee. She'd also begun working in the Yale New Haven Hospital to develop procedures to handle suspected child abuse cases. She got so involved in children's issues that she actually took an extra year in law school, working at the Child Study Center to learn what more could be done to improve the lives and the futures of poor children. So, she was already determined to figure out how to make things better. Hillary opened my eyes to a whole new world of public service by private citizens. In the summer of 1972, she went to Dothan, Alabama, to visit one of those segregated academies that then enrolled over 500,000 white kids in the South. The only way the economics worked is that they claimed federal tax exemptions to which they were not legally entitled. She got sent to prove they weren't. So she sauntered into one of these academies all by herself, pretending to be a housewife that had just moved to town and needed to find a school for her son. And they exchanged pleasantries, and finally she said, look, let's just get to the bottom line here. If I enroll my son in this school, will he be in a segregated school, yes or no? And the guy said, absolutely. She had him. I've seen it 1,000 times since. And she went back, and her encounter was part of a report that gave Marian Wright Edelman the ammunition she needed to keep working to force the Nixon administration to take those tax exemptions away and give our kids access to an equal education. Then she went down to South Texas, where she met one of the nicest fellows I ever met, the wonderful union leader Franklin Garcia, and he helped her register Mexican-American voters. I think some of them are still around to vote for her in 2016. And then, in our last year in law school, Hillary kept up this work. She went to South Carolina to see why so many young African-American boys, I mean young teenagers, were being jailed for years with adults in men's prisons. And she filed a report on that, which led to some changes too. Always making things better. Now, meanwhile, let's get back to business. I was trying to convince her to marry me. I first proposed to her on a trip to Great Britain, the first time she'd ever been overseas, and we were on the shoreline of this wonderful little lake, Lake Innerdale. I asked her to marry me, and she said, I can't do it. So in 1974, I went home to teach in the law school, and Hillary moved to Massachusetts to keep working on children's issues. This time, trying to figure out why so many kids counted in the census weren't enrolled in school. She found one of them sitting alone on her porch in a wheelchair. Once more, she filed a report about these kids, and that helped influence ultimately the Congress to adopt the proposition that children with disabilities, physical or otherwise, should have equal access to public education. You saw the results of that last night when Anastasia Somoza talked. She never made fun of people with disabilities. She tried to empower them based on their abilities. Meanwhile, I was still trying to get her to marry me. So the second time I asked, I tried a different tack. I said, I really want you to marry me, but you shouldn't do it. She smiled and looked at me like, what is this boy up to? She said, that is not a very good sales pitch. I said, I know, but it's true. And I meant it. It was true. I said, I know most of the young Democrats our age who want to go into politics. They mean well and they speak well, but none of them is as good as you are at actually doing things to make positive changes in people's lives. So I suggested she go home to Illinois or move to New York and look for a chance to run for office. She just laughed and said, are you out of your mind? Nobody would ever vote for me. So I finally got her to come visit me in Arkansas. And when she did, the people at the law school were so impressed, they offered her a teaching position. And she decided to take a huge chance. She moved to a strange place, more rural, more culturally conservative than any place she'd ever been, where she knew good and well people would wonder what in the world she was like and whether they could or should accept her. Didn't take them long to find out what she was like. She loved her teaching, and she got frustrated when one of her students said, well, what do you expect? I'm just from Arkansas. She said, don't tell me that. You're as smart as anybody. You just got to believe in yourself and work for it and set high goals. She believed that anybody could make it. She also started the first legal aid clinic in Northwest Arkansas, providing legal aid services to poor people who couldn't pay for them. One day, I was driving her to the airport to fly back to Chicago when we passed this little brick house that had a for sale sign on it. And she said, "Boy, that's a pretty house." It had 1,100 square feet, an attic fan and no air conditioner in hot Arkansas, and a screened-in porch. Hillary commented on what a uniquely designed and beautiful house it was. So I took a big chance. I bought the house. My mortgage was $175 a month. When she came back, I picked her up and I said, "You remember that house you liked?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "While you were gone, I bought it. You have to marry me now." The third time was the charm. We were married. We were married in that little house on October the 11th, 1975. I married my best friend. I was still in awe after more than 4 years of being around her at how smart and strong and loving and caring she was. And I really hoped that her choosing me and rejecting my advice to pursue her own career was a decision she would never regret. A little over a year later, we moved to Little Rock when I became Attorney General, and she joined the oldest law firm west of the Mississippi. Soon after, she started a group called the Arkansas Advocates for Families and Children. It's a group, as you can hear, is still active today. In 1979, just after I became governor, I asked Hillary to chair a rural health committee to help expand health care to isolated farm and mountain areas. They recommended to do that partly by deploying trained nurse practitioners in places with no doctors to provide primary care they were trained to provide. It was a big deal then, highly controversial and very important. And I got the feeling that what she did for the rest of her life, she was doing there. She just went out and figured out what needed to be done and what made the most sense and what would help the most people. And then if it was controversial, she just tried to persuade people it was the right thing to do. It wasn't the only big thing that happened that spring. My first year as governor, we found out we were going to be parents. And time passed. On February 27th, 1980, 15 minutes after I got home from the National Governors Conference in Washington, Hillary's water broke, and off we went to the hospital. Chelsea was born just before midnight. And it was the greatest moment of my life. The miracle of a new beginning. The whole filled for me because my own father died before I was born. And the absolute conviction that my daughter had the best mother in the whole world. For the next 17 years, through nursery school, Montessori, kindergarten, through t-ball, softball, soccer, volleyball, and her passion for ballet, through sleepovers, summer camps, family vacations, and Chelsea's own very ambitious excursions, from Halloween parties in the neighborhood to a Viennese waltz gala in the White House. Hillary, first and foremost, was a mother. She became, as she often said, our family's designated worrier. born with an extra responsibility gene. The truth is, we rarely disagreed on parenting, although she did believe that I had gone a little over the top when I took a couple of days off with Chelsea to watch all 6 Police Academy movies back to back. When Chelsea was 9 months old, I was defeated for re-election in the Reagan landslide. And I became overnight, I think, the youngest former governor in the history of the country. We only had 2-year terms back then. Hillary was great. Immediately she said, okay, what are we going to do? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a house, you're going to get a job, we're going to enjoy being Chelsea's parents. And if you really want to run again, you got to go out and talk to people, figure out why you lost, tell people you got the message, and show them you still got good ideas. I followed her advice. Within 2 days, we had a house. I soon had a job. We had 2 fabulous years with Chelsea, and in 1982, I became the first governor in the history of our state to be elected, defeated, and elected again. I think my experience is it's a pretty good thing to follow her advice. The rest of the decade sort of flew by as our lives settled into a rhythm of family and work and friends. In 1983, Hillary chaired a committee to recommend new education standards for us as a part of, or in the response to a court order to equalize school funding, and a report by a national expert that said our woefully underfunded schools were the worst in America. Typical Hillary, she held listening tours in all 75 counties with our committee. She came up with really ambitious recommendations. For example, that we be the first school in America, first state in America to require elementary counselors in every school because so many kids were having trouble at home and they needed it. So I called the legislature into session hoping to pass the standards, pass the pay raise for teachers, and raise the sales tax to pay for it all. I knew it would be hard to pass, but it got easier after Hillary testified before the Education Committee, and the chairman, a plain-spoken farmer, said, "Looks to me like we elected the wrong Clinton." Well, by the time I ran for president 9 years later, the same expert who said that we had the worst schools in America said that our state was one of the 2 most improved states in America. And that's because of those standards that Hillary developed. Now, 2 years later, Hillary told me about a preschool program developed in Israel called HIPPY, Home Instruction Program for Preschool Youngsters. The idea was to teach low-income parents, even those that couldn't read, to be their children's first teachers. She said she thought it would work in Arkansas. I said, that's great. What are we going to do about it? She said, oh, I already did. I called the woman who started the program in Israel. She'll be here in about 10 days and help us get started. Next thing you know, I'm being dragged around to all these little preschool graduations. And keep in mind, this was before any state even had universal kindergarten. And I'm being dragged to preschool graduations, watching these poor parents with tears in their eyes because they never thought they'd be able to help their kids learn. Now, 20 years of research has shown how well this program works to improve readiness for school and academic achievement. There are a lot of young adults in America who have no idea Hillary had anything to do with it, who are enjoying better lives because they were in that program. She did all this while being a full-time worker, a mother, and enjoying our life. Why? Well, she's insatiably curious, she's a natural leader, she's a good organizer, and she's the best darn change maker I ever met in my entire life. So, look, this is a really important point. This is a really important point for you to take out of this convention. If you believe in making change from the bottom up, if you believe the measure of change is how many people's lives are better, you know it's hard and some people think it's boring. Speeches like this are fun. Actually doing the work is hard. So people say, well, we need to change. She's been around a long time. She sure has. And she's sure been worth every single year she's put into making people's lives better. I can tell you this. If you were sitting where I'm sitting and you heard what I have heard at every dinner conversation, every lunch conversation, on every long walk, you would say, this woman has never been satisfied with the status quo in anything. She always wants to move the ball forward. That is just who she is. When I became president, with a commitment to reform health care, Hillary was a natural to head the health care task force. You all know we failed because we couldn't break a Senate filibuster. Hillary immediately went to work on solving the problems the bill sought to address one by one. The most important goal was to get more children with health insurance. In 1997, Congress passed the Children's Health Insurance Program. Still an important part of President Obama's Affordable Care Act. It insures more than 8 million kids. There are a lot of other things in that bill that she got done, piece by piece, pushing that rock up the hill. In 1997, she also teamed with the House Minority Leader, Tom DeLay, who maybe disliked me more than any of Newt Gingrich's crowd. They worked on a bill together to increase adoptions of children out of foster care. She wanted to do it because she knew that Tom DeLay, for all of our differences, was an adopted parent, and she honored him for doing that. Now, the bill they worked on, which passed with an overwhelming bipartisan majority, led to a big increase in the adoption of children out of foster care, including non-infant kids and special needs kids. It made life better because she's a change maker. That's what she does. Now, when you're doing all this, real life doesn't stop. 1997 was the year Chelsea finished high school and went to college. We were happy for her, but sad for us to see her go. I'll never forget moving her into her dorm room at Stanford. It would have been a great little reality flick. There I was in a trance, just staring out the window, trying not to cry. And there was Hillary on her hands and knees, desperately looking for one more drawer to put that liner paper in. Finally, Chelsea took charge and told us ever so gently that it was time for us to go. So we closed a big chapter in the most important work of our lives. As you'll see Thursday night when Chelsea speaks, Hillary's done a pretty fine job of being a mother. And as you saw last night, beyond a shadow of a doubt, so has Michelle Obama. Now, fast forward. In 1999, Congressman Charlie Rangel and other New York Democrats urged Hillary to run for the seat of retiring Senator Pat Moynihan. We'd always intended to go to New York after I left office and commute to Arkansas, but this had never occurred to either one of us. Hillary had never run for office before, but she decided to give it a try. She began her campaign the way she always does new things, by listening and learning. And after a tough battle, New York elected her to the seat once held by another outsider, Robert Kennedy. And she didn't let him down. Her early years were dominated by 9/11, by working to fund the recovery, then monitoring the health of and providing compensation to victims and first and second responders. She and Senator Schumer were tireless, and so were our House members. In 2003, partly spurred on by what we were going through, she became the first senator in the history of New York ever to serve on the Armed Services Committee. So she tried to make sure people on the battlefield had proper equipment. She tried to expand, and did expand, health care coverage to reservists and members of the National Guard. She got longer family leave working with Senator Dodd for people caring for wounded service members. And she worked for more extensive care for people with traumatic brain injury. She also served on a special Pentagon commission to propose changes necessary to meet our new security challenges. Newt Gingrich was on that commission. He told me what a good job she'd done. I say that because nobody who has seriously dealt with the men and women in today's military believes they are a disaster. They are a national treasure of all races, all religions, all walks of life. Now, meanwhile, she compiled a really solid record, totally progressive on economic and social issues. She voted for and against some proposed trade deals. She became the de facto economic development officer for the area of New York outside the ambit of New York City. She worked for farmers, for winemakers, for small businesses and manufacturers, for upstate cities and rural areas who needed more ideas and more new investment to create good jobs, something we have to do again in small town and rural America, in neighborhoods that have been left behind in our cities, in Indian country, and yes, in coal country. When she lost a hard-fought contest to President Obama in 2008, she worked for his election hard, but she hesitated to say yes when he asked her to join his cabinet because she so loved being a senator from New York. So, like me in a different context, he had to keep asking. But as we all saw and heard from Madeleine Albright, it was worth the effort and worth the wait. As Secretary of State, she worked hard to get strong sanctions against Iran's nuclear program, and in what the Wall Street Journal, no less, called a half-court shot at the buzzer, she got Russia and China to support them. Her team negotiated the New START treaty with Russia to reduce nuclear weapons and reestablish inspections, and she got enough Republican support to get 2/3 of the Senate the vote necessary to ratify the treaty. She flew all night long from Cambodia to the Middle East to get a ceasefire that would avoid a full-out shooting war between between Hamas and Israel in Gaza, to protect the peace of the region. She backed President Obama's decision to go after Osama bin Laden. She launched a team. This is really important today. She launched a team to fight back against terrorists online and built a new global counterterrorism effort. We've got to win this battle in the mind field. She put climate change at the center of our foreign policy. She negotiated the first agreement ever, where China and India officially committed to reduce their emissions. And as she had been doing since she went to Beijing in 1995 and said women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights, she worked to empower women and girls around the world and to make the same exact declaration on behalf of the LGBT community in America and around the world. And nobody ever talks about this much. Nobody ever talks about this much, but it's important to me. She tripled the number of people with AIDS in poor countries whose lives are being saved with your tax dollars, most of them in Africa, going from 1.7 million lives to 5.1 million lives, and it didn't cost you any more money. She just bought available, FDA-approved generic drugs, something we need to do for the American people more. Now, you don't know any of these people. You don't know any of those 3.4 million people, but I'll guarantee you they know you. They know you because they see you as thinking their lives matter. They know you. And that's one reason the approval of the United States was 20 points higher when she left the Secretary of State's office than when she took it. Now, how does this square? How does this square with the things that you heard at the Republican convention? What's the difference in what I told you and what they said? How do you square it? You can't. One is real, the other is made up. And you just have to decide which is which, my fellow Americans. The real one had done more positive change-making before she was 30 than many public officials do in a lifetime in office. The real one, if you saw her friend Betsy Eveling vote for Illinois today, has friends from childhood through Arkansas, where she has not lived in more than 20 years, who have gone all across America at their own expense to fight for the person they know. The real one has earned the loyalty, the respect, and the fervent support of people who have worked with her in every stage of her life, including leaders around the world who know her to be able, straightforward, and completely trustworthy. The real one calls you when you're sick, when your kid's in trouble, or when there's a death in the family. The real one repeatedly drew praise from prominent Republicans when she was a senator and Secretary of State. So what's up with this? Well, if you win elections on the theory that government is always bad and will mess up a two-car parade, a real change maker represents a real threat. So, your only option is to create a cartoon alternative. Then run against the cartoon. Cartoons are two-dimensional. They're easy to absorb. Life in the real world is complicated, and real change is hard. And a lot of people even think it's boring. Good for you, because earlier today, you nominated the real one. Listen. We got to get back on schedule. You guys calm down. Look, I have lived a long, full, blessed life. It really took off when I met and fell in love with that girl in the spring of 1971. When I was president, I worked hard to give you more peace and shared prosperity, to give you an America where nobody is invisible or counted out. But for this time, Hillary is uniquely qualified to seize the opportunities and reduce the risk we face. And she is still the best darn change maker I have ever known. You could drop her. You could drop her into any trouble spot. Pick one. Come back in a month, and somehow, some way, she will have made it better. That is just who she is. There are clear, achievable, affordable responses to our challenges. But we won't get to them if America makes the wrong choice in this election. That's why you should elect her. And you should elect her because she'll never quit when the going gets tough. She'll never quit on you. She sent me in this primary to West Virginia, where she knew we were going to lose, to look those coal miners in the eye and say, I'm down here because Hillary sent me to tell you that if you really think you can get the economy back you had 50 years ago, have at it, go wherever you want to. But if she wins, she is coming back for you to take you along on the ride to America's future. And so I say to you, if you love this country, you're working hard, you're paying taxes, and you're obeying the law, and you'd like to become a citizen, you should choose immigration reform over somebody that wants to send you back. If you're a Muslim and you love America and freedom and you hate terror, stay here and help us win and make the future together. We want you. If you're a young African American disillusioned and afraid, we saw in Dallas how great our police officers can be. Help us build a future where nobody's afraid to walk outside, including the people that wear blue, to protect our future. Hillary will make us stronger together. You know it because she spent a lifetime doing it. I hope you'll do it. I hope you'll elect her. Those of us who have more yesterdays than tomorrows tend to care more about our children and grandchildren. The reason you should elect her is that in the greatest country on earth, we have always been about tomorrow. Your children and grandchildren will bless you forever if you do. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was President Bill Clinton speaking, campaigning on behalf of his wife yesterday at the DNC Day 2. Today, we'll be hearing from President Obama and Vice President Biden. Day 3 of the DNC. Momentarily, we'll be taking you to Scranton, Pennsylvania for a Donald Trump event, and then nonstop DNC coverage after that. But before I do that, I do want to show you this story that Anita Roman was on earlier today. Bring things back locally momentarily. This is what Anita had to say.
According to Tempe police, the suspects were running from police officers, driving at a high rate of speed. They actually hit a train that was crossing these tracks before heading right into that wall. It all started about 1:30 this morning in Phoenix. 48th Street and Southern. A Whataburger was robbed. Someone walked in, held them up at gunpoint. So Phoenix police got the call. They shared the information with all the law enforcement agencies in the area. At 2:05, Tempe received a report of an armed robbery. A man was walking down the street. A suspect with a gun walked up to him, stole his cell phone, possibly other items. A few minutes later, the Phoenix Police Department gets another call, this time a carjacking, right in the border of Phoenix and Tempe. A female victim was robbed at gunpoint. The suspects got away with her gray Nissan, possibly an Altima, possibly a Maxima. Police say that one of the victims was able to tell them that there were 5 suspects. So then at some point, a few minutes later, an MCSO deputy was in Guadalupe on patrol, spotted the Avenger, and that's when he started to chase him. When the Dodge Avenger crashed, 3 different suspects jumped out of that vehicle, tried to make a run for it, but the Phoenix police chopper was overhead, spotted those suspects. They were taken into custody. As of late this morning, the police department was still looking for 2 potential suspects that were last seen driving that stolen gray Nissan. Anita Roman, Fox 10 News.
All right, guys, that was your local news update. We're going to take you back to the live images of the DNC floor. And Mike Page will be joining you with more nonstop news coverage right here on Fox News Now.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let me just open that up just a little bit. Hope everyone's having a great afternoon. We're going to have extensive coverage of Day 3 action of the DNC coming up in just a little bit. But before that happens, we're going to have a Donald Trump rally set to begin any moment now. Once we get that podium shot, we will bring that to you. In the meantime, we're going to go to a Baltimore press conference that had to do with some additional findings in the Freddie Gray case. Let's go to that.
Will be returned to fulfilling their duties with the Baltimore City Police Department and serving the citizens of Baltimore City. The men and women of Baltimore Police Department are extremely dedicated to serving the citizens of Baltimore every day. The comments made today about our officers by Ms. Mosby were outrageous and uncalled for and simply not true. The detectives assigned to the case conducted a very thorough investigation into the tragic death of Freddie Gray, but the state's attorney could not accept the evidence that was presented. She had her own agenda. We want to thank the efforts of our dedicated defense team, who I compassionately call them the FOP legal team, the A team, because they have supported our officers over the last year and 4 months. They did a tremendous job. So at this time, I turn the press conference over to Sergeant Alicia White's attorney, Ivan Bates, who will speak on behalf of the entire team. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Baltimore, it's time to heal. I represent Sergeant Alicia White, my law partner Tony Garcia, Ms. Mary Lloyd. We have the other members of the defense team that are here. So everyone just go ahead and introduce yourself and your client.
Mark Zayon on behalf of Edward Nero.
I'm Catherine Flynn. I'm here with my associate Brandon Mead. We represent Officer Garrett Miller.
Gary Bruckner at the back with Officer Porter to my right.
Andy Graham with Officer Goodson.
And Michael Belsky along with Michael Davey on behalf of Lieutenant Brian Rice, who's standing right here.
Matthew Fralin on behalf of Officer Caesar Goodson.
Now, we would first like to extend our condolences to the Freddie Gray family, myself, the attorneys, the trial team, the officers, everybody involved. Anytime there's an incident like this, it's always a sad time when a family loses anyone, a son. But we also have to recognize on May 1st, 2015, that's when the nightmare began for all these officers. And that is when we saw the state's attorney for Baltimore City walk down the steps and announce to the world the charges, announce to the world what they felt and what they wanted the evidence to be. One of the things we began to look at, the defense team, is the role of the prosecutor. As attorneys, we're covered by rules. We have the Prosecutor Professional Conduct Rule 3.8. Talks about the special responsibilities of a prosecutor and that they must A, refrain from prosecuting a charge that the prosecutor knows is not supported by probable cause. We've heard a lot about an independent investigation. I think the words that Madam State used were a detailed, in-depth investigation. Well, over 15 months since this announcement, my colleagues and myself are still waiting and looking to see and hear about this independent, in-depth investigation. Now, we were able over the past 15 months to review a number of pieces of evidence and discovery. We were able to review the in-depth investigation by the Baltimore City Police Department. Over 30 officers were involved, everyone from the current commissioner on down. These individuals and officers were neutral. They were independent. They looked at what the evidence was, and their investigation viewed it as an accident. And that's what we were able to see. Now, in reviewing the material, we also found out that there were not just local organizations, but organizations such as the Maryland State Police and the FBI that reached out to the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office, offering the opportunity to assist them in a neutral, independent, and thorough investigation. However, we were able to see that the State's Attorney's Office declined that opportunity to have the support and the guidance of some of the best investigators in this country. And in our review of the facts, we were able to learn that Mr. Gray and his friends were out on the corners of the Gilmore homes on that day. That according to one of Mr. Gray's own friends, that they were ready to re-up and sell drugs. That this friend yelled, "Police." And at that point in time is when you saw the story begin to unfold. That is when Mr. Gray ran. At that point in time, the officers did what they were supposed to and they were trained to, what the Supreme Court precedent says that they are allowed to do. They stopped Mr. Gray. They investigated the potential of a crime. They then were able to find and see a knife. What's interesting is during the discovery process, we've heard initially on May 1st that this knife itself was legal. But during the discovery process, we were able to find out that the current state's attorney for Baltimore City was prosecuting 30 young black men for having this same exact knife during the same exact time period. That caused us great concern. Why would you tell the community that that knife is in fact legal when you're prosecuting others and telling them that it is illegal? One of the other issues that we've had, and there have been numerous ones, and I won't go over every single issue, but those are just a few. But then today, something that really bothered me, bothered all of us, is this gag order. The state wished that they would have not had the gag order so that they could have talked to everyone. Well, the state, they were the ones that filed the request for the gag order. So they don't want the gag order, but yet they filed for it themselves. Well, in America, we have to understand we have a criminal justice system. Without a doubt, America is the greatest country in the world. But we still do have problems within the criminal justice system. And we had a judge who the state, for some reason, has decided did not view the evidence in the same light that they want to have it viewed in. And the thing that bothers me is this. When we always attack the criminal justice system, we have to let the criminal justice system speak for itself. It gets it right. We have a judge that worked for the Department of Justice. When we saw the incident that happened in Louisiana, we asked for the Department of Justice to be involved. This judge was that person who normally would come for the Department of Justice. This particular judge investigated the police. He spent months doing investigations, and he convicted police officers around the country. See, you can get a conviction against the police, whether a bench trial or a jury trial, if you do an investigation. But when you do not do an investigation, and you run there, and you quickly want to automatically say that these officers are guilty because they're the police, then you perpetrate the fear that's already there and that's dividing our country. Everybody wanted to find out what happened to Freddie Gray. The Baltimore City Police, they did the investigation and they said it was an accident. The Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office had an opportunity to do an in-depth investigation, and they did not. It is the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office that has denied justice to the Gray family, denied justice to these officers. These officers would like to support and would like to thank their families, their loved ones, and the outpouring of love from the community. Not one of these officers woke up wanting to do anything negative to anyone. As a defense attorney, I've seen good officers, I've seen bad officers. I've seen officers that care for our community. And in closing, I would like to say, God bless the Freddie Gray family. God bless the Baltimore City police officers that risk their life every day for the citizens. And Baltimore City, the greatest city in America as far as I'm concerned, with some of the greatest people in America. It's time to heal, and God bless everyone. Thank you.
So what did happen to Freddie Gray?
I think it's pretty evident from the evidence and from our experts tell us that there was an incident where he fell back, hit his head, the back portion of his neck, between stops 5 and 6. And at that moment in time, when the officers found him, they made a telephone call. And one of the things the press doesn't know is that not only did they call when they found him, but my client, Sergeant Alicia White, called a second time because the ambulance was taking so long to get there. And we can go more in depth at a later time, but you'll find out that the ambulance got there late, that one ambulance went to the wrong location. These are the things that we're talking about, an in-depth, thorough investigation that were never brought out for the citizens to fully judge and see.
Will these officers go back to work, and do they want to go back to work?
There's some other attorneys on the A team that want to speak first,
Okay,
okay?
that's
So let's let the other attorneys have their say, or speak in turn, or?
Just from the administrative aspect of what occurs next, a truly independent investigation administratively will now be done. Commissioner Davis has requested 2 outside agencies. It's the Montgomery County Police Department and the Howard County Police Department. They will be doing the internal review of this entire matter. What that will entail is them reviewing the entire investigation, conducting their own interviews, taking statements most likely from our clients, which will be ordered and they'll be required to give, and they will do a complete investigation to determine if any of these officers violated any of the policies or procedures that were in place and that they knew of on April 12th when this investigation happened.
All right, folks, we're going to transition here. Take you to a live event. This is Scranton, Pennsylvania, where we are awaiting Donald Trump and Governor Mike Pence for a live rally set to begin at any moment right now.
But you didn't want
All right, folks, while we wait for Donald Trump event in Scranton, Pennsylvania, we have John Hook right there in Philadelphia. How you doing, John?
Up here, this is where Tim Kaine, the vice presidential nominee, will speak tonight. And we're standing, and also the president, of course, later tonight, the featured speaker. As President Obama makes the case for Hillary Clinton tonight, it should be a star-studded night. I mean, they are rolling out a lot of big names. Joe Biden will speak tonight. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg will speak tonight. I believe we've got Gabrielle Giffords tonight as well. And Ruben Gallego from Arizona, congressman, will also speak today. We're sitting right in front here. Of course, Tim Kaine, the VP pick, and you got the Virginia delegation right here. And we're streaming live, so we're going to talk to some of these folks here. Is it okay to sit on the reserve sign? Okay, great. How are you doing?
We're doing fine. This is a great day.
What's your name?
Barbara Favola. I'm a state senator in Virginia.
Oh, maybe one day up there, huh?
Oh, I don't know about that. I like the state senate. We're taking one election at a time here.
Barbara, we're gonna meet Tim Kaine. I'm talking about the country at large is going to meet Tim Kaine tonight.
Right.
What do you know about this guy that we don't know?
Oh, Tim Kaine's the real deal. He's a very sincere person. He is who he projects he is. He's very serious, very compassionate, strong sense of social justice, very smart, intellectually one of the keenest minds you'll ever find.
All this talk about, vanilla nice and all this business, he kind of wears that as a badge of courage. He's like, look, I'm not going to be a firebrand. I'm just a smart guy who's a kind person, Jesuit guy, right? So he's a different cut of a politician, maybe.
He is a different cut. I mean, he took a year off between his law school years to spend over in Honduras running a school, that the Jesuits were running. It was a missionary school. Tim Kaine really believes that good people, good ordinary people have to step up and do the right thing to make sure the country gets on the right track. And he's one that does the hard work. He'll roll up his sleeves. He'll know all the facts. And he'll have a good value structure to make a wise decision. And I trust him. And America will trust him after they meet him today.
Well said. Let me talk to this gentleman here because obviously not lost, African American, and you've got the President of the United States, the first African American President of the United States. Can you talk about how big of a moment that was for you in 2008 when President Obama was elected? And to see him tonight, you're going to be you're 20 feet away from him right now.
Right, yes, I will be. And it was a tremendous opportunity to see the senator become the president in 2008. I worked hard to make sure that happened, and it was just a momentous occasion in my life to see an African American become president of our country. I was extremely proud, and I'm still proud today.
Let's fast forward here 8 years. I don't think anybody would argue that there's not the passion that the party felt, even the country felt 8 years ago for one singular individual, Barack Obama. It's different now. This is more like politics before the arrival of Obama. It's kind of the passion level's just not quite there. Would you agree with that?
The passion for President Obama?
The passion for President Clinton, if it becomes President Clinton.
Oh, the passion is there.
You think so? Like 8 years ago, passion?
In my heart, in the people that I am around, the passion is there.
Wow.
This nation will find out in a couple of days. We're waiting to get back home so that we can start that work that needs to be done to make sure that Clinton becomes president of the United States of America. Knocking on doors, canvassing, registering voters, doing every single thing we need to do to
ground
make
game.
that happen.
You're telling me you feel the same degree of passion that you felt 8 years ago?
Let me tell you why. I have my phone with me, right?
This is good because we've got all day. We're streaming live, so we can handle this.
This is why I believe this. I have a grandson. This little guy right here, that's why my passion is there. I have to do whatever I can to make sure that this 27-month-old son have the same opportunities that I've had in my life. And I mean, the work will be done. The passion is there. it may be even higher than it was for President Obama. I mean, President Obama had some wonderful things that he was saying to the nation that needed to be done, and we went to work for him. But right now, we have moved forward with some great advancements under his administration. We need to continue those things so that my grandson will be able to do exactly what I've done in my life and have an opportunity to have a wonderful life here in America. But that won't happen if Donald Trump becomes president. You know why? Because Donald Trump is about Donald Trump. Gold toilets, gold curtains, gold forks and spoons. He's not about America. He's not about Americans. He's about Donald Trump. You heard him say it at the RNC convention. He's about his children. He didn't say all of America's children. He talked about his family, not America's family.
Well,
that's the problem that he has. He doesn't know that we're out here working. He will never become president of the United States of America because of us.
Wow, now I'm feeling the passion. First of all, we buried the lead. I can't believe you're a grandfather.
I'm a grandfather. I'm 61 years old. I'm loving life. It's the best part of my life is right now. Right now.
You're fighting for that, your grandchildren.
I'm fighting for my son, my grandson Miles. Is my whole heart is doing whatever I can for my grandson Miles to make sure that guy grows up and have an opportunity to be whatever he wants to be. You saw the nominee talking about breaking the glass ceiling, not just for women, but for African Americans to go and do what President Obama did. Yeah. The passion is there, and we're going to work to make sure that Donald never becomes president.
Let me get your name.
Joseph James from Dawn, Virginia, right outside the state capitol between Richmond and Fredericksburg.
Hey, listen, great to meet you. Really a pleasure. Have a great night tonight. You got a great seat. You're very gracious with your time. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, you can see that passion there, John.
We got the passion, no doubt. Virginia delegation right down in front here. And we're streaming live back to Arizona. That's quite a hat you've got on there, ma'am.
I'm part of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, Virginia.
Oh, you're from Kentucky?
Kentucky.
Coming over to visit your neighbors.
Yes, I have friends in all states.
Now tell me, you've got the Hillary buttons on. Yes. You're obviously a hard Hillary supporter.
Hillary, Denver 2008, put her on the ballot, just like Bernie did his last night.
How do you feel now? We've still been talking about some of the rifts within the party. You think it's healing up?
Yes, I do. I believe what he did was very unifying for the party and the country. And because, they both have similar issues and positions, and I think now we can work together and make our country even better and stronger.
You think the party's united?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Great to see you. You're going to see some great hats around here. I took a photo that I put on Facebook of the best hat I've seen so far. African-American woman. It's all adorned with American flags. It was out of control.
Oh, we'll have to share
like
that.
Like a floral bouquet.
Wow. So
how are you?
And John,
go ahead, Mike. I can hear you. We got a great connection.
Okay, great, John. So tell us. Obviously, tonight is going to be a big night with President Obama, and I think you're going to see that passion really intensify with the people tonight.
No doubt. I mean, as the conventions wear on, remember the way they choreograph these, and these are choreographed political shows, Mike. They want to build. So Monday night, Elizabeth Warren. Obviously, Bernie Sanders, they start peeling away the people who were dissenters for Hillary Clinton. Maybe we're on the other side of the fence. Not so much Elizabeth Warren, but certainly to try to heal over some of the wounds with the Bernie Sanders folks. And it's amazing, in a 4-day period, it feels like a month between Monday and Thursday. Take it from us.
Oh, sure. I bet. I mean, you guys been going and going. A week ago, you were in Cleveland.
No, I know. I told John Netzel, who's on the camera right now, Cleveland feels like a month ago. It's unbelievable. But as they go through the week, you start to build. And what the party wants to do is establish a crescendo at the end of the week, so that on Thursday night, it is Hillary Clinton's night and the whole world's watching. That is when she gets to state her case and make her case to the American people that she is ready for the job, has been seasoned and tested under fire, and is ready for the job and prepared for the job and eager to take on the job. And that's what we're building toward on Thursday night. And I think on Thursday night what you're going to see is Hillary Clinton also reintroduce herself to the American people. She may be even self-effacing. She's going to try to appear very likable, because that's where she's had issues, is likability and trustworthiness. We got another good hat out there. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine, and how are you?
What's your name?
Cynthia Morrison.
Are you Virginia delegate also?
I am.
What a seat.
That's right, and it's very nice. I hail from the proud city of Portsmouth, Virginia, and we are blue all the way.
Now, would you have been here in this spot had Tim Kaine not been chosen the VP?
Probably, because we are one of the cities that are one of the states that they really need in the Virginia delegation in order to win the election. We one of the key states, and we have Terry McAuliffe as our governor, as you well know.
Oh, of course. I've been doing this kind of throughout some of our News Now broadcasts. Give me one word for Donald Trump.
One word. Despicable.
Wow. Well, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
We have heard some doozies, and we're going to give you some of that at 5 o'clock tonight. Yeah, we're going to walk around a little bit. We're clogging up the aisles here. We're going to take you from the... Oh, you want to go that way? All right, we're going to go up the aisle here. Virginia? Oh, sure. We're going to enter Pennsylvania, right? Pennsylvania, home state. Here we go.
Yes.
Good to see you.
State Representative Leslie Acosta.
Leslie, you're going angling for some votes here and some airtime. I love it.
No. But we're here. Obviously, the excitement for Obama being here tonight, there's going to be a lot of excitement here tonight. Hopefully his message of unity, of hope, of inclusion. And look at this room. We have a lot of diversity here in this room.
Oh, wait, forget about all that. How's your race going?
My race going? I don't have a race. I don't have an opponent.
Oh. You must be very popular.
Well, I don't know. This is my war leader, so she should know.
How's she doing? She doing the job?
She works very hard.
Yeah. Okay, I've been asking one word responses for Donald Trump. I say Donald Trump, you say?
Hey, not wise.
Not wise. Okay, so tonight we start to bridge toward tomorrow night. That's the big night, right? And are you confident that when Hillary Clinton makes this case tomorrow night, she comes out of this convention maybe ahead of Donald Trump?
I think she's going to get a bounce out of this convention, and I think it's going to put her really on top. I think, yes, given everything that's going on, all the speakers that have come forward, everyone that's in support of Hillary Clinton, she's going to get a very good bounce out of this convention.
Let me ask you something real quick. This is a broad question, but I'm always struck by this. People think politicians are a bunch of, they have very low regard. We're right in there. The media is right in there with you guys, right? What I've noticed covering politics, there are a lot of really good people in that position. These people are not all crooks. You're not on some high-level political office. You do it because...
I love people, I love public service, and I like to help. And that's why I'm in this business. Not everybody that gets into this business gets into it for reasons other than to help people. And I am in this business because I really love to help people.
I hear that more often than not. Thank you. Great to see you. Thank you. Oh, we got one more. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I just wanted to say I heard you talking about the Trump issue.
Yes.
For me, he cannot become president.
I keep hearing this. Why not?
Well, first of all, I have stage 4 cancer along with lymphedema, and I was able to get very good treatment because of Obamacare. Had I not had Obamacare, I would not have been able to get the kind of treatment that I was afforded to be able to have.
So this is intensely personal for you.
Oh, absolutely. It's also, we're about to give women a voice here, and today he tells a reporter who's a woman to sit down and be quiet. We cannot have that kind of sexism in our country in 2016. We need to have somebody on day one who is ready to go.
I miss the obvious question with all of you ladies. Last night, when Hillary Clinton goes over the top as the first woman nominee of a major party, that's a big deal. Glass ceiling is cracking, not broken. That would happen in November if she won, but cracking.
Well, and it is a big deal. You know, I have watched her, you know, for a very long time, and she is one of the reasons why, as a woman, I felt I needed to get involved. I started doing community service. I then became a borough councilwoman. I then decided to do more for my party, and
She inspired you.
Yeah, absolutely. She inspired me, and I'm here today to be able to take with me those over 37,000 votes, and to be here and put that pledged vote in for them yesterday.
Excited to hear the president tonight.
Oh, it is going to be amazing for what he has done for my life, and me able to be standing here today because they didn't think I should be. A year ago, I wasn't supposed to be here. And to be able to stand here in front of him today, it's going to be very emotional.
Well, listen, best in your recovery.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Continued good health.
Thank
You look very
Thank
good.
you. Thank you.
So be well. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to make our way, Mike, through the Virginia delegation right up the aisle.
All right.
This is pretty much front row and center. Rolling by Pennsylvania here, and you met some of those delegates. And as we get back here, as I mentioned yesterday with the Democratic National Convention, you know, it's such a big contingent of people that you have to open up the seats in the lower bowl up here. So right up here we've got Colorado, which is of course a purple state in play for Hillary Clinton, certainly because it went Obama in 08 and 12. So Colorado is something I think the Democrats are certainly counting on. We'll make our way here through the back of the room. I'll show you something, a little trick here. And you know, I might note this because it's part of my daily world. The teleprompter. This is a front and center teleprompter for the speakers.
Oh, there it is.
And yeah, there it is. So when you see the speaker looking directly out into the audience, this is what they're looking at as they read their text.
And what do you think that is, like a 52-inch?
Yeah, it's a huge monitor. And then up on the stage, you'll see those two plexiglass. You know, some people look at that and they think it's some type of protection. No, that's a teleprompter that reflects up on that glass up on the stage. And the person speaking can glance from side to side and read off the teleprompters on the stage, and then the center field one is back here. All right, we're back here with New York is right here. That's okay. Don't worry about it. We're all friends. All right, and then up this way is Arizona. We may dip into the Arizona delegation again. John, can you make it?
All
okay,
right,
John is
we're
going
going to Arizona.
Now remember, John is training for the Ironman. So John Netzel, the photographer, our chief photographer at Fox 10, he's in good shape. He'll get to the top of this with all this gear on his back, and he won't even be breathing hard.
He's going for it, yep.
So we're going to dip up here and check in on the Arizona delegation. Is there a way through? Ah, there we go. We got an opening. Hey, guys. How are you? Oh, Scott, I don't want to interrupt you. You're eating. You okay? How are you?
Fine, sir.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you guys.
How's it been so far?
It's been fantastic. This is my first convention, and it's everything I ever dreamt about.
What's your name?
Joe Longoria.
And where are you from?
I'm from Kingman, Arizona.
I've seen your name on a ballot somewhere, haven't I?
Well, you might have.
All right, Joe. Last night, big moment. About the delegation was split pretty close. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton on casting ballots last night. Was there any dissension up here? We were on the floor with Florida later. We missed you guys casting your ballots. How was it up here?
Well, I tell you, you know, there's some who have strong feelings about Bernie, and that's understandable. But, you know, we were so focused on our 102-year-old Jerry Emmett that we weren't thinking about anything else. We were just, you know...
We're going to talk to her in a little bit.
Yeah, we were just so glad that she was able to do that, you know. You know, we were pretty much united, you know.
Nobody walked out.
None of our delegation walked out, no.
That's interesting. In Florida, we had several people walk out of the delegation.
You know, I really didn't notice that. You know, right after we cast our ballots, then I took a break and I heard them guys, you know, chanting in the hall, you know, we're going to walk out. But, you know, that wasn't part of us, so, you know, I didn't pay much attention.
So the delegation's holding together.
Our delegation is strong.
That's great. Joe, thank you. I don't want to interrupt your lunch anymore. How are you, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm fine.
And you are?
Lorraine Reichel.
Lorraine, how was it last night, and how do you expect you're going to feel tonight seeing the president?
Oh, well, I'm so thrilled you know, having Hillary. And your question with Joe on the Bernie delegates, they were very, very quiet after Bernie said his speech.
So they were respectful, even though they may disagree with how things were handled.
They were respectful, but extremely quiet. They didn't say a word after that.
Okay, Lorraine, thank you. You guys have a great night. It's a big night here. Big night here at the DNC. Johnny, how you doing?
Gabby's speaking too tonight.
Yeah, Gabby's speaking tonight. That's right. In fact, is David Hernandez here? He's here? Is he sitting right there? How are you? I got to come talk to you. This is going to be tough, though. Oh, thank you, sir. We're going to get you next, so don't go anywhere. How are you?
All right.
Good. You're David Hernandez's sister.
Yeah, Daniel, yeah.
Daniel Hernandez's
sister. Yes. All three of us were siblings and we're all delegates for Hillary.
Daniel Hernandez, Mike, is the young man who was a Gabby Gifford staffer who cradled her after she was shot at the Safeway in Tucson, up on the northwest side in that horrible shooting. He's running for office right now, right?
He is. He's running for the state legislature, for the state house. He's running in Legislative District 2. And he's currently still on the Sunnyside School Board. And he's running for office right now, but we thought it was important to be here and to witness history. So he should be here any minute.
It's a big night for Gabby as well.
It is. We're very, very excited to see her and for her to have the opportunity to speak at this event. So it's really exciting, and it's going to be a very emotional time for all of us. And as the Arizona delegation, we're all very supportive of each other. And, we all understand whether we were supporting Bernie or Hillary, that we're all in it together. We're all Democrats at the end of the day, so we have to do what needs to be done so that we can get what we want, which is get Hillary elected.
You're a Hillary supporter, but you're younger. Women have had a lot of opportunity in the last 30, 40 years. Some of the women in your delegation know what it was like in this country before women had more and more rights.
2-year-old woman with us who I believe is going to be here soon. And she was born at the time where women weren't allowed to vote. So it's just, for me, it's really exciting. It's a really great opportunity, and it's something that I'm always going to remember. Yesterday I was sitting up there crying after when I heard Hillary, on live give her speech, and it was just a really emotional time for us. It's as a Latina and as someone who, sometimes, yes, we've been, told many times you can't do this or you shouldn't do this, it's just really exciting to be able to see this happen and see a woman be here representing all of us. So I'm very excited about it.
You're very excited about Hillary's candidacy.
Yes, very excited. So when I first started my involvement in politics, it started with Gabby's campaign, volunteering, helping my brother. And then, from there, it was in 2008 when she was running. And we were all Hillary supporters. But then again, when President Obama was the nominee, we, of course, were supporting him as well, because that's just what you have to do. So, yeah, I'm very excited, very, very excited, actually, to just be able to be here and be a part of this.
How's your seat here? This isn't bad, actually. I mean, when I first saw it the first day on Monday, I kind of thought, well, you guys are pretty far away, but your sight lines are actually really good.
Yeah, no, I think we got a really great seat. I'm not complaining, but we did get...
Hey, you're here. Most of the world isn't.
We just got here a little early just to be able to be here so that we don't, have a bad seat. And we've been sitting in the same row since we got here, so it's pretty nice.
Well, listen, great to talk to you, and we're gonna check in with Daniel, your brother.
He'll be here in a few minutes.
He's a sweet guy. He's a really good man. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so Arizona delegation here. They're rolling. Sir, how are you? Let me get your name. And I'll reach over here and.
I'm from Philadelphia, though.
Are you in the delegation, Tennessee?
No, I'm from Philadelphia.
You're Philadelphia?
Yes.
Oh, you are? What are you doing sitting here?
Just sitting here, hanging out, waiting to get an opportunity to see Obama.
You're here to see Obama.
I'm here to see Obama.
What does it mean to you to see President Obama tonight?
Well, for me, it's a little personal in a different way because I was incarcerated 10 years ago.
Yes.
So seeing him on TV, being elected as president 10 years ago, and now seeing him today, it just makes my life feel a lot better.
President Obama's talked a lot about the incarceration rate for African Americans, and he's also tried to make moves to especially with low-level drug offenders, to get them out of prison. How do you feel about how he's maybe helped in that regard?
Well, Eric Holder, I kind of think, was the spearhead of that in regards to him telling his DAs on how to prosecute certain cases and, stop trying to set guys up to lock them into mandatory minimums. I thought that was used by Eric Holder, but Obama also have did some things with the 100-to-1 crack law to 18-to-1, and I thought it was real significant. Helped a lot of people out.
What were you in for?
Drugs as well.
You were in for drugs?
Yes.
Is that a infraction that you think requires prison time?
Absolutely. I mean, laws and regulations is needed. Without it, it'd be anarchy. So you just can't let people just go around doing any and everything. But I did think it was a major difference, or rather a disparity, in regards to the crack law and the powder law.
Yeah.
So I thought that needed to be changed. And I think it can go down. I think they should be equal, actually.
You're going to be screaming tonight, huh?
Huh?
You're going to be screaming tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, good to see you. Good to
All
see
right.
you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank
You
you.
crashed the Arizona delegation, but I'm sure you're welcome here. There is a Tennessee seat here, and I don't know what that's all about. Oh, really? Oh, yes. Yeah. We can. I don't know, Johnny. How's your back?
I'm good.
Okay, I gotta look out for Netzel here, even though he's Iron Man.
Yeah, you guys.
I got to make sure that he's all right. We're on a mission. We're giving you the flavor of the entire outfit here. By the way, this is Mike. We got right here. This is the microphone, and I know it's not hot, but this is where Arizona cast their delegates last night. I think it's 85 delegates for the Democrats in Arizona.
Look at that.
So this is a little podium here where they did their work.
Nice.
Sir, how are you? No, we can get you here. Yeah, let me get your name.
I'm Ben Lavamsa. Hopi.
Ben, good to see you. John Hook, Fox 10. Pleasure. So, how do you feel being here tonight? Hillary Clinton, we get her big night tomorrow, but tonight it's really President Obama.
Well, it's really historic, and I'm honored to be here. It's been very exciting.
How many conventions have you been to, Ben?
This is my first one.
What do you think so far?
It's an experience, and I'm going to do it again if I can. It's really a lot of fun.
How do you feel about the cohesion of the Democrats right now? I mean, you had the Bernie Sanders folks who were not very happy with the process.
Yeah, they were not very happy, but I think we're now coming together as one party, and which is going to be good.
What do you want to hear from President Obama tonight?
Well, I think basically the same kind of the progress that we made. I hope that would continue, because I don't believe that with the other party, the other nominee, that we would get there. In fact, we would regress quite a bit. But I think that progress is going to continue. That's what I would like to hear.
I've asked some of the folks here. I mean, it's kind of like teeing up a softball, but one word for Donald Trump.
Divide.
This is really the one thing that kind of binds all the Democrats together. Even if you support Bernie or you support Hillary, there is a uniting force behind we cannot handle Donald Trump, right? That's the tie that binds.
Well, I look at him as being a liability to the United States, and particularly because I'm Native, it's very threatening to what we've gained so far. So I think that's really going to be damaging. But so I look forward to, under the Clinton administration, to a continued progress for Native tribes.
Ben, thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a little break here, I think, because I want to give John Netzel a break. We got a long day, and I don't want to beat him up too much. I met you yesterday. This poor young lady, I interviewed her yesterday, put her on the spot, asking her all these questions, and she works for the DNC, and she's like, I can't talk. I'm not allowed to talk. I want to apologize for that. I had no idea I was putting you in such a quandary.
It's okay. It's nothing to do with personal. It's just like a affiliation. I'm a volunteer. So
I know, and I'm glad we met up again. I thought you were a delegate or something, and I'm we're having fun, and it was at your expense, and I didn't mean any harm by it.
Quite all right.
Okay, are we friends? All right, we're okay.
See, it's all good
I feel
now.
better. I could sleep tonight.
Yeah.
I could sleep tonight, Mike. This was bothering me because I knew I put her on the spot yesterday. I felt badly about it.
It's all good now. You guys made up. It's great.
All right,
John.
yeah.
Well, we will check back in
You're
with
sure
you
we're
later.
good? All right, Mike, any questions before we sign off here? I know we've been doing this walking tour of the entire DNC here.
No, I was just going to make.
Oh, wait a minute. How are you?
It's so good.
You got friends everywhere.
Likewise, thank you.
Chanel's my friend. She's a teacher, as I recall, right?
Teacher, a governing board member. I'm a school board member.
School board member.
Yeah, for Phoenix and the Ball School District. And I am just so elated to be here to represent with the great state of Arizona, to show individuals what unity looks like.
Let's talk some real stuff here for a minute.
Certainly.
You love Arizona.
I do. I believe that Arizona has a lot of promise, and I think and believe that we need people to represent our state who truly shows what inclusion looks like.
You know what? Let's talk about this, because I've been in Arizona since 1978. I do not believe we are a racist state. Do you think we are?
I think that there are individuals who are afraid of things and people, what it is that they don't know. I have to be honest to say that I have received microaggressions, and I may have been blocked due to me being very outspoken, but more so than anything passionate and committed to the community. When I stand up and fight for African Americans' rights in terms of equity and fairness, it allows me to see beyond myself to stand and fight with my Latino community. It allows me to stand and fight with my LGBTQ community, and I want to be an inspiration to let individuals know that it's not our differences what separates us, it's what our similarities are that really brings us together.
Right. It just bothers me, especially at the height of maybe SB 1070, when you're on an airplane and somebody says, "Oh, where are you from?" and you say Arizona, and they give you that look. And you're like, wait a minute, it's really not like that.
This is my purpose and my passion. When we always have guests or conventions in town in Arizona, I'm always very warm, very welcoming, asking individuals.
That's you.
It's just me. And I want to give them an experience, right? I want to give them an experience to let them know that it is not what you see on the news. We actually are a growing city. We are a city that has a lot of opportunity, and we want you to be involved. Right. There is room for individuals at the table. It's going to take for those personal experiences for us to rewrite the narrative of what Arizona looks like.
How do you feel tonight about seeing President Obama?
I am overjoyed. I saw President Obama when he came to Chandler a few years ago. I know that he is going to speak truth to power. I know that he is going to speak towards unity. And he's such a great example of what grace and what leadership looks like, because he has been under so much scrutiny but has done so much as a two-term president for our country. And I know that he's going to inspire us to do what's right and unite, because I came here as a delegate for Bernie, right? But at the end of the day, I'm a Democrat.
You're cool with this whole thing right now, even though Bernie's out of the picture, at least on the stage.
Let me just say this. Bernie did something absolutely amazing. Exactly and is also what the Black Lives Matter movement did, is that we raised awareness about issues that's directly impacting communities. And if people do not experience that, they're not aware of it. But what they were able to do is they were able to get the most inclusive platform that the Democratic Party has ever seen.
So Bernie won.
Bernie won. Even though you thought he won, he won.
You be well. You be well.
Thank you. Have fun.
I'm glad I caught up with you.
I am too. Thank you so
it's a
much.
big night. Big night. Chanel, thank you. I gotta believe we're gonna see Chanel running for something. Chanel, when are you gonna run for something? Something else?
I'm elected official.
Oh, okay. Okay, so stay tuned. All right, Mike, any questions? I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted.
No, we just have one question from a viewer. John, what do you think the can't miss moment is this next couple days coming up here?
I'm sorry, Mike, one more time.
What is a can't miss moment for these next couple days? If you had to pick one moment that you think is going to be the center of attention, this is from a viewer, what would it be?
I think you have to pay attention to Hillary Clinton's speech tomorrow night, because that's really the seminal moment of any convention, is when the nominee speaks. Go ahead, sir. You can go ahead. I'm sorry. We're blocking the entrance. That's the moment you really need to see. And frankly, everything leads up to that. And as we saw with Donald Trump in Cleveland, despite a messy convention for 3 days, he came out of there with a bounce. And it's really on the strength of Donald Trump and what he did on Thursday night. Like him or not, for his party, he delivered the goods on Thursday night. Ron? Ron Barber's here.
How are you?
John Hook, good to
Hi,
see
John.
you. How are you?
I'm good.
Congressman.
Yeah, how are you doing?
Good to see you.
Me too.
How do you feel about seeing Gabby tonight?
Oh, it's going to be awesome. You know, Gabby's very dear to me, and the fact that she's going to be speaking to a national audience about the issues that we care about is really important.
Ron, how are you feeling these days?
I'm feeling good. You know, I've got a permanent injury on my left leg, but, you know, life goes on. I'm very fortunate to be even alive, so I'm not complaining at all. It's just, it's still, every time we have a mass shooting, of course, those of us who survived the one in Tucson, it kind of brings it all back up again.
I'll tell you, I think back on that day, and that was one of the, to me, that is one of the darkest, if not the darkest day in Arizona.
It started off like just a beautiful, chilly January morning for us, and 10 minutes in, all hell broke loose. It was something that nobody ever expected.
You know, and I'm struck, Ron, by even when we cover police shootings and an officer is injured, and we tend to say, well, he will live, he'll be okay. It's not that easy. A gunshot wound, recovering from a gunshot wound, is just trauma.
It absolutely is. And what helped some of us, myself included, was the fact that people, generally without medical training, came to our aid. The woman who helped me came out of the Safeway, put her basket down, and came right over to me. And there was a doctor there who instructed her how to try to suppress the bleeding in my left leg. She saved my life. I'm convinced of it, because EMTs couldn't get in for quite a while.
You've got a walking stick now, right?
Yeah, I do, because my leg is pretty much paralyzed from the knee down through the foot, and if I don't use this cane, I tend to trip, so that's why I have the third leg now.
Who thought public service could be so dangerous?
I know, it's something else. I mean, beyond that, though, of course, we have an issue with just ordinary citizens who are being subjected to this kind of mayhem, and of course, what happened at Sandy Hook was probably the worst until Orlando came along. So we have to be alert, obviously, but I believe that we have to make some changes in how we manage guns in our country. Not radical changes. I'm not opposed to the Second Amendment. I just think we have to get dangerous people not able to have guns. And that's been my goal since the shooting.
I'm going to let you get back to your seat. You're very kind with your time. Ron, thank you very much. Ron Barber, who was wounded in the shooting at the Safeway in Tucson. Boy, it seems like an eternity ago. I think we're talking 6 years ago now. And Gabrielle Giffords, the former congresswoman who held Ron Barber's seat before he took it, in the wake of that shooting, she will speak tonight to the gathering of delegates behind me. So back to you, Mike, and I think I've got to give John a rest here.
Absolutely. You guys did great. Thanks so much for checking in. We'll check with you guys in a little bit. Thank you so much, John.
Okay, hey, let those guys know they've got a lot of stuff there they can use.
Oh, I will. I will. Those were great interviews. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mike. We'll talk later.
All right, now we are live in Pennsylvania, where Governor Mike Pence just introduced Donald Trump.
She stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? Now, baby, maybe she's in need of a kiss. I said, hey, what's your name?
Thank you. Whoa. Whoa. This is amazing. This is amazing. Thank you. USA. Well, I want to thank. This is incredible. You know, I had a press conference before, and one of the questions was, Mr. Trump, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be campaigning today. You've broken all the rules. What's going on? They're having their convention. Sir, you're not supposed to be campaigning. Well, guess what, folks? We're campaigning, okay? We're campaigning. Because we're going to make America great again, folks. We're going to make America great again. Remember that. And they said the same thing, during the primaries. We had 17 people, very talented people, and they said the same thing. This will never work because Trump comes in, he has these big rallies, and then he leaves. And I'm supposed to have dinner like with two people, spend the entire evening, then go to another two. And they said, well, why do you do that? I said, well, I do it because I can get the rallies. The other people can't get the rallies. It's very simple. It's very simple. But that worked. I have to thank two people that have been unbelievable and great friends. Tom Marino, Congressman, where's Tom? Get up here, Tom, get up here. And Lou Barletta, get up here. Oh, there they are. Lou. All right. They have like big fences to cross. Just stay there, just relax, okay? We all know what you look like. You know, but they have been so great right from the beginning, and I want to thank you both. I want to thank you both. Thank you. I mean it. So it's been an amazing, sit down. Come on, we've got plenty of time, right? We have nothing but time. It's a nice place. This is very nice. First of all, Mike Pence has been amazing. He's been amazing. And one of the reasons, and this is 100%, one of the reasons I chose Mike was because Indiana, under his leadership, has done so well. It's done so incredibly. AAA bond rating. They have really low unemployment, one of the top few states. Everything is good. Even for the veterans, in terms of employment, I think it was 32 or 38. No, that's not the good number. That was when he got into office. And when he left, right now, basically, they were number 2 in the nation. He wants it to be number 1. That's incredible. That's veterans being employed by some of the folks in this room. So that was good. Now, when we won New York, we had these incredible victories. Now, what do I know about politics, right? What do I know? But we do have a lot of common sense, all of us, don't we? We know. We know a lot. We know a lot. When I had a run that was incredible. It started with New York. And you know what's nice? I won New York, Queens, you're right, Queens. He knows. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? But we had this incredible period of time, and we just kept winning. But I went to New York, and we had a massive landslide victory. Won just about everything. And in my victory speech, I don't even know why I said it, but I said, this is in the middle of Fifth Avenue, okay? We're going to put the miners back to work. I said that. I don't even know why. And by the way, that includes the steel workers, and we're going to take a lot of the regulations off of gas because gas is big and they want to close you down. They want to close the mines down. They've been closing mines down. It's sad. It's sad. But little did I realize that shortly thereafter, I'd go to a place called West Virginia. And did they love Trump? Did you see those numbers? And Hillary Clinton, crooked Hillary Clinton, she's really crooked. So Hillary Clinton, thank you. You know what we're going to do even better? We're going to beat her on November 8th. We're going to beat her, okay? That's even better, okay? That's what we're going to do. Got to get out there. We got to vote. You got to get out there. We got to get out there. But you remember, so Hillary gave a press conference in an area where coal and the different things that we all love wasn't so important, right? And she figured she'd make the statement and it wouldn't get back to West Virginia. It got back to West Virginia, and it got back to Pennsylvania, and it got back to Ohio, and it got back to a lot of places that she didn't want to hear that message. She said, We're going to put the coal miners and we're going to put the coal mines out of business, okay? No good. And we had an event. It was at a big, massive place. It was beautiful in West Virginia. And the place was packed. It had to be 10, 12,000 people. And outside, they had at least double that number. And it was love. And I went and saw some of the miners. And I said, so tell me, would you ever think of like leaving and going to another place and maybe doing something else instead of this? They said, Mr. Trump, and I understand this so well, we love mining. We love doing it. This is our livelihood. Our fathers, our grandfathers, this is what we do. We do it so well. We don't want to do something else. And I said, I love that. I love that. I can understand it, and I love that. Love it. So hang in, because we're going to put you back to work. We're going to put you back. It's going to be a beautiful thing to see, because these are great people. These are amazing people. And so many from this area, but so many from this state. And I went to school in Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. You know, I love Pennsylvania. And we're just gonna, you know, when I look around and I see what happened, I didn't need to do this. I had a very nice life. Beautiful family, beautiful business. I built this incredible company, all good stuff. And I just couldn't stand, you look at the Iran deal. You look at so many different, everything is wrong. Everything is wrong. Take a look. I'll tell you what, let's talk. Take a look at the convention that's going on right now. They don't honor, think of it, they don't honor our police. They don't honor our law enforcement. We started complaining they had no American flags on this massive stage. They had no American flags. They forgot to put up. Now, we had a lot of flags. Somebody said, I can't see you, Mr. Trump. There are too many flags. I said, that's okay. We'll leave it that way. But we had a tremendous success. And we got a bounce that, according to one of the networks, said it was one of the biggest bounces that anyone's seen. Now, I give a lot of credit for that to my family, Melania and Tiffany and Ivanka and Don and Eric. And they talk about these people, they say stars, stars. I'd rather have those 5 stars, much more so. Those 5 plus 1, by the way. But they did an amazing job. And I have one of the stars with me. Shall I introduce you to Eric? Eric! Eric! Get over here, Eric. Come here.
Wow. Look at this crowd. This is amazing. Well, you know what, guys? I had to come today. I spent so much of my youth in Scranton, in Carbondale, in Waverly. So many of my best friends in the world. I went to boarding school in Pennsylvania for 5 years, and I just love this state. But I know this area as well as anyone, and I just had to be here today. We have so many great friends here, and thank you. And you know, we just came off a convention, and we had the greatest time, and it was such an honor to be up there to talk about my.
All right, everybody. Fox did step away from the Donald Trump rally in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and has given us this live look inside the DNC for Day 3 coverage. But before we take this shot, there is a live press conference going on with Philadelphia security officials about the security for the next 2 days as President Obama is in town, as well as, well, Hillary Clinton, big speech tomorrow.
extremely professional. Again, people coming up, not just in terms of how they deal with demonstrators, but even in how polite they've been in answering questions of visitors and everyone who may not have been involved in asking, like, well, what's going on? It's a whole lot of good things that have been going on out there. We're proud of. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, but that's something we'll call all that information, particularly as the week comes to an end, and take a look at that. You know, you get a large-scale event like this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but you hope that it's just something that's minimal in nature. None that I'm aware of right now.
With the Secret Service and the state police and your offices, do you have an idea of roughly how many officers you have out there?
That's something we're going to withhold probably till the very end for a lot of reasons, and perhaps when we close out. Hopefully at the end of the week, that might be something we discuss, but we're not ready to discuss that right now. Well, I mean, to me, and I think many other people who wear this uniform across the country will tell you that sometimes if you go looking like you're prepared for a fight, then that's what you get. And so for us, we don't believe in that. It doesn't really say a lot about what you feel about protecting people's constitutional rights if you start out looking like you're in a bunch of protective gear. Again, this is just my opinion. This is only the world according to me. We believe it works. And in addition to which, we made that pledge. To everyone we met with, all the demonstrators, that's what we were going to do. And as you can see, it is Wednesday, and this is how everyone has been dressed in Philadelphia, particularly all of those dealing with protesters, from myself all the way down to the bike officers. You see they just have on shorts and their bike helmet, which they should wear every day anyway, and nothing more.
Last question, please.
I think you're seeing that approach is pretty widespread across the nation in most departments that routinely deal with demonstrations and protests. For the most part, it is just a position that many of us will take because you can always go up, but once you start up here, it's hard to come backwards. So, and again, I think protesters and demonstrators, they understand that you're trying to convey something positive when you do that, and it is certainly my estimation that they appreciate it. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 2016 Democratic National Convention Chair, Representative Marcia Fudge from Ohio.
The third session of the 47th Quadrennial National Convention of the Democratic Party will now come to order. Delegates, alternates, standing committee members, special guests, and other friends, members of the news media, guests from around the world, and our fellow Americans, welcome to our deliberations. Please rise for the invocation offered by Reverend William Byron from St. Joseph's University.
Friends all, recent weeks have brought violence and senseless killings to this nation, and I'm thinking in particular of Baton Rouge and Dallas. It just intrigues me that the Dallas assassin bore the name Micah and Xavier. So I'm going to borrow from the words of the prophet Micah and the great St. Francis Xavier in making this invocation. Let's be mindful that we're in God's presence as we pray. Lord God, creator and ruler of the universe, we invoke your blessing on this assembly, mindful that you hold our destiny in your hands. Life itself is your gift to us. What we do with our lives is our gift to you. So bless us, we pray, as we look to the future of this nation. Keep us free from hatred and violence. Protect us from confusion, and make the words of Francis Xavier our own, Xavier who said, "In you, O Lord, have I put my hope. Let me never be confounded." And we turn to your great prophet Micah to listen to you speak the words that he passed on to us. You have been told, O man, O woman, what is good, and what the Lord requires of you, only to do justice, to love goodness, and to walk humbly with your God. So help us, Lord, to work unceasingly for justice, to know what is good, and to seek it without fail, and to be truly humble as we walk with you into an unknown but hope-filled future. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the presentation of colors, presented today by the Pennsylvania National Guard Honor Guard.
Colors. Halt.
Please welcome Monroe Handy from Philadelphia.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your caps and welcome Sebastian de la Cruz from San Antonio.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free? And the home of the brave.
Arms. Ready, 2. Port, arms. Colors, color turn. Arch.
Ladies and gentlemen, pursuant to our procedural rules, the Convention Secretary has received nominating documents from one Democratic candidate for the office of Vice President of the United States, Senator Tim Kaine. Representative Bobby Scott from Virginia has placed Senator Kaine's name in nomination. Seconding the nomination is Doris Cruz Mays, the president of the Virginia AFL-CIO, and Walter Tejada, a community leader and advocate from Arlington, Virginia. There being only one person nominated, the chair will entertain a motion to suspend the rules and nominate Tim Kaine by acclamation as the vice presidential candidate of the Democratic Party. Is there a second? All in favor of the motion to suspend the rules? and nominate by acclamation Tim Kaine as the Democratic Party's vice presidential candidate, please say aye. All opposed? Two-thirds of the delegates having voted in the affirmative, the motion to suspend the rules and nominate by acclamation is adopted. Pursuant to our convention rules, Senator Tim Kaine has been invited to make an acceptance speech. I am pleased to inform you that Senator Kaine thanks you, and he will deliver his speech later tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Daniel Driffin from Atlanta, Georgia.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Driffin, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I serve as a co-founder of Thrive SS. Together with more than 1 million Americans, I'm living with HIV. When the HIV/AIDS epidemic first emerged in the 1980s, I wasn't born yet. It was a mysterious virus, then a deadly one too. It seemed to be picking off gay men one by one, especially Black and Latino. The community spoke out so that policymakers would take notice. And while some ignored their voices, Hillary Clinton listened. She advocated for the increased funding for prevention and research as First Lady, and then worked to increase the funding in the Senate. She defended the Ryan White CARE Act, and she worked to expand resources for testing and education. As Secretary of State, Hillary helped to ensure that 6.7 million people around the world got access to antiretroviral therapy. And she cracked down on the stigma around the virus and helped lift the travel ban with the help of the Congressional Black Caucus, which prevented people with HIV/AIDS from entering our country. As a result of her work and the work of so many others, many who are here tonight, the number of new HIV diagnoses are on the decline. In the United States, by nearly 20% over the last decade for certain populations. We know how to prevent the virus now. We know how to diagnose the virus now. We know how to treat it, and we know how to suppress it. We've learned all that within my lifetime. But still, there are many living with HIV, and so many others are. And who are most at risk? Young, gay, Black men. Men like me. In fact, 1 in 2 gay Black men will be diagnosed with HIV in their lifetime if current rates continue. And if we have enough data, I'm sure Black transgender women are more at risk too. So what do we do to fight HIV/AIDS today? We invest in research and education. We expand treatment and prevention, and we elect Hillary Clinton. With Hillary Clinton as our president, I believe that we can meet our goals of an AIDS-free generation. So, as an organizer, as an advocate, as a Black man, as a gay man, and as a man living with HIV, I ask you to go get tested and then go and vote. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President and CEO of the Center for American Progress, Neera Tanden.
Good afternoon. It's truly an honor for me to address this convention because, frankly, I wouldn't be here without the policies of the Democratic Party. My parents got divorced when I was 5. My father left for a time and my mother had to go on welfare. She worked hard to support me and my brother. We also had help, a lot of help. We used lunch vouchers at school and food stamps at the supermarket. And after we moved out of our house, a federal subsidy allowed us to get an apartment and stay in a town with good public schools. It wasn't easy, but we eventually got back on our feet because of the investments Democrats have made to support struggling families, families like mine. So I know firsthand that the decisions our leaders make all the difference in people's lives. That's why I chose a career in public policy, and that's why I am so very proud to support Hillary Clinton. For decades, Hillary has championed the issues that matter to working families: child care, paid leave, equal pay. But she doesn't just talk the talk, she walks the walk. I know because I worked for her as I was starting my own family. I fretted about working for an intense senator when my daughter was so young. But no matter how busy Hillary got, she always made family flexibility a reality for her staff. Once, she flipped her entire travel schedule so I'd make it to my daughter's pre-K graduation. In fact, Hillary was the second person to call me in the hospital when my first child was born. And she was the first person to call me when my second child was born. I don't know what that says about my family, but I know what it says about Hillary. She's there for people. She has your back. And that matters in Washington. What you do, not just what you say, matters. For Hillary, politics is about fighting for people, not when the cameras are on, but when they are off. Not when the decisions are easy, but when they are hard. She's a leader we can have faith in, and she'll be a president we can count on to always have our back. Let's go do this in November. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas.
Hello, Democrats. Hello, Texas. I am a breast cancer survivor. And I know that there are many in this room who faced what I faced, who fought the fear by His grace and mercy and survived. Democrats, we must fight the Republican nominees of fear and unite behind Hillary Clinton, the candidate who fights for us. I came here from Houston, a city with a great new mayor and a place where people of all races and sexual orientation and religions are respected. We have a strong legacy. Mickey Leland and Barbara Jordan, who addressed the 1976 Democratic Convention. Her pursuit of justice and equality is our call today. Barbara Jordan once said, through the process of amendment, interpretation, and court decisions, I have finally been included in We the People. Democrats, we are the We the People Party. Last night, we reached a milestone of history. We nominated the first woman to be the President of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton. A woman of uncommon strength, a change maker, a survivor. I am woman, hear me roar. But on the other hand, we have the Republican nominee, the man of fear, and Cleveland, the convention of fear. But we cannot choose fear. We cannot elect a president who provides no hope to the laid-off union worker, no hope for the mother of 5, and no hope for the researcher who might find a cure for cancer. We cannot elect a leader who is willfully ignorant to the outcry of young people who want real criminal justice reform and responsible gun safety legislation now. Not another Newtown, Charleston, Orlando, Baton Rouge, or Dallas. The Republicans' nominees of fear are not for our America. So Democrats, what our mission is today, we must be determined in our fight, demanding of each other, discerning of the facts, and demonstrative of our movement. The universe is sometimes dark, but there are bright, bright, bright stars that light our way, and they will guide us to a safer, more prosperous, and more equitable America. The winds of change are at our backs, Clinton and Kaine, and we must march on, march on, march on, and together, we can elect Hillary Clinton. So stand up, Democrats. Stand up and see those stars that lighten us. Stand up, Democrats, and see the light.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Michelle Lujan Grisham from New Mexico.
Hello. We have a historic opportunity to elect a leader who is ready to tackle all of the issues that we face as a nation, both as commander-in-chief and as a mother and grandmother who understands the challenges of families. Now, we as a nation are understandably anxious about the volatility around the world, and I know that I want an experienced and level-headed president who knows what it's like to make decisions in the White House Situation Room. I trust Hillary Clinton to make us safe. And I also look forward to the day, and I can see it from here, when we have a president who knows firsthand how women's economic security is tied to the issues like access to women's health care, equal pay for the same work, and long-term care for our disabled children and our aging parents. Now, we have a motto in Congress: when women succeed, America succeeds. Right? Right? But that motto doesn't seem to matter to Donald Trump and Mike Pence. We all know how Donald Trump talks about women. Now, he's suggested that working mothers aren't giving 100% at their jobs. He's called breastfeeding disgusting. He thinks that equal pay for women gets away from, and I quote, capitalism. Now he has a running mate who thinks women belong in the home not running companies, not serving in the military, and certainly not running the country. Now look, I'm incredibly fortunate to serve my beloved constituents in New Mexico as a member of Congress. But I'm also the proud mother of two incredible daughters. I'm Grandma Gigi to my beautiful granddaughter Avery, and I'm the primary caregiver for my mom. Caregiving is part of who I am, but it's also financially and emotionally draining for both my mom and me. Now, Hillary Clinton understands we need to support the millions of families who are caring for their aging or disabled family members. And when she says she'll fight for an America where every woman has the economic security she needs to live the life that she wants and she deserves, I believe her. Because when I believe her, we believe her. Because Hillary Clinton, when she says she's going to do something, she gets it done. Hillary Clinton stands with us, and we're with her. And we will be stronger as a nation with Hillary Clinton as the next president. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Eleanor Holmes Norton from the District of Columbia.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, fellow Americans, fellow delegates. I am privileged to represent the 700,000 American citizens, growing by 1,000 every month in your nation's capital. We are so proud of our city, with a budget larger than that of 13 states, that we want to become the 51st state of the United States. We are home to our most powerful institutions, yet we have been denied our power as American citizens. The power we seek is ordinary, it's not lofty. It is the democratic power of equal citizenship. It is the power of local control over $4 billion in locally raised funds. 30 states rely more on federal funds to balance their annual budgets than DC does. It is the power of local control over purely local laws, like our gun safety laws, that Republicans try to eliminate every single year. And yes, it is also the democratic power that gave birth to the nation itself, the quid pro quo power of the vote in the House and Senate in return for the taxes we pay to support the United States. For DC residents not only pay taxes without representation, we pay the highest federal taxes per capita in the United States with no votes in the House and Senate to show for those taxes. For lack of voting rights, the nation's founders declared their independence and dared their opponents to stop them. D.C. residents are not declaring independence from our country. We are declaring our intention to join our country as the 51st state. Republicans say we want too much, stating in their platform that our tax-paying citizens are a special responsibility of the federal government and calling by whatever means necessary to undermine, not increase D.C.'s local sovereignty. In dramatic contrast, our Democratic platform says restoring our democracy means passing statehood for the District of Columbia. Our nominee, Hillary Clinton, says, as president, I will be a vocal champion for D.C. statehood. Never before has a presidential nominee taken office with so solid a promise for full and equal citizenship for D.C. residents. And listen up, America, a nominee who will stand up for D.C. will stand up for you too. Hillary for president, statehood for the District of Columbia.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Adam Schiff from California.
Thank you. As the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, I am keenly aware of the grave threats that we face. From the murderous brutality of ISIS and Al-Qaeda to Iran's sponsorship of terror, from the belligerence of Vladimir Putin to the madman in Pyongyang. This November, America's decision is about more than who confronts these threats. It's also about how. Will we continue to be a beacon for the freedom-loving peoples around the world? Or will we hunker down, shelter in place, or worse, sow division and discord? Will we pick a man with no vision who cowers behind angry rhetoric? Or will we pick a woman of courage, conviction, and compassion? In short, the stakes could not be higher. When the rights of expression, religion, and association are under growing assault around the globe, when the world needs a leader who can offer blood, tears, toil, and sweat, Trump offers only bluster, tirade, tedium, and threat. With malice towards all and charity for none, Trump would separate us from the world and divide us here at home. In Trump's world, NATO is a relic, Putin an ally, Tiananmen an example, and torture our instrument. This is not leadership, this is calamity. It is not speaking hard truths or shunning political correctness, but instead failing to see America's greatness, its essential goodness, its unending promise. Like an easy mark at one of his casinos, Trump would have us throw the dice with America's future. We will not do it. But thank God, America has a choice. Rather than a man of endless ego and obsession, we can choose a woman of purpose and determination. Instead of a man who sees little but danger and murder in the face of immigrants, we can choose a woman who understands how immigrants have strengthened this nation of immigrants. Instead of a man who would gamble on the greatness of America, we can choose a woman with a brilliant mind, a resolute heart, a steady hand, and a passion for the betterment of humankind. Ladies and gentlemen, this fall, the choice for Commander-in-Chief is clear: Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Representative Maxine Waters from California.
Hello, Democrats. I am Maxine Waters, and I'm a proud Democrat from the progressive state of California. The primary season has ended, and we have so much to be proud of. As a member of the Platform Committee, I have no problem with giving Bernie Sanders credit for contributing to our historic progressive platform. And I am thrilled, absolutely thrilled, to acknowledge Secretary Hillary Clinton's work to unite and strengthen our Democratic Party. So, tomorrow night, Hillary Clinton will accept the party's nomination, and we must leave this convention energized, united, and committed to winning in November. America, we have a winner in waiting. The next president of the United States of America, Hillary Rodham Clinton. You know, I'm so proud to support a woman who has the skill to meet with world leaders, kings and queens, and who commands respect from our friends and our foes alike. I'm elated to have a candidate who really understands diplomacy, global security, and the importance of climate protection. I'm so thankful we have Hillary Clinton, whose life of public service is not mythical, but real and profound. Hillary Clinton will have the trust of our disabled Americans. She will never mock or disrespect them. She will work to improve their lives. And she will not allow our veterans to be patronized or forgotten. I know Hillary Clinton will create a place at the table for all: African Americans, Latinos, Asians, the LGBT community, Native Americans, Jews, Muslims, AMEs, Baptists, Methodists, Pentecostals. Everyone will be welcome in Hillary Clinton's White House. Now, you know the NRA has intimidated a lot of members of Congress, but Hillary Clinton is not intimidated by the NRA. Gun violence must stop in this country. She will not rule with fear and predictions of failure. And while she will work to support our police, she will also support fair and just police policies. The lost lives of unarmed citizens must stop. Black lives matter. Oh yes, women of America, women of the world, oh, we're going to be treated with dignity and respect. We will not be judged by our appearance or our size or our accent. We will not be denied freedom of choice. We will demonstrate our talents, and we will prosper. Hillary's experience as the First Lady, as a United States Senator, as the best Secretary of State we ever had. Really uniquely qualifies her to be the next President of the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of NARAL Pro-Choice America, Elise Hogue.
I am a fourth-generation Texan. Texas women are tough. We approach challenges with clear eyes and full hearts. To succeed in life, all we need are the tools, the trust, and the chance to chart our own path. I was fortunate enough to have these things when I found out I was pregnant years ago. I wanted a family, but it was the wrong time. I made the decision that was best for me, to have an abortion and get compassionate care at a clinic in my own community. Now, years later, my husband and I are parents to two incredible children. My story is not unique. About 1 in 3 American women have abortions by the age of 45, and the majority are mothers just trying to take care of the families they already have. You see, it's not as simple as bad girls get abortions and good girls have families. We are the same women at different times in our lives, each making decisions that are best for us. If we want families to succeed, we start by empowering women. Give us accurate information and access to health care. Keep politicians out of our business when we're not ready to parent, and support us when we are. That's what gives our families the best chance to get ahead and stay ahead. And that is what Hillary Clinton has spent decades fighting for. Donald Trump, he's different. He said women who have abortions like me should be punished. He calls women pigs and says breastfeeding is disgusting. Now, some people think he doesn't really mean any of that. But look at who he picked for VP. Mike Pence led the charge to defund Planned Parenthood, pushed to let hospitals turn a woman away if she needs an abortion to save her life, and signed a bill with some of the most outrageous abortion restrictions in the country. He has even said he can't wait to send Roe versus Wade into the ash heap of history. Together, Donald Trump and Mike Pence have united to form the Make Misogyny Great Again ticket. And the people who so loudly oppose abortion rights, let me let you into their dirty little secret. They're not only against abortions. Many of these people are also fighting to restrict access to contraception and block common sense policies to support working moms. It's not abortion that bothers them. It's empowering women to live our own lives. And that's right. And when we have power over our own destiny, we not only strengthen our families, we honor our most cherished traditions of liberty and equality. These aren't just women's issues. These are the very foundation of our freedom. We need a president who has the experience, the wisdom, and the grit to stand up against the bullies. We need a president who knows that women's rights are human rights. We need a president who will keep expanding the frontiers of freedom for all Americans. We need Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Andrew Gillum, Mayor of Tallahassee, Florida.
Hello, my fellow Democrats. And hello, my fellow Floridians. In case y'all needed a reminder, Florida is in the house. As I prepared for tonight, I thought back on the path that led me to this moment. Born the fifth of 7 kids in Miami-Dade, Florida, to my daddy, Charles, a construction worker, and my mother, Frances, a school bus driver. My parents worked their entire lives to provide for me and for my siblings greater opportunities than they had ever been afforded, creating the possibility for me to be the first in my family to go to college and graduate from the Florida A&M University. They dared us to fly higher than they could ever see. And they always provided us the opportunity and a path to pay it forward. I can still hear my grandmother's voice telling me, "Boy," she said it just like that, "go to school, mind your teachers, get your lesson, and one day bring that education home." She said, "Bring it home for your baby sister and your little brother who may not know what education is." She said, "Bring it home for that little boy down the street that you play with. God knows where he'll end up. Bring it home." It was a reminder that if we were going to get anywhere, we would get there together. My friends, this is the story of our party, and it's also what drives our nominee. Hillary Clinton has shown us her heart, her strength, her passion for this country's future. A future, quite frankly, that means more to me now than it ever did before. Because in addition to being the mayor of Tallahassee, Florida, the capital city of our nation's 3rd largest state, I'm also a father. And along with my wife, RJ, we are raising 2-year-old twins, Jackson and Caroline. So when I head to the voting booth, I want you all to know that they are coming with me. Because I want them to know that I'm not just casting a vote for Hillary Clinton and my fellow Democrats. I am casting a vote for them. Ensuring the kind of future they deserve requires leadership that will unify and inspire us, that can build on this country's best instincts for inclusion and optimism. You know what, y'all? The world can seem scary enough without so-called leaders leading with fear for political gain. That's right. Every day in this country, Black parents send their sons out with a deep sense of anxiety, hoping that they will return home to them safely. And every day, police officers kiss their loved ones heading to work to protect and to serve, and they hold that same sense of hope and fear in their hearts. In these times of anger and fear, we can't afford to retreat to our respective corners. We can't let this animosity grow and get stronger. That's right. And the truth is, we've seen examples of communities and law enforcement coming together during crisis, to grieve together and to help each other heal. That is exactly how it is supposed to work. And it's on all of us to ensure that in our communities, that becomes the reality. Because in the end, y'all, in the end, we all want the same thing for our families. Our fates are inextricably tied together. And with the right leadership, we can renew our trust in one another again. I believe with every fiber of my being that Hillary Clinton is the leader that we need. So on Inauguration Day, I look forward to holding my babies tightly. I look forward to watching history unfold before their eyes and before mine. And I look forward to, along with all of you, shouting toward that big stage in Washington, D.C. and saying, "Congratulations, Madam President." Thank you, and God bless.
In 1975, I joined Dan Inouye, Spark Matsunaga, and Patsy Mink in Congress. A few years later, we were joined by Dan Akaka, Bob Matsui, and Robert Underwood. We made a difference for millions of people in our country. Patsy Mink led the effort on the passage of Title IX, which opened doors to women by prohibiting sex discrimination in education. Bob Matsui, Dan Inouye, Spark Matsunaga, and I led the efforts for the passage of the bill that apologized to Japanese Americans incarcerated during World War II and provided redress. Dan Akaka led the efforts on the passage of the apology resolution for the U.S. overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii. In 1994, we formed a caucus with this growing number of Asian American Pacific Islander members of Congress. We laid the groundwork for greater diversity in our government, so today the number of AAPIs in elected office are growing, and so is their leadership. As a result, Judy Chu was able to pass the Resolution of Regret for the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. And this past year, Grace Meng and Mazie Hirono passed legislation eliminating derogatory terms in our laws relating to minorities. We came together to have a greater voice in D.C. and throughout the country. We learned from the lessons of the past to fight for a better future. When those making the decisions look like America, everybody in America benefits.
Today, there are 13 Asian American and Pacific Islander members of Congress, and our caucus has grown to 50 members. Collectively, we work to protect and advance the civil and constitutional rights of all Americans and establish policies on legislation and issues that reflect the concerns and needs of the Asian American and Pacific Islander community. We are proud that our caucus has continued the tradition that Norman Mineta started, and we look forward to new leaders of tomorrow. Today, we have a voice.
I am Congresswoman Judy Chu from California. And I am proud to be the first Chinese American woman ever elected to Congress. Standing with me are my fellow Asian American and Pacific Islander, or AAPI, members of Congress. Many of them, too, are trailblazers in their own right. And we are all proud to support Hillary Clinton for President of the United States. It wasn't too long ago that if you saw an Asian Pacific American walking in the U.S. Capitol, you had to stop to do a double take. But how things have changed. We now have a record number of AAPI members of Congress. And most importantly, we are organizing and making our voices heard. We have gone from being marginalized to becoming the margin of victory in key swing states and districts all across our nation.
America needs a president who will fight for us, someone who rejects the hateful rhetoric that is too often used to divide us and believes that America's diversity is our greatest strength. That's why we've got to elect Hillary Clinton as our next president of the United States. When it comes to the issues most important to us, Hillary Clinton gets it. On immigration reform, she gets it. So many families have been kept apart for decades by an incredibly long family visa backlog. Hillary will fight to clear that backlog so that millions of American families can finally be reunited with their loved ones. We're with Hillary because she is committed to comprehensive immigration reform. On education, she gets it. So many of our parents and grandparents sacrificed to come to the United States because they wanted their children to get a better education and live the American dream. We're with Hillary because she'll make debt-free college available for all Americans. On voting rights, she gets it. Today, almost 70% of AAPI adults are foreign-born. Access to translated and absentee ballots is critical. And we're with Hillary because she will work with Congress to restore the Voting Rights Act and ensure fair access to the ballot box. On making sure we have a diverse federal government, she gets it. We're with Hillary because she will appoint an administration that looks like America. And on safeguarding our civil liberties, she gets it. I am so proud to have Congresswoman Doris Matsui and Congressman Mike Honda as members of our caucus. During World War II, both Doris and Mike were imprisoned in internment camps for no other reason than their ethnicity. Donald Trump doesn't seem to have a problem with this part of our history. With Hillary Clinton, we know the civil and constitutional rights of all Americans will be protected. Tonight, we are also grieving for our dear friend and colleague, Congressmember Mark Takai from Hawaii, who passed away last week at the age of 49 after a hard-fought battle with pancreatic cancer. Mark truly had the aloha spirit and was deeply committed to advancing the priorities of the people of Hawaii and our veterans. I will never forget the tears in his eyes when he learned about the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. It gave him and millions of Americans hope that we will finally find a cure for cancer. In his memory, we've got to keep hoping and fighting. Hillary Clinton is the best choice for all Americans to move our country forward. Our caucus members reflect the diversity of America, and that is why we are proud to stand with her.
Aloha! I'm Senator Mazie Hirono from Hawaii, an immigrant, the first Asian American woman to be elected to the United States Senate. I support Hillary Clinton because she is a lifelong champion for women, children, and families. And with the help of all of us, she will fight for all families, including immigrant families, in the White House. Mahalo, aloha.
Hafaday. I am Congresswoman Bordallo from Guam. the U.S. territory in the Pacific, and I support Hillary Clinton because she understands the unique needs of the territories and is committed to the Asia-Pacific rebalance. She is a strong leader. We need her to move forward as a nation. Thank you.
I am Congressman Mark Takano from the great state of California. And I'm the first openly gay person of color to be elected to the United States Congress. As a proud Gaysian, I support Hillary Clinton because she is a strong champion for LGBT rights. She will fight to end employment discrimination against LGBT Americans.
I'm Congressman Ami Bera, also from that great state of California. As the only South Asian member of Congress, and as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, I support Hillary Clinton because she is the only candidate that understands the complexity of the world and is prepared from day one to lead America.
I'm Congressman Bobby Scott from Virginia, and I'm the first person with Filipino ancestry to be elected as a voting member of Congress, and I support Hillary Clinton because she believes that all children deserve a quality, affordable education so they can reach their full potential.
I am Congressman Ted Lieu from California, and a colonel in the United States Air Force Reserve. I support Hillary Clinton for president because she will fight for our military personnel, our veterans, and our military families. She will make sure that those who risk their lives for our country get the health care and the resources that they need.
Good evening. My name is Gregorio Camacho Kilili Sablan, and I am from the Northern Mariana Islands. I support Hillary Clinton because she believes that all Americans should have, including those in the Pacific Island territories, should have access to quality, affordable health care. Thank you very much.
I'm Congresswoman Grace Meng from New York, the first Asian American elected to Congress from the East Coast. And I support Hillary Clinton because she is the best candidate to bring Americans together and move our country forward. This election is so important, and Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders can make the difference. Our voting power has doubled over the last decade. We are now the swing vote in swing states like Virginia, Nevada, and also right here in Pennsylvania. And I call upon my fellow AAPIs to organize, to campaign, and to vote so that we will be the margin of victory in 2016 and beyond. As our community begins and continues to grow, and as we begin to see more AAPI candidates like Raja Krishnamurthy from Illinois and Stephanie Murphy from Florida begin to run for higher office, it is critical that we elect a person who will make history for America. and build a brighter future for generations to come. And that person is Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Brooks Bell from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Hello, Democrats. I'm Brooks Bell, a technology entrepreneur from Raleigh, North Carolina. When I was 23 years old, I started my own company. It wasn't easy. 6 months later, I had a stroke. I had to relearn to read, write, and talk. I was lucky. I recovered, and so did my fledgling company. But that wasn't my only struggle. In fact, it was one of my many ups and downs, familiar to any small business with big dreams. I've gained and lost big clients. I've had to let wonderful employees go. It's given me the scars that I know many entrepreneurs share. I believe in Hillary because I know she also carries battle scars. Her relentless dedication to serve America over the past 30 years has been marked by hard choices, which makes this historic achievement all the more impressive. Her tenacity, her toughness, her seasoned judgment is exactly what we need in a president. We need somebody ready for the hardest job on earth, day one. And that someone is Hillary Rodham Clinton. Today, my company employs over 40 people. We partner with some of the largest organizations in America to help make the internet easier to use. And we're growing quickly. My company is strong, as is my health, thanks in part to ongoing investment in education, healthcare, and innovation. Like they say, thanks, Obama. However, I am worried, terrified about what might happen if we elect Trump. I'm not just scared for my business, but for all the other young entrepreneurs like me. We've already seen the preview in my own state of North Carolina. Earlier this year, our legislature passed what's known as the bathroom bill, which caused the New York Times to describe North Carolina as, quote, a pioneer in bigotry. Besides being deeply embarrassing and morally wrong, it had an immediate and dramatic effect on our state economy. I watched a large company cancel their expansion, taking 400 good jobs with them. 2 influential technology investors immediately banned investments in our tape. The NBA just pulled the All-Star game out of town. The total economic cost is already $190 million and counting. What does this have to do with Trump? For starters, Trump selected Mike Pence as his running mate. The same Mike Pence who signed a discriminatory bill into Indiana law with similar disastrous consequences. It's no surprise that The Economist has listed a Trump presidency as one of the top 10 risks to the world economy. Friends, I'm here tonight because the story of my startup is the story of America. Because how we write our next chapter is up to us. Please join me in standing up for an inclusive country with innovation and entrepreneurship fueling our economic prosperity. Let's put Hillary Clinton where we need her the most, as President of the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio.
Thank you. Thank you, Democrats. Now, as a New Yorker, I am quite familiar with both presidential nominees. But despite sharing a home state, these two people are worlds apart. I was honored to manage Hillary Clinton's first campaign for the U.S. Senate. And here's the Hillary I know. When she graduated from law school, she could have begun a lucrative career at the prestigious law firm of her choice. Instead, her heart led her to take a noble job at modest pay at the Children's Defense Fund, advocating for poor families and children who needed a champion. That is who she is. What did Donald Trump do? He was born rich, and then he made a career out of ripping people off, racking up billions in debt, and bankrupting his companies. Instead of public service or philanthropy, he became one of the least generous billionaires our country has ever seen. When Hillary Clinton was First Lady of the United States, she made it her personal mission to take on the insurance giants, to get health care for every American. Now, despite millions of dollars spent attacking her, she never gave up, and she helped deliver the Children's Health Insurance Program against all the odds. Who did Donald take on? The small business owners he contracted with on his real estate projects. Too many times, Donald simply stiffed them. Now, we know Trump is the great pretender. But how can he pretend to be for American workers when he didn't even pay his own workers what he owed them? When Hillary Clinton was in the Senate, she helped secure $20 billion for our recovery after 9/11, protecting our hero first responders who sacrificed so much. Who did Donald protect? Certainly not the students at Trump University, a place his own employees called a scam, where vulnerable Americans were pushed to spend more and more money on worthless classes. The only person Donald took care of was himself. As Secretary of State, Hillary fought for the dignity of women and girls, passionately fighting the scourge of human trafficking and the horror of child marriage in Saudi Arabia. What did Donald do? He's called women dogs and fat pigs and blamed military sexual assault on the presence of women in our armed forces. He's degraded women to make himself feel big, while showing us the truly little man that he is. When Hillary Clinton raises her right hand on Inauguration Day, she will be armed with the most progressive agenda in modern times. One that rewards work instead of wealth. One that flips the script on economic policies of and by and for the 1%. From paid sick leave and paid family leave to universal pre-K and debt-free college. From ending tax loopholes for Wall Street and billionaire investors to addressing the needs of American cities on housing, infrastructure, immigration. Hillary Clinton will tackle inequality and be a force for real progressive change in this nation. Now, how does Donald see the economic realities facing the American people? Actually, he roots for economic turmoil for his own personal gain. You want a real-life example? When asked in 2006 about a possible real estate crash, he said, quote, "I sort of hope that happens, because then people like me will go in and buy." That is the very definition of the predator class. And now he wants to go further and repeal the new rules we put in place to make Wall Street more accountable. Throughout her career, as we heard so clearly last night, Hillary Clinton has taken on the tough battles for one reason: because standing up for those without much money and without much power has been her life's calling. Hillary Clinton, she's smart, she's steady, she's right, and she's ready. Donald Trump, he's reckless, he's risky, he's wrong, and he's scary. If you care about fighting income inequality, about lifting up families and children, about building up America's great cities, then let's come together, fight together, and let's elect Hillary Clinton, the next president of these United States. Thank you.
Democrats, over the last 4 years, we have lost a number of wonderful leaders and activists. Each of us have friends or family who we will remember fondly as we watch this memorial, highlighting some of our passionate Democrats who have helped us all in so many ways.
This is our country, and we are engaged in a time of great testing.
history, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not be lived again.
Brothers and sisters, for the good of all of us, for the love of this great nation, for the family of America, for the love of God, please make this nation remember how futures are built. Thank you and God bless you.
civil rights tonight because I believe gay rights are civil rights.
God is watching me. God don't praise me because I beat Joe Frazier. God don't give nothing about Joe Frazier. God don't care nothing about England or America as far as your wealth. That's all he is. He wants to know, how do we treat each other? How do we help each other?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee Chairman, Representative Ben Ray Lujan of New Mexico.
I come from a family of pioneers. My grandparents took on the elements, lived through the Great Depression, survived poverty and family tragedy, and made a place for themselves in New Mexico before it was a state. There they tilled their land, raised their crops, protected what they had, and tried to help others. I grew up on that small farm. I spent my childhood turning dirt, stacking wood, feeding animals. We didn't have much, but we had each other. We had familia. My dad was a union iron worker, local 495. My mom had a job with the local school district. They were married for 53 years before Dad passed. Dad's parents before him, Celedon and Nestora, were married even longer, 74 years. Grandpa Celedon, the sheep herder who first put down roots in New Mexico, was born in the era of the horse and buggy, but he lived to see the space shuttle soar into the heavens. My mom's dad, Grandpa Luis, he was a union carpenter who went off to serve in World War II, while his wife Cleotilde raised the family and was expecting their 7th child. He earned a Bronze Star for his heroism. When I was young, Grandpa Celedon and Grandma Nestora helped care for us. When I was older, Grandpa Luis and Grandma Cleotilde were hurt in a car crash, so we helped care for them. Because that's what families do. Those are the values I learned growing up. That's why I'm here today. I know I might not look like your typical member of Congress, and it's true, I haven't really gotten the bolo tie look to catch on. But the story of my family is the story of millions and millions of other families. It's the story of the great American family. Carpenters and iron workers, sheep herders and soldiers. Generations of Americans have worked hard and looked out for each other, serving and sacrificing for the next generation. We all gather together to celebrate the good times. We all rally around each other in times of hardship and tragedy. We all try to leave things a little better than we found them. And these values hold true no matter who you are or where you come from. As Democrats, we believe that everybody in America should have the same opportunity my grandparents and parents had, to have a place of your own, to build some real economic security that you don't have to worry will disappear overnight, to pass something on to your kids and grandkids. Those are the values that built our party. And for a century, we have led the fight for Social Security and Medicare, for Pell Grants and the GI Bill, for universal health care, for inclusion and equality and opportunity for all. We are proud of our accomplishments, but now it's our turn to continue that tradition. We too must leave things better than we found them, and Hillary Clinton is the president who will lead us. But she needs a Congress that will work with her. For nearly 6 years, Republicans have held the majority in the People's House, but clinging to that majority is the only thing they've accomplished. For nearly 6 years, House Republicans have put party over country. For nearly 6 years, they've been afraid to stand up to the birthers and bigots and conspiracy theorists, like the one they just nominated for president. Millions of Americans who don't consider themselves Democrats have now joined us in rejecting Donald Trump's bullying, his racism, and his attempts to divide our American family. Growing up, my grandparents shared with me the age-old wisdom. Dime con quién andas y te diré quién eres. Tell me who you walk with, and I'll tell you who you are. For me, the choice is easy. I'm for real leadership, someone with character and values. I'm proud to walk with Hillary Clinton. But if your member of Congress is supporting Donald Trump, instead ask yourself this: what does that say about their leadership, their character, their values? If they won't even stand up to Donald Trump, what makes you think they'll stand up for you and your family?
I want to say something to my congressman. I've been a Republican all my life.
I get party loyalty.
But there's loyalty to your country.
And the things Donald Trump says
About immigrants and women.
Veterans.
I mean, how can we put up with that?
How can Republican members of Congress support that?
If he's our standard bearer, what the heck happened to our standards?
It's time for leaders who will put families first. Leaders who will keep our nation and our neighborhoods safe. Leaders who will help every American family build a more secure financial future. Leaders who will fight to level the playing field and put the people's voice back in the people's house. I'd like you to meet some of those leaders.
We, the people, are what America has always been about, and why we are a great country. Not some of us, all of us, together. And we have strong Democratic candidates for Congress across the country. They are working moms, like Colleen Deacon and Stephanie Murphy. They are fathers, like Don McEachin and Brad Schneider. They're immigrants, like Ruben Kihuen, community activists, like Dwight Evans, high school teachers, like Steve Santasierra, business leaders, like Terry Bonham, and small business owners, like Monica Vernon. Zephyr Teachout is a national leader on standing up to corruption. Charlie Crist is fighting to protect our environment. Angie Craig worked her way from humble beginnings to become a Fortune 500 executive. Our Democrats know what hardworking families are going through.
I worked in gas stations. I worked in pizza delivery. I worked in fast food. I know what it was like to work for minimum wage.
I enlisted in the Marine Corps Reserve. It was one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life.
My mother wore a maid's uniform so I could go to college and train to wear a police uniform. After 27 years, I earned the uniform of chief.
As supervisor, I cut the waste and invested the savings in new senior services, the environment, and jobs.
As a computer programmer, I was paid less than the men. So you can bet I'll fight for equal pay.
No one will steal my son's American dream. That dream that says if he works hard, he will have the opportunity to succeed. I won't let them.
This November, from Maine to California, we the people will reject the divisive politics of Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress who support him. We will elect Democrats to Congress who represent us, the people.
Securing our nation, securing our democracy, and securing our future, Democrats are focused on what matters most. And the fresh faces we'll elect this November will join a team of Democratic leaders in Congress who, like Hillary Clinton, have spent their lives working to improve the lives of others. Together, we'll work to create jobs and raise wages, secure equal pay for women and paid leave for every family, make it easier to pay down student debt, and possible for every American to attend public college debt-free. If there is one thing you can count on, it's that House Democrats will always be in the fight.
We're going to continue to push, to pull, to stand up, and if necessary, to sit down.
When the Democratic caucus did our sit-in led by John Lewis, it was the most thrilling moment. My own mom sent me a note telling me, hey, Keith, get to the House floor.
We're not going to break because the American people aren't going to break. From Newtown all the way to Orlando, too many Americans have died. We intend to push this as hard as we can.
The Democrats are the ones that are worried about the little guys, the ones that don't have political or economic or social power.
It's important to me as a mom of 2 young kids to be fighting for our next generation.
As a strong woman joined by many other strong women, we are proud that we are smart. We are proud that we are fighters.
We keep pushing. We keep putting our shoulder to the wheel until we find a way to get it done. But it sure would help if there were more of us.
I have a firm belief that if Congress truly reflected the makeup of America, I think we would be a much better country. I think we would be a much better world.
We have the best field of candidates in recent memory. These are good people. They look like America looks like. They reflect its diversity.
My goal, my job every day is to find ways to improve the lives of those people that I represent. Flint is a story of a whole community that's been left behind. I have been really encouraged that so many members of the Democratic caucus have traveled to Flint. When Leader Pelosi, Mr. Hoyer, Mr. Clyburn, all these members of Congress, just to be with the people of my hometown and to give them the encouragement, to help them understand that they're not alone. But the way we press forward is have better ideas. With climate change, we're pulling a lot of people, including industry and Republicans, in the right direction.
Healthcare to student debt to minimum wage.
To fight for so many immigrants who came to this country.
Retirement security is really near and dear to my heart.
Social Security and Medicare.
Reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act.
Universal background checks.
Pay equity.
We're messaging every day. We're fighting back every day. We're doing field campaigns.
We've been in the real fights that the American people want us to be involved in.
We're going to push,
pull, stand up,
sit down.
So don't give up. Don't give in. Keep the faith and keep your eyes on the prize.
Tonight, Democrats are united. We are passionate. We are fearless. And we are ready to get to work alongside the next president of the United States of America, Hillary Clinton. And if you are ready to get to work alongside us, then stand with us tonight. Go to dccc.org/stronger and stand with us all the way to November. Because when we stand together and work together, we win together. Now let's get to work.
What is America? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all of us are created equal.
The Constitution will be colorblind. This is what we're talking about.
And so it began. A glorious idea, a place, a nation where anything is possible.
I have a dream.
But how do you do what has never been done before? Making an idea a reality isn't easy.
I promise you, we as a people will get there.
It happens when everyday heroes find their voices. When you speak your mind, tell others who you are and what you stand for.
When you vote. It happens when you build the American dream, one person at a time.
When we remember that freedom is not our birthright.
We have to work for it.
Die for it, day and night for it.
Every single day, we earn it all over again.
In our America,
we never lose hope.
We never stop looking out for one another.
We never stop reaching back to pull someone else through the door of opportunity.
We aren't building a wall.
We are building a family, the American family.
Our America is more than an idea or a place.
We are a people.
We are the faces of tomorrow.
Beautiful and diverse.
Black and white.
Gay and straight.
Young and old.
We are the American dream.
Our America opens our arms to the future.
Where opportunity, belongs to everyone.
Our America is united.
Not divided.
Where we are equal.
But not the same.
Because we are stronger together.
It's been this way for 240 years.
We are a nation that never forgets that out of many,
we are one.
Forever, the United States of America.
Our America.
I'm Robert Rodriguez. I'm a filmmaker and founder of El Rey Network. I made this film you just saw because there has never been a more important time for building understanding among people by telling our stories. I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, in a family of 10 kids, and it was there that I realized that storytelling amplifies our voice. To my fellow Latinos, that voice is our vote. It can be more powerful than ever before. We can decide this election, but only if we wield that power. It's not enough to agree. We have to get out there and vote. We all stand here together, each with our own story. That's our America. It's time to take a stand. It's time to tell our story. It's time to elect Hillary Clinton the next president of our America.
I am Jeff Gruby. Me away. Hello, DNC. I am a Native American. I am a chairman of my tribe, the Agua Caliente Band of Kuya Indians in Palm Springs, California. Like tribes across the United States, we have faced hardships and discrimination. Our ancestors fought to preserve our tribes and our culture, just as I do with other tribal leaders today. Hillary Clinton is the leader that all of Indian country needs. She is a leader for America. Achama.
I'm Park Cannon. I am a woman. I'm African American. I'm queer, and I am the newest member of the Georgia House of Representatives. I ran for office because I represent the rainbow of voices that too often went unheard in our state's capital. We need to trust Black women. Our America is unapologetically ready to stand together.
I'm Dr. Debbie Almantasser. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace. I'm a teacher and a proud American Muslim. I spent the days after September 11th building bridges among students in New York City. I started a school designed to foster multicultural education, teach Arabic, and embrace diversity. Our America is not about fear and ignorance. It is about acceptance. To my fellow American Muslims, this November, get out there and vote.
My name is Dulce Candy. I am an immigrant, and I'm also a veteran of the U.S. Army. I'm a blogger on YouTube, and I see every day people using social media that take action and create really great things. That's our America. With one click, you can create change. But we can't stop there. This November, we need to get offline and get to the polls and keep telling your story. It will make the biggest difference. Thank you.
I open my eyes, I'm in love with you. My heart, your name will live forever. I am who I am because of you. My father spoke of you to me since I can remember. His words were the very spark that lit the ember. You open your arms and held me, nurtured me with the mother's love. Wanna give back because to me you've given all the hope that I could use to rise above. And I will promise every day that I'll deserve it. If there's a thing that you hold true, I will preserve it. I look to you with so much light and admiration. Oh, yeah. You are the source of all my goals and aspirations. My inspiration. I'll live and try to keep you. Whatever it may lead to. I'll honor and defend you. Even in the moments I don't understand you. It's you that I belong to. And everything I've gone through is worth the sacrifice. May your spirit be forever brave, your flag forever wave, America.
Just to be free, so many struggle to make you what you are. Trading the colors of your flags for yours in the hopes that they will take you very far.
Climbing each hurdle on the way to new horizons. No compromises. Help us to realize the dreams that we have followed. I pray you'll be the one that leads so we can follow into tomorrow. We'll celebrate the good times. Count on me through bad times. Honor and defend you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and president of Rainbow Push Coalition, Reverend Jesse L. Jackson, Sr.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Tonight I stand proudly in support of the next President of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Let me also congratulate Bernie Sanders for energizing this campaign with ideas and hope. The burn must never grow cold. Paul Tillich once said, where hate abounds, love must abound even more. Where fear abounds, hope must abound even more. In this stormy season of violent campaign rhetoric, we're called to be steady in the face of the whirlwind. There's a tug of war for America's soul. We have a clear choice. Take down walls of separation, build bridges of hope and unity. Love must trump ignorance and fear and hatred and violence. We love under one big kin for all, including none must be left behind. We've learned to survive apart, we must now learn to live together as brothers and sisters. I met Hillary decades ago in the Delta of Arkansas, delivering legal protection for poor people in the Delta of that region. We brand her trusted and tested and tried. Hillary can be trusted to appoint a fast Supreme Court, a skilled administrator, including a man of faith like Senator Tom Kean. Can be trusted to ban assault weapons, turning our communities into killing fields. With 2,300 shot in Chicago this year, nearly 250 killed this year alone. Ban these assault weapons now. She can be trusted to honor the most progressive platform our party has ever had. She will never forget our pain. She will never forget us. Nationally, there are 45 million people still illiterate, more blacks incarcerated and graduating from college. They're scarred. There must be a change. Hillary understands the historic dimensions of the agony, hope, and promise of Black Lives Matter. She knows our scars and our suffering, from Trayvon Martin to Michael Brown to Alton Sterling and far too many others. The shootings of young black men must stop. And we deeply regret the killing of police officers with powerful assault weapons. They resonate deeply now, so those police should be alive today. Ban assault weapons now. We must choose reconciliation over retaliation and revenge today. And so we can trust Hillary not to insult our Hispanic neighbors. We share 2,000 miles of border with Mexico. They are our neighbors, our eternal neighbors. We trade more with Mexico than we do with China and Japan every day. Stop insulting Hispanics. Stop insulting Muslims now. We can trust her not to mass deport 15 million people and disrupt our families now. To expand African trade and development. She'll support historic black colleges, where 42% of our black engineers come from, and teachers and lawyers. She'll grant in the lineage of Mr. President Obama more jobs. He came to office, we had lost 800,000 jobs. We have not lost a single job, a single month since Barack has been president. She'll sustain that drive and keep the hope alive. We've never lost a battle that we fought, and never won a battle unless we fought. Their journey began in 1984 and 88. We built the winning coalition, the Rainbow Coalition, registering and empowering millions of voters. This is a new day. Someone has to win and lose in the primary. Now we're beyond the primary. Now it is Super Bowl time. It's November 8th. It's Super Bowl time. It's another day. My words rang true in '84 and they do today. If blacks register and vote in great numbers, progressive whites win. It's the only way they win. If blacks and Hispanics vote in great numbers, women win. When women win, children win. When women and children win, mothers win. We must all come together and win and fight for hope and go forward by hope and not backwards by fear. This land is our land. When we all come together, red and yellow, brown, black, and white, we're precious at God's sight. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. I know it gets dark sometime, but the morning cometh. The Lord is our light and our salvation. Whom shall we fear? Don't let opposition break your spirit. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. The scripture says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear their prayer and forgive their sins and heal their land. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's healing. Louder. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. It's healing time. It's hope time. It's Hillary time. Keep hope alive. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Star Jones.
I will fight for you, she said, no matter how long it takes. I have known Hillary Rodham Clinton for over 2 decades now. And years ago, when she visited us on The View, I told her, when you decide that you are ready to be the first woman president of the United States, I'll be there to help. So here I am, but most importantly, here we all are. And we are all with her. Because she has always been with us. As a former prosecutor, you know I like to deal in facts. Here's a fact. There has never been any man or woman more qualified for this office than Hillary ever. The 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama, said that. Here's another fact. Nobody else in the race has the same unique connection to women, children, families, and our day-to-day challenges. I'm saying that. And that's very different from some very loud, obnoxious, race-baiting folk on the other side who I also know. Shade. Boy, bye. And we all know there's nowhere do we need a president who cares about all Americans more than in the place we're about to visit, Flint, Michigan.
So I think we need a countdown from 3.
3, 2, 1.
It's not proper for people to be drinking, man. If I can smell it, this is not a big debate.
As you can see, that's what it looks like.
Can you imagine when you have a community that's saying, hey, this water is poison, something's wrong, and you have Governor Snyder and his staff that won't recognize what's wrong?
And in April, this will have been 2 years.
We can't drink the water. You can't bathe in the water. You can't cook with the water.
In my household, there is a total of 6. So for all of us to bathe is with bottled water. You kind of have to ration out water. Sometimes it breaks my spirit.
I was pregnant with twins in July. I lost them. I went through a horrible miscarriage. When I came home, I got something from the city of Flint that said pregnant women and people 55 and over should not be drinking this water. But my son has really been having problems. He's only in the 1st grade, and you know, he's tested positive for lead, and they're saying that it causes behavioral problems. So we really need to get some help.
Is there anything that you really wanted to say tonight that you haven't gotten a chance to say?
Well, Lester, I spent a lot of time last week being outraged by what's happening in Flint, Michigan, and I think every single American should be outraged. We've had a city in the United States of America where the population has been drinking and bathing in lead-contaminated water.
It was her voice that let it be known, hey, they got a problem over there. We need to do something about this.
This is not merely unacceptable or wrong, though it is both. What happened in Flint is immoral.
You know, when you have somebody like that fighting for you and supporting you and saying, I've got your back, can't ask for much more, because we have been able to get things moving and we've been able to get it out there.
Now you take a picture of me and your sister, okay? Nice.
His interest in cameras shows his concentration, shows his ability to follow through and focus. Yes. We need to make sure he gets a chance to learn how to do that. I'm serious.
We need action now. I will not for 1 minute forget about you or forget about your children, and I will make sure in any way that I can that America stays with you too. This is the most important work we are ever called to do, to reach out in every way we can to lend that helping hand for every single person in Flint.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mayor Karen Weaver from Flint, Michigan.
Good evening. I'm Karen Weaver, and I am the mayor of the great city of Flint, Michigan. Flint is a community of 100,000 strong, hardworking people living in the birthplace of General Motors and the place where the great sit-down strike led to the creation of the United Auto Workers. Flint is also a city in crisis. 5 years ago, our Republican state government used a Michigan law to take over control of the city. In 2014, the state switched our water source to a polluted river to save a handful of dollars, causing lead contamination to leach into our drinking water, poisoning a whole community and leading to health impacts that may haunt our children for generations. The problems in Flint are not over. The water is still not safe to drink or cook with from the tap. Our infrastructure is broken, leaking, and rusting away. Our local economy struggles to rebound, and there are many more Flints across the country where environmental issues are hurting our kids and families. Today, the help we need from our federal government to start rebuilding our drinking water infrastructure still sits blocked in the Republican-controlled U.S. Congress. I am a voice for Flint, and we need your help. Do you know who has also heard the call from Flint? Hillary Clinton. She came to Flint when the water crisis hit. She joined with our community groups, our civic leaders, and our churches. Hillary said, "I will do everything I can to help you get back up and to help you get your strength and resilience flowing through Flint again." With direct help from Hillary Clinton's team, the Flint Waterworks program is now putting the young adults of Flint into new jobs and rebuilding their own community. Hillary's wonderful daughter, Chelsea, even came to Flint to bring people together to start this work and to create new opportunities for our families. A month later, Hillary Clinton came back to Flint again and called out to say that lead poisoning, broken infrastructure, and struggling cities are a national crisis, not just a Flint crisis. She made a commitment that as president, she will work for a lead-free America. And that's why I'm with her. So join with Flint to get behind Hillary Clinton, to raise our voices for Hillary Clinton, and to make her the next president of the United States. God bless Flint and God bless America.
Please welcome members of the Congressional Black Caucus, Representative G.K. Butterfield from North Carolina, Representative Yvette Clarke from New York, Representative Andre Carson from Indiana, Representative Karen Bass from California, Representative Hakeem Jeffries from New York, and Representative Gregory Meeks from New York.
Fellow Democrats, I'm Congressman G.K. Butterfield from North Carolina. In my community, you judge a man's heart by his words and deeds. Donald J. Trump, your words have been hostile. They have been bigoted and insulting. You've used every opportunity to talk about your wealth, to denigrate people who don't hold your views, even within your own party. You are not qualified to serve as President of the United States. Instead of putting forth details to address income inequality and opportunity for everyday Americans, you use your celebrity status to paint a picture of gloom and doom. You use your status to alienate African Americans and other groups. And you would use the office of president to take our great nation in the wrong direction. You want to know why your polling numbers are so dismal among African Americans? I will tell you. We know you have gotten rich through your business, but we also know your wealth has come at the expense of other people. We know you have no plan to address issues directly affecting African American communities, such as gun violence and voting rights, historically black colleges and universities, raising the minimum wage and addressing persisting poverty. Democrats want a better future for all of our people, for all of our families. Read our platform and compare it to the Republican platform. Give us this chance. Give us this chance by electing Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine to lead our great country.
Fellow Democrats, my name is Andre Carson. I stand here today not just as a representative of the great state of Indiana, but as a young African-American Muslim and former police officer. You know, over the last year, millions of loyal, good-hearted Muslims and African Americans like me have watched the deep-seated hatred of the past once again become mainstream. Together, we have been singled out in the national spotlight as threats to be dealt with and not a part of our American family. If Donald Trump and my buddy Mike Pence have their way, this slide into hatred and bigotry will only get worse. Now, I'm from Indiana, and I have seen Mike Pence's terrible judgment up close. Pence has fought against same-sex couples having equal rights. Pence rejected federal funding for pre-K education. And for years, Pence has fought to defund Planned Parenthood both in Indiana and across this country. We cannot let the terrible judgment of Mike Pence and Donald Trump impact our civil rights. That is why we need Hillary Clinton. She believes that if every uniform makes you fear profiling and suspicion, if you watch your kids leave in the morning and wonder if they'll come home at night, you deserve compassion and understanding. Hillary Clinton is undaunted by the challenges that have plagued our communities for far too long. She stands with us, and we need you to stand with her.
Fellow Democrats, my name is Karen Bass, and I'm from California. Democrats, we have 103 days to show the nation that there is a better path for our country than the one Donald Trump offers. 103 days to ensure our nation will not side backwards to the bigotry of our past. 103 days to stop our country from giving in to the incoherent rage which Trump has taken advantage of to declare war on common sense. Donald Trump, when you take pride in your outright ignorance of world affairs, when you promise the mass deportation of Latino families, when you dismiss officer-involved shootings of African Americans, when you degrade women, Donald Trump, you unite us. We are Democrats, and we embrace the full diversity of the American rainbow. Look around you, Democrats. The diversity in this room reflects all of America, not part of America, not like last week's Republican convention. My fellow Democrats, I challenge you to take all of Donald Trump's hateful energy and turn it into the fuel we need to take back the House, to take back the Senate, and to make Madam Secretary, Madam President. Thank you.
I'm Hakeem Jeffries from the great state of New York. We are here today standing on the shoulders of giants like Shirley Chisholm, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Barbara Jordan, Charlie Rangel, and so many others who have made it possible for a kid like me to serve in the United States Congress. In November, the American people face a clear choice between the most qualified person ever to seek the presidency and the least qualified person ever to seek the presidency. It's a choice between a commander-in-chief and a bankrupter-in-chief. It's a choice between the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Hate. Donald Trump is a bounce check, but Hillary Clinton is money in the bank. She believes that America is a better place today because of the presidency of Barack Obama.
All right, guys, we're going to cut into our main feed from the DNC because we do have Fox 10's John Hook on the floor. Again, it's the DNC in Philadelphia. It's day 3. We're going to check in with John Hook now and hear what he has to say live from the DNC floor. Again, John Hook live from the DNC floor. Let's check in with him now. John, you're live on News Now.
Yeah, hey, Samia, best connection we've had all week. Amazing. They're bashing Trump right now. Representative Hakeem Jeffries from New York is working Donald Trump over pretty well. Yeah, they're saying Trump's a hater. The country deserves equal protection under the law. And that's going over very big in this hall right now. Very big. I think we're going to get a sizable amount of Trump bashing tonight. Not from the president. I don't think he'll go there. He'll make a couple of remarks probably about it. But tonight, really the night for the country to get to know Tim Kaine, the Virginia senator, who is Hillary Clinton's pick for VP. So Tim Kaine will speak tonight. We're going to hear from Gabrielle Giffords tonight. We're going to hear from Ruben Gallego, the Arizona congressman. He's going to speak in a little bit, and we're going to try to catch up with Congressman Gallego as soon as he's finished. So, and then President Obama. That's the marquee speaker tonight. John, did you have a question?
By lifting each other up, not tearing each other apart.
Give you a little flavor of the delegation here. We're down in Florida again because it's in this corner on the right side of the delegate space.
Of egotism, who exploits every fault line to advance his favorite cause, himself. We can get there with Hillary Rodham Clinton, a leader with experience and
Sami, any questions at this point?
Hey, John. The crowd seems more calm today.
Yeah, some of the Bernie Sanders bad feeling has dissipated. Although, when they talked about Tim Kaine and a roll call or really a voice vote for Tim Kaine at the beginning of the session tonight, some of the Bernie people were screaming out roll call, roll call, roll call. They want their voices heard. They want to be able to vote the nominee up or down. A lot of people didn't like the idea that last night the roll call was suspended by their own guy, Bernie Sanders from Vermont. We were standing right here when that happened last night. That was a big moment when Bernie Sanders said enough. We've got to rally behind Hillary Clinton, and a lot of the Bernie people didn't want to hear that.
So as you mentioned, President Obama there today, Vice President Joe Biden, Vice Presidential pick Tim Kaine. What are a lot of people talking about over there? Is everyone just waiting to hear from Obama tonight? And what's the environment like given that the president is arriving?
I think for President Obama, you can't underestimate his power within the Democratic Party. He is the leader of the party still. They can change faces on who heads up the DNC and all of that stuff. The president of the party is the president of the United States, and it's Barack Obama. They can't wait to see him tonight. A couple of people I ran into this afternoon. Donna Brazile, who's the interim head of the Democratic Party after the flame-out by Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Donna Brazile said the country's very excited to hear from the president, and she says, and she's a partisan, she says they're very excited to hear from Hillary Clinton tomorrow night. And she said this is a very clear election about choices, and Donald Trump, in her view, is not acceptable. I talked to one of the members of the Detroit Pistons, the great Isaiah Thomas. Talked to Isaiah Thomas as he entered the building tonight. And he talked about what it meant to him to have an African-American president, how that, for he and his daughters and his family, that was such a big moment. And I said, can you be as excited about Hillary Clinton as you can be about Barack Obama? And he said, absolutely. Because again, he said, this is about opportunity, and she will also shatter the glass ceiling. For African Americans 8 years ago with Barack Obama, and last night with the nomination of Hillary Clinton, and then the glass ceiling gets shattered if she were to win in November.
Have you had a chance to speak with delegates or attendees at the DNC today?
Oh, all day. All day we've been speaking with delegates. You're not watching News Now right now, Samia. We've been on with delegates all morning.
Ha ha ha, you were on earlier during my lunch break, John. Forgive me.
Yeah, we were through delegates. Louisiana we talked to. We talked to Virginia, that's sitting front and center. We talked to delegates from New York and Pennsylvania. A lot of delegates from Arizona. We talked to Ron Barber, the former congressman from Arizona, who of course took Gabby Giffords' spot when she was so horribly injured in the shooting in Tucson 5 years ago. Ron Barber's still bearing the scars of those injuries. He walks with a cane, and we talked about how even though you survive a shooting, the recovery, even if you survive it, in a lot of cases is really, really difficult. We talked to Ron Barber, and he talked about the need for gun control. Ron Barber's saying he's a Second Amendment guy, but he said we've got to figure out something. We cannot let people be walking around with semi-automatic weapons and weapons that can maim people, and he's saying that Gabrielle Giffords will speak to that tonight as his former boss and his predecessor in Congress from Southern Arizona. She will talk about that tonight as well. We talked to Daniel Hernandez, who cradled Gabrielle Giffords when she was shot that horrible Saturday morning in January 5 years ago. Daniel Hernandez is now running for the state legislature. So he's an interesting guy because he said what he's witnessed and seen and being around Gabby pushed him into public service. He thinks it's an honorable thing to do.
And what do you think are going to be the main themes that the president is going to talk about? I know a lot of people have been criticizing the DNC because there's not a lot of talk about the war on terror or fighting ISIS. Do you think President Obama is going to focus on that, or what do you think President Obama is going to make his speech about tonight?
You're welcome. I think he's going to talk about a choice election. I think he's going to talk about all of the things that he has witnessed with Hillary Clinton as his Secretary of State. It's so odd that 8 years ago Hillary Clinton was in this spot in reverse, endorsing Barack Obama and giving a very eloquent and full-throated endorsement of Barack Obama after he had vanquished her in 2008. Had to be a very tough pill to swallow. Now she gets the flip side of that. President Obama comes out tonight and gives her a full-throated defense, saying she is the right person for the job because I've seen it up close and personal. That's going to be his message. But remember, it's his send-off as well tonight. I remember when Bill Clinton did this in Los Angeles in 2000. It's always a poignant moment when there's the passing of the baton from the candidate who's been the head of your party for 8 years, as Barack Obama has, and then to pass that baton on now to Hillary Clinton. It's such an odd thing to watch as they were rivals, worked together. I think Obama inspired by Abraham Lincoln and a team of rivals. Abraham Lincoln brought a lot of his rivals politically into the fold in his administration that saw us through the Civil War. So we're going to see that passing of the baton tonight, and I think President Obama will not only endorse her and talk about her glowingly, but he's also signing off to the Democratic Party. Even though he'll still be around, this is kind of his formal exit from the political scene in terms of the party stuff. He'll be out there on the campaign trail with Hillary Clinton. He loves to campaign. But this is kind of a farewell for him. So you're seeing people like Isaiah Thomas here tonight because they want to take that moment in. It's still a moment in history where the baton is passed.
Interesting comment, John. Also, I'm just thinking in terms of Vice President Joe Biden as well, this must be an interesting experience because, you know, in the last few months we heard from Joe Biden. He did say he thinks that he would be the best president, the best option out there. And there was a lot of speculation last year as to whether or not he would run. And I'm sure he's thought about the DNC convention, the 2016 convention, and what it would be like for him. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think with Joe Biden, he's in a little different spot. He doesn't have to appear presidential because he's the vice president. I think you're going to see Joe Biden go after Donald Trump tonight. Joe Biden has a very interesting way of connecting with working class Americans. He's a blue collar guy, and he talks about it a lot when he's out there on the stump. I think he will try to attack Donald Trump where it hurts, talking about don't believe this guy that he's for you. He's going to try to paint him as a billionaire, detached, well, multimillionaire, it depends on how you read the numbers, detached from ordinary Americans. Don't buy the hype, in other words. Joe Biden can go a little more on the attack on Donald Trump tonight, and I think you'll see it. I think you'll see that.
We'll definitely be looking forward to that. I just checked Twitter to see what people online were talking about. The number one trend right now is Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson, the number one trend on Twitter.
I talked to him yesterday.
What did you think about his speech?
Well, his speech coming up tonight, I mean, obviously we're going to talk about this issue of still a racial divide in America. He will talk about that. We're going to talk, I'm sure, we're going to hear talk about Black Lives Matter, police actions against young African Americans in this country. Jesse Jackson will speak to that, no question about it. And we talked to him last night about where the party is, and he was feeling pretty good that the party's coming around Hillary Clinton. But he's not necessarily a Bernie guy. You talk to the Bernie people in here, there's still a little simmering stuff that's happening. But it's been pretty orderly tonight.
How long do you think it's going to take for the Bernie people to come around, if they ever do?
That's a great question. It may be hyperbole when some of them say I'll never vote for Hillary Clinton, or they may genuinely feel it, that they can't do it. And I talked to Dennis Kucinich about this earlier today, and I said, well, what do those people do? They're not going to vote for Donald Trump. He said they might just leave it blank. They might just not cast a ballot. Their feelings may be so deep that they won't mark it on the ballot. We'll have to see. But that's a vote that would normally go to Hillary that's gone. So it depends on how many people like that are out there. And I have no way of knowing.
All right, let me check Twitter, see if we get any other questions in from viewers. Don't have any additional questions from viewers. Anyone interesting around you that wants to talk right now?
Yeah, if you've got a couple of questions, how close are we to Ruben Gallego? We're waiting here for Ruben Gallego. I'll show you the. This is our gateway in if we can get there. These folks have assured me that once Ruben Gallego is finished, if he exits on the side that we hope he exits on, we'll get him right here. This this opening in the arena?
First time I get money. I worked one summer.
And we'll be able to carry that live on News Now as well, your live interview with him.
We're going to try to get him right afterwards, so you can take his speech if you've got it, and then we'll try to get him afterwards and see how he felt about it after it's concluded.
All right, John, well, we're going to take the DNC feed then, and we'll check in with you right after Gallego steps off stage. How about that?
You got it.
All right,
see you
thanks.
then.
Again, John Hook reporting live from Philadelphia and the DNC. Let's go back now to the main feed.
And we did it together.
You have to stand up, even if you think you're not going to win, if you think something's right.
Please welcome the Senate Democratic leader, Harry Reid from Nevada.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. You know, I spent a lot of time in the Republican Senate, so it's nice to be in a room that respects reason and facts. I appreciate the tribute. I really do. I appreciate the tribute. But anything I've accomplished in the Senate, I owe to the great teammates I've had. My Democratic Senate caucus, Nancy Pelosi in the House, President Barack Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, and I give a never-ending tribute to our next president, Hillary Clinton. As a team, we fought for the belief that affordable health care is a right, not a privilege. As a team, we fought for the idea that you shouldn't get the bill for Wall Street's bad bets. As a team, we fought for the promise that your hard-earned Social Security is a sacred trust. Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to put insurance companies back in charge of your health. Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to let big banks run wild again. And Donald Trump and Mike Pence want to gamble with your retirement benefits in the stock market. Republicans want to tear down the pillars of middle-class security. We won't let that happen. And I have never seen anything more craven than Mitch McConnell and what he's done to our democracy. His Republican Party decided that the answer to hard-working American dreams is to slander our African-American president, stoke fear of Muslims, sow hatred of Latinos, insult Asians, and of course, wage war against women. In other words, the only thing Republicans like Mitch McConnell have accomplished is setting the stage for a hateful con man, Donald Trump. When Trump decided to run for president, he probably said to himself, I'm an egomaniac. I don't believe in science. I think women are inferior. Where would I feel at home? We know where that is. Parents, you're right to worry about your children hearing what comes out of Donald Trump's mouth. Republicans, you should have been careful also, because Donald Trump learned it from watching you. You know, they say they believe in country first. What a joke. Republicans that won't stand up to Trump believe in one thing and one thing only: party first. And this year, 2016, they've gone even further, nominating the poster child of me first. Trump knew that hateful rhetoric and dangerous policies are the way to win in today's GOP. But that's not how you win in America. And that's not how America wins in the world. Democrats know we win with an economy that works for everybody, with a strong, smart national security that values our allies and doesn't invite a cyber attack on our country. And we know winning is the work of a team. With Hillary in the White House and a majority in the Senate, Democrats will keep fighting for immigration reform that keeps America true, clean energy that keeps America strong, and a Supreme Court that keeps America just, and background checks for gun buyers and an assault weapons ban that keeps America safe. Since my boxing days, I've fought my share of fights. In my 50 years of fighting for Nevadans, I've also realized a leader is actually a corner man, someone who stands on your side, who has your back in a fight. Middle-class families fighting to give your kids a better life. Democrats stand in your corner. Americans fighting for the equality and respect our nation promises you. We're in your corner. New Americans risking everything to get here and then fighting to make it here. We're in your corner. You're the ones fighting the hardest fights. You're the ones who need leaders in your corner. Leaders like my forever friend, Bernie Sanders. Leaders like Catherine Cortez Masto, who's going to help Democrats take back the Senate. Leaders who never back down. And oh, do we love Tim Kaine. We really do. Leaders who have had your back their whole lives, like Hillary Clinton, the most qualified and prepared candidate in the history of America. In a few months, I'll be stepping out of the ring one last time. But Democrats will always, always be in your corner. So together, let's keep fighting together, fighting the good fight. Thank you very much.
Please welcome California Lieutenant Governor Gavin Newsom.
Well, I'm Gavin Newsom, and I'm a proud Democrat from the great state of California. I'm proud because today's California is strong and getting stronger. It's a jet-propelled engine of job creation, a home court for creativity around the world. And we've done it not just through innovation, but we've done it by inclusion. We're pro-immigrant, pro-environment, pro-women, pro-workers, and proudly pro-gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender. We aren't the Golden State despite our values. We're the Golden State because of them. At our best, we don't tolerate our diversity. At our best, we celebrate it. Those values of liberty, diversity, and opportunity, those are fundamentally American values. And those values are under attack not just by enemies abroad, but by a GOP that has moved its fear-mongering fringe to center stage. What Donald Trump presented last week, it wasn't political discourse. It wasn't even political incorrectness. What Trump presented last week was defeatist and retreatist. Never has a speech been so long with so little substance, so little science, so little humanity, humor, or so little hope. His hostile takeover of the American dream is built on two fundamental lies: that America is a dark and desperate place, and that he has a kind of plan to make it better. Trump strangled the sunny optimism of Ronald Reagan and replaced tear down that wall with the cynical bigotry of build that wall. Contempt for the Constitution, inhumane mass deportation, malice towards different views and different hues. Those are disqualifications from any office, let alone the highest office in the land. And Democrats, while it was refreshing to finally see an openly gay man speak at a Republican convention, it doesn't remove the stain of selecting Mike Pence, America's most anti-LGBT governor. Pence has supported overt discrimination. He's even advocated for diverting taxpayer dollars to so-called conversion therapy. Now, make no mistake. Conversion therapy is not about praying away the gay. It's an emotional torture against our most innocent citizens, our children. Telling them that to live, they must lie. Lie about who they are and lie about who they love. That is fundamentally un-American. So the age-old choice, it's never been more clear. We can live our fears or we can live our dreams. Hillary Clinton has dedicated her entire life to putting the American dream within reach. She believes in diversity over division, the hard work of pluralism over the illusion of differences. And as a father of four, I want to say this. I want to say something to all the children who are watching, all the children that are listening at home. When you hear people say that you and your family don't matter because of who you are or where you come from or what you look like or who you love, I want you to know one thing, that the people in this room, the people all across this country, believe that you matter. Hillary Clinton believes that you matter. We believe that you belong here. We need you here. We believe that you can be whoever you are and become whatever you want to be. And we're going to fight for you. We're going to fight for you not just over the next 100 days, but over the next 100 years, because no matter what people tell you, that's what America is all about. That's what makes America great. Thank you all.
I raised almost $6 million for the veterans, including putting up $1 million of my own money.
Despite claiming for months that he raised and donated $6 million for veterans groups, the Washington Post reports yesterday that Donald Trump has not, in fact, done that.
It turns out Trump never actually made good on that donation. He's never cared about veterans before he decided to run for president. He's trying to hide behind veterans, use veterans, and it wasn't until after he was exposed that he decided he was going to write this check.
It took the press to push you to release that money after 4 months of saying you'd already done it.
More than a month after this event, Chris, we can only account for $800,000 of the supposed $6 million raised.
But we saw again that he doesn't like to be reminded about what he said before.
Donald Trump himself, I think he said he was going to pitch in $1 million. We don't even know where that $1 million is right now.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
You know, the remarks were so crude, ignorant, personal, and completely unnecessary.
Here are some of the terms his opponents used to describe Trump's comments: absurd, ridiculous, idiotic, and even the Republican National Committee is now suggesting there's no place in the party for his kind of talk.
Governor Perry says these comments disqualified Trump to be commander-in-chief. Do you agree? I do agree.
Please welcome Representative Ruben Gallego from Arizona.
Thank you, thank you. These days, some people call me Congressman, but the proudest title I've ever had is that of United States Marine. I served in the legendary Lima Company 325 out of Ohio. Deployed alongside me, the son of Latino immigrants, were Native Americans, African Americans, Midwestern white boys, and I know this comes as a complete shock to Donald Trump, but Muslim Americans as well. When we were kicking in doors, looking for insurgents in Iraq, we didn't care about each other's race or religion. We fought together, we laughed together, and we mourn together. Patriotism, service, and sacrifice, keeping your word, those are the values of the United States Marine Corps. Those are American values. Those are not Donald Trump's values. Donald Trump is a man who questions the loyalty of those who served our country without ever himself serving. That's not patriotic. Service and sacrifice, Donald Trump says about Senator McCain, he, quote, likes people who weren't captured. As a Marine, as an Arizonan, as an American, I am offended. When it comes to honoring the service of our troops, reservists have said Trump businesses fired them for missing work because of their duties. That's not just illegal, it's immoral. Instead of keeping his word to veterans, he's used them as an excuse to back out of debate, then failed for months to deliver on the donations he promised to those veterans. One of my fellow Marines called Trump University a complete con. I'd say the same thing about Donald Trump himself. Donald Trump is a scam artist. He is trying to pull off the ultimate scam, pretending he cares about veterans. Hillary Clinton is the real deal. She fought for the post-9/11 GI Bill while in the Senate to send our veterans to college. She extended health insurance to America's reservists, and she has a real plan to combat veterans' homelessness. Meanwhile, when Trump saw disabled veterans legally selling merchandise in front of his properties, he said their work was seriously downgrading the area. Let me tell you something, Donald. Our veterans don't downgrade your real estate, they upgrade our country. Donald praises dictators and insults our allies. His foreign policy would be based on false bravado and bluster. I know the importance of a commander-in-chief who makes thoughtful decisions with the most important power they have, to send our men and women in uniform into battle. We need a president who honors the service of our troops abroad and who respects their sacrifice when they come home. A leader who provides steady leadership and protect American values. We need Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States. Thank you.
All right, folks, we just saw our Arizona representative. Now we have John Hook waiting in the wings to, he's right on the floor there.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, John, how you doing? So we just saw our representative.
Yeah. Well, you know, he's a veteran, so served in Iraq, so he could talk about Donald Trump and this veterans business, because Donald Trump has made it a real cornerstone that he's not only going to help the vets with the VA, but he's saying that, you know, he's the guy to help the troops and rebuild the military. So when Congressman Gallego is coming up the steps right now, we'll get it right now.
Awesome.
He's coming up here right now. Congressman Gallego, good to see you. How are you?
Good.
To see you. Well, that was a thrill.
It always is a thrill, yeah.
What was it? How do you feel out there?
It feels great. I mean, it's an honor to be doing this, and you know, you're a little nervous, but just go out.
Let me check your heart rate. Oh, it's beating.
Yeah,
it's beating.
Feels good though.
Hey, you took Donald Trump to the woodshed a little bit.
Well, he deserves it. I mean, he's largely been using veterans in a manner that's really just disrespects our values and who we are. It's disrespect to John McCain. And even today, you know, when he basically asked Russia to go and cause espionage against another fellow American, it's just disgusting. This man should not be president, and really any Republican that's supporting him, especially in Arizona, should really withdraw their endorsement of him.
You're a powerful voice for the Democrats. Being a veteran, you can kind of attack Trump where he's really gaining some ground. Talking about the VA, talking about rebuilding the military. You say that this is bunk.
He has zero concept of how to do that. He has zero concept of how to deal with veterans' issues. What he knows is that this is a talking point. We don't need more talking points. We need somebody that actually is going to go in there and do the work. I mean, this man has zero concept about GI Bill, all these other issues that are really important to Arizonans, especially veterans, and it's just not going to happen under him.
Tell me what you hope this crowd gets from the president tonight in terms of bridging between Barack Obama to Hillary Clinton and passing the baton.
Well, I think the most important thing that's going to be brought is stability. We cannot have an unstable president like Donald Trump, someone who is unfit, someone who talks about, you know, cutting deals with the Russians, something that is against almost all of our foreign policy initiatives. He is unfit to be president. Really, again, if you are endorsing him, you know, the people that have endorsed him, like Senator McCain and other congressmen in Arizona, really need to start backing away from him, because this guy is dangerous to the United States.
What do you say to the voters out there who might say to you, Congressman, listen, we don't really know what we're going to get with Donald Trump, but we think we're going to get change, and we're not sure we're going to get change with Hillary. What do you say to those folks?
There's such a thing as really bad change, and there's such a thing as things that are just people are unfit to be in office. This man is unfit to be in office.
How do we know? How do we know?
Just look at his career. Look at how many businesses this man has bankrupted. Look at the fact that how many people are avoiding him right now. How many other world leaders are looking at him and telling other world leaders that this man is a threat to stability. This really tells us where this guy is going to go, and he will have in command under him millions of troops with the power to send them anywhere. And I don't think this country is ready for that kind of leadership.
One more thing, Maxine Waters, who you serve with, we just talked to her in the hallway. She said she's very concerned about the polling. She said, I don't understand. Why is this Donald Trump doing well? She can't understand it. Can you?
Well, it's our job to educate the voters. And if we don't educate them, then Donald Trump will win. We can't assume voters know all the information. So we have to talk to them. We have to be real with them, explain to them what's going on, what we're offering, not just what Donald Trump is not offering. And when that happens, we're going to win. But this is not a cakewalk. We have to work all the way till November.
Congressman Gallego, great to see you. We're streaming back live to Phoenix.
Good to see you here in Arizona.
It's a pleasure to see you. Tell your wife, Kate, hello.
I will.
And we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Nice work up there. Okay.
Great stuff,
Congressman
John.
Ruben Gallego, there you go.
There.
Yeah, well, Mike, we're here for you. That's the bottom line.
Love it.
Mike, we're trying to make... Yeah, I know. News Now has become a very potent news tool for us. Because, how are you doing? Hot Fox News in the house, yes. It's been interesting. I have to tell you, I may get disagreement from some of these folks out here. I have been, I heard it's Fox behind my back. I've got to tell you, Mike, there have been conventions we've gone to where I have taken this Mike flag and I have put it in my pocket because at a Democratic National Convention a Fox News flag is like poison, right?
Sure.
I'm getting some nodding heads. The interesting thing about Fox 10 is that the demographic breakdown of our viewership is pretty much split right down the middle between Republicans and Democrats. And I think we all take a lot of pride in the newsroom about that. And so whatever people may think of Fox News National. Oh, wow. Hold on, Mike.
To feast upon the psychic vibrations of mankind's suffering, this will mean that we don't have the energy to summon our Dark Lord Cthulhu to rule the planet in sustained suffering forever. Therefore, as myself, Lord Gorgonzola, psychic vampire from the fifth dimension, I am here to endorse Hillary Clinton because of her masterful stroke by selling the people the idea of liberation. Oh, a $15 minimum.
All right, it's not quite the Blue Man Group, but it's interesting. It's interesting performance art. Thank you. Hold on.
Out of control.
Love it. I'm telling you, Mike, it is a cast of characters. And you get this to some degree at a Republican convention, but not to this degree. You're going to see a lot of entertaining folks at the DNC.
Absolutely.
All right, Mike, we are heading over to try to catch the mayor of Phoenix. That's our next move. So we're going to see if we can find him. Do you remember what section? 13? Okay. Well, it was good that we got you Ruben Gallego right off the stage.
Oh,
I put my hand up to his heart, Mike. I'm not kidding. His heart was beating out of his coat.
Oh, I bet. A lot of adrenaline right there.
Oh no, I'm not kidding. I was kind of surprised. I was joking around with him, but I could feel it. I could feel it beating fast. And this is a guy who's been in combat. He's been in tighter spots than that. But I'll tell you, get up on that podium in front of a national audience, and that's a big deal. Mike, I take it by the silence you're just people watching, right?
Yeah, we're just taking it all in right here. It's getting very busy as it's getting closer and closer to prime time.
No kidding. And I'll tell you, whenever the president speaks, no matter what you feel about the president, you're gonna get a big crowd, especially for this president, because he's got some very ardent supporters in this room.
And John, do you see even more security today just because of the president's going to be in the building?
Great question, and absolutely. Yes, I've seen more Secret Service today. In fact, I ran into a Secret Service agent who stopped me, who used to work in Phoenix.
Oh,
and
wow.
She said, it was nice. She said, I miss you and Carrie. And I said, well, where are you now? She said, I'm in D.C. They transferred me to D.C. So we had a nice chat up in the, kind of up on the radio row.
Real nice. So we're trying to track down now the Phoenix mayor.
Yeah, we're meeting the mayor. Thank you. Okay, see, this is what you run into.
Yep.
It's tough. Oh, just wait. We're supposed to meet the mayor of Phoenix, and we're live on television right now. If you could let us through to get to him, we'd appreciate it. All right, thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. You'll walk us out? Okay. You need a floor pass. We've got it. Yeah, thank you. You got it. Thank you. No problem, man.
Everyone is
Thank you.
watching.
I know, I get it.
Security there.
No, wait. No comment. Arizona's on the other side.
Oh, no.
We gotta go out.
Okay, sorry. This is the problem you run into, Mike. This is what takes so long to gather. We hit a lot of dead ends and rat holes in this place. How you doing, sir?
Good. How are you?
Doing great. Okay, Mike, we're going to have to weave our way through here again.
Okay, okay.
The problem is, now we're by the concession stand.
Yeah, everyone's just hanging out.
How far do we have to go here? Right here? Oh, there it is, Arizona delegation. Hey, guys. We're meeting the mayor of Phoenix, live on television for Fox 10. We got a floor pass? We can't, because we're live. We got to go. We can't. We can't. We're meeting him right here. Ma'am, we've got a floor pass. We've got a floor pass.
No, I can't let floor pass through this entry.
You don't want this on television. Come on, be a little more accommodating. Thank you. All right.
Way
All right,
to work,
Mike.
John.
You got to sometimes you got to just rough your way through because these folks will stop you at every turn. Is the mayor here? Is the mayor here? Okay.
Way to work it, guys. Way to work it, John and John.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. We're live. We're live right now. How are you? Good to see you, Mayor. All right, I'm trying to remember what our order of business is right now. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You okay? We're live right now. We're streaming. Good to see you. How you been?
Doing great.
Big night tonight.
It is a big night today. I'm looking forward to hearing the president, looking forward to hearing the vice president, and of course our vice president, Tim Kaine. So it's a big night here in Philly.
Do you know Tim Kaine?
Well, I have met him. He's a former mayor. And when you're once a mayor, you're always a mayor. In fact, whenever you move from mayor to another level of government, you always look back at your time as mayor as your favorite time in government because cities actually work. We're a functional form of government.
It's as close as you can get, right, to the people.
Well, yes, and you deal with issues that really affect people, like transportation, like streets, all of the issues of parks, libraries, the issues that people really care about are done at the city level. And as Tim Kaine said when he was first introduced by Hillary Clinton, he said the best lesson in being a good government leader is through local government.
That's interesting. Okay, now, a little bit about what you want to hear tonight, bridging and passing the baton from President Obama to Hillary Clinton.
Well, I definitely want to hear how we're going to keep the economic momentum going. As you know, the president's popularity ratings are doing very, very well because the economy is doing very, very well at this point. And I want to hear how he plans to help Hillary Clinton, when she becomes president of the United States, to continue our economic momentum. I do believe that Donald Trump will send us in the wrong direction. Things like building a wall will hurt our trade relationship with Mexico. That's not positive for our local economy. I want to hear how they're going to continue going. And I want to hear about foreign policy as well. As you know, this is going to be one of the biggest issues in this campaign, very differing visions about foreign policy. Secretary Clinton will continue our efforts in NATO and work with our partners and allies around the world. Obviously, Donald Trump wants to draw that back and be less involved in the world. I believe that'll make the world less safe. So I want to hear about foreign policy as well.
Why do you think Donald Trump is connecting with voters? Because even Maxine Waters, I talked to her a couple of minutes ago, she said, I am absolutely stunned at this poll, these latest polls, that show him edging her out right now. She said, I don't get it. I do get it. I think people are angry. They're looking for a change agent. And I think they look around and they go, well, it's either Hillary or Trump. And they say, we'll take a flyer on Trump. That's what you hear.
Well, first off, should look at polls in the middle of a convention. Wait till the convention's all done and then see where we are at.
Okay.
But you're right. People right now, there's a lack of trust in the federal government. They feel like that the federal government overall,
isn't responding to them.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. For people who do not trust government, he has tapped into something. There's no doubt about it. Secretary Clinton has served in government for a long period of time, served honorably as a senator, served honorably as Secretary of State. She has a very strong track record, but she has been around for a long time. There's no doubt about that. The challenge for the Democratic Party is to say that experience, that successful experience, her successful track record is going to lead her into the future. Donald Trump is too risky. We don't know what he's going to do. And right now in the United States of America, we don't need to take a risky chance on our future.
Okay, now, the order of business, Monday, Rick D'Amico Day in the city of Phoenix, Mr. Mayor?
Look, we're here to see the vice president of the president, but let's talk about someone even more important. Rick D'Amico. A legend, 50 years in the news, 30 years at Fox 10. He is the news. He's like the Walter Cronkite of the local news scene. No offense to you.
No, listen.
He's the most trusted man in local news. And it's going to be a big loss, not only to the station, but a big loss to the community. He's always very active in the community for nonprofits. He loves Phoenix. We love him back. He's going to be a big loss. And that's why it's my honor to say that August 1st, which I think is his last day, August 1st, is officially Rick D'Amico Day in the city of Phoenix. Well deserved, friend. You're an awesome, awesome leader and trusted journalist, and we're going to miss you.
Mr. Mayor, I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. We really do.
Thanks so
That's
much.
a nice endorsement
He's a good
of Rick
man.
D'Amico. Thank you.
All right, thanks for being
Okay,
here.
all right. Enjoy your time here in Philly.
What a great
All right,
honor there, John.
Mike.
That's a great honor for Rick.
Mike, it's a little bit of everything here. It's a little bit of everything. Hold on, sir. I think I knocked your drink over.
Fire code.
Right. What fire code? Exactly right. Mr. Mayor, thanks again. Okay, good to see you too. All right, we're going to try to make our way down here, and Arizona, give us a wave. They're listening. They are intently into the proceedings here. That's good. Democracy in action. All right. We'll make our way out of here. We had to bully our way in, Mike. We're going to bully our way out.
Hey, John, how's your battery doing? I heard it's getting kind of low.
Battery, how's battery going? Are we okay? Are you ready to shut it down? John Netzel, our Iron Man, literally training for the Iron Man. I think, Mike, we're gonna depart you here.
Okay,
Take
great.
a little break, okay?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll talk to you later, John. Thanks for those updates.
We're gonna take a break, John. Okay, Mike, thank you. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Time to stand up for each other. Stand up for our shared promise. Stand up for the goodness and the hope in every American heart. It's time to put a bully racist in his place and a tough woman in hers. The White House, Hillary Clinton, Tim Kaine, forward together, stronger together. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting.
Please welcome Sigourney Weaver.
Wow. You guys are a dazzling sight. I am here tonight, like you, because of my passionate commitment to our amazing democracy. And as an American, I am also deeply concerned about my family's future, indeed about our shared future as a nation, because that future is at risk. You see, when we talk about greenhouse gases and warming temperatures, or deadlier droughts, even more destructive storms, what we're really talking about is people. They're the people you're going to see in a few moments. People whose lives are affected by climate change right here in America, right now. Like a rancher in Texas who's losing his herd of cattle because there's no grass for them to eat. Or a farmer in Kansas whose crops are dying because there's no rain. Or my fellow New Yorker, a mom in New York City who lost her young daughter in Sandy in a flood made far worse by rising sea levels. Can Donald Trump look these people in the eye and tell them climate change is a hoax and that there's nothing we can do, that he doesn't care about their pain? This is a moment when we as a nation have to decide whether we will ignore the facts and allow people to continue to suffer, or whether we will come together to do what's right. Because as we all know, when Americans come together, there is nothing we can't accomplish. Hillary Clinton, she gets it. She cares. She is committed. She understands that taking a stand against climate change It's not about politics. It is about our moral obligation to one another.
All right, everybody, we'll get you back to some DNC coverage, especially primetime is coming up right now. I'm with Danielle Miller. And unfortunately, we've got to talk about just a tragedy that happened in unincorporated Gilbert.
It was.
So what happened was a mother, what police say is killed her 2 children and then killed herself.
Yeah,
so
that's what they're saying. That happened Monday, I believe. But today, the update that we're doing, we covered this obviously Monday and Tuesday. Today we spoke with a family friend. She's been a family friend for about 8 years. I believe this mother homeschooled all her children. So what we're thinking is that she met them through a homeschooling group or whatnot. So we just kind of talked to her a little bit more about the mother, the children, things like this. She was telling us that the mother was a great mother. The family was very tight-knit. So she's just kind of describing a little bit to us more about the family. She didn't want to go too in depth, and as we know, the sheriff told us on Monday that the mother in this case and the father were separated at the time. This woman that we spoke to today said that she's friends with both of them. She didn't really want to get into detail about the relationship or anything like that, just obviously just kind of talking a little bit about this woman, and she has been identified as Lisa Gerhardt, the woman who police are saying killed her 2 kids before killing herself.
So was this sort of like, do they think it was like some sort of like revenge, like because of for the husband more? You know what I mean? Like
Right. At this point, police aren't saying, so just not too sure what led up to this. This family friend is telling us that her son is friends with the son who is not, or who was involved in the incident, who was a victim of this case.
Okay.
She says her son was supposed to be meeting up with that son, who was 17 years old, on Monday. He said he didn't hear from him all day, and then this woman, Paula Testas, who we spoke with, she says that Lisa did not answer her phone all day, didn't talk to her. So what happened was that she went over to her house Monday night around 9 o'clock and unfortunately had to discover what happened.
That's
which
horrible.
She said to us today, it's a sight that she's never going to be able to get out of her mind.
Sure.
She's never going to be able to forget it, which, I mean, it's, as you can imagine, just terrible and horrific. She said she felt helpless. There was nothing she could do. Those were people that she's known for 8 years.
Yes.
She knows this mother. She knows those 2 children. So I think it was extremely tragic for her just to see the situation of what it was. And she said she was even calling 911 and telling them that there's no way that this could be happening. This is not Lisa. This is not who she was, how she was. So just not too sure what was going on, or family dynamics or anything like that. Obviously could definitely be involved. Some type of domestic situation, like you mentioned. It could have been revenge.
Yeah.
Not sure at this point. Can't really speculate on that. Police have not said either. So it's just...
And we're looking at aerials right now of where it happened, and you could see that it's out there.
It is. It's unincorporated.
So there's no way even if there was gunshots, there's no way you would be able to, you know what I mean?
Right. I'm not too sure. I know there's a few neighbors in the area, but they are on plots of land.
Okay.
It's not, obviously cul-de-sacs and things like that with a lot of homes. So not sure about the dynamics there of the neighborhood, but as far as we know, this happened earlier in the day, and then this friend of the family didn't discover it until 9 o'clock at night. So you think from that time, maybe nobody did hear it, or...
And and look at that. You're talking about someone who just witnessed something that is like really like their worst nightmare ever.
Oh yeah.
For anyone.
Absolutely, and especially knowing somebody for 8 years and knowing the family and being close with them like that and discovering the tragic situation that happened. Obviously somebody was in an extremely critical time in life, and it's just tragic. It's so sad. It's not a good position for anybody.
No, not at all. And we do have some sound from this is the
friend. This is
the friend that knew
this is who we spoke with today.
Okay, so let's play some of that right now for everyone.
To meet for coffee and go shopping for clothes. Kyle needed clothes, so my son texted him and said, hey, because he said, hey, text me when you're ready and get going. And my son waited, and he goes, Kyle didn't respond to text. Well, and among teen boys that can be 17 and a half, you just didn't think anything of it. Like maybe he overslept, he was tired, because teen boys live with no margin. They want to stay up late and get up early. Didn't think anything of it, so that didn't ring a bell for me, because that's just teens. And then my son went to work at 4:30, and about 8:15, you know, he called me and said, hey, have you talked to Lisa today? And I said, no, not today. And he goes, well, Kyle was a no-show. So I immediately, that raised a flag for me, because I'm like, no, that's not good. But my husband was out of town on business, and he didn't want me going alone. But I had to. My daughter was in bed. I wasn't going to take my 16-year-old because my other son was at work. I just didn't know what I was going into. Never in my wildest nightmare would I ever have guessed what I went into. I thought maybe domestic argument, or maybe something, like, I just didn't know what would keep Kyle home or whatever. Honestly, I had no idea what I was going into. But yeah, that will forever be embedded in my head, forever. I mean, to relive that, and to the feeling of helplessness of me wanting to break through the house and, like, get my girlfriend, and I just wanted to get her, you know, and the kids. I mean, I just didn't know where everyone was, and hung up with him because he was on the phone with me, and then I called 911 and processed through that with them. They stayed on the line, and was just a wreck and a half, because this is not who she is. I just kept saying, this is not who she is. This is not like, wow, is anyone coming? Is an officer here? I mean, you know, it's just was crazy. It was crazy. I can't, not enough words to describe.
Wow, so that your heart goes out to her. I mean, that must be so hard, and that's great that she wanted to talk to us and wanted to just
Oh yeah, for sure. And she said she's
have the
actually going to
memories.
be reaching out to the husband and father of the children in this case. She's going to be meeting up with him tomorrow, and she did say that she's friends with both of them. So it's kind of tough for her to. She didn't let us in too much, obviously, just for, you know, personal reasons or whatnot. But she did kind of shed some light on the family for us tonight, and we're going to be having more with her on Fox 10 at 5 o'clock tonight.
Great. So we are just moments away from that, about 20 minutes out. So looking forward to that. And thank you, Danielle, for stopping by. We'll guys get you back to the DNC happening right now.
A moral imperative to take action. But you wouldn't know it by listening to Donald Trump. Last week at the Republican convention, for 76 long and painful minutes, Trump conjured up a host of dark threats, but never once mentioned the words climate change or global warming. What do you expect? Trump represents a party with officials who have banned state employees from even using those words in Florida, and who else knows where else. Trump says global warming is a hoax. I say Trump is a fraud. Trump says there's no drought in California. I say Trump lies. So it's not surprising that Trump chose as his running mate a man who denies there's such a thing as evolution. Rarely in American history have two parties diverged so profoundly. Even the know-nothing anti-immigrant party of the 1850s did not stray this far into sheer ignorance and dark fantasy, have had the Republicans and their leader, Donald Trump. Our candidate, Hillary Clinton, couldn't be more different. While Trump talks and talks and talks, Hillary does stuff. She fights for us on the big issues. As Secretary of State, she paved the way for the historic Paris Climate Agreement, an agreement which 200 nations, including China and India, enthusiastically embrace. And Mr. Trump, he says, the world be damned, I'm tearing it up. Hillary's the one who launched the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, a group of nations taking action to reduce black carbon and other super climate pollutants, which cause severe heart and lung damage. And from her first day in office, President Hillary Clinton will do what's needed to combat climate change and lead the clean energy revolution. And yes, we do need a revolution, and we're going to get one. We know something about that in California. We have solar, wind, zero-emission cars, energy efficiency, and yes, a price on carbon. We're proving that even with the toughest climate laws in the country, our economy in California is growing faster than almost any nation in the whole world. Mr. Trump and those who live in climate denial say otherwise. They tell us we have to choose between saving the economy and saving the planet. Donald Trump and the climate deniers are dead wrong, dangerously wrong. What America needs today are not deniers, but leaders. Not division, but common purpose. Not bombast, but bold action. That's why we need Hillary. And that's why the American people will choose her as the next President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome Lee Daniels.
I'm here because the next President of the United States invited me. I was a little scared at first. I wondered if Hillary really knew who I was. Not just the work I do in entertainment, but who I really am. Who is Lee Daniels? Does she know that my sister's under house arrest? Does she know that my brother Maynard is in jail? Does she know that my nephew is in jail? That my cousins are in and out of jail? That my father was a police officer, shot and murdered right here in Philadelphia when I was 15? Does she even know that I've been to jail? That's the America I know. And still I rise. It hit me like a brick. Hillary knows me. She knows me. And that's what gave me the courage to come and speak in front of y'all tonight. Hillary has stood with families of people who died due to gun violence. She's helped turn their heartache into action. I wish she was around for me when my dad died. Hillary understands our right to bear guns, but wants to stop guns from getting into the wrong hands. You guys, 33,000 Americans die each year from gun violence. That's 90 people a day. Enough. We need to take action, and we need to take action now. There's only one candidate willing to take on gun violence. There's only one candidate willing to take on the gun lobby and keep our families safe. I'm bad at this teleprompter stuff. And for that millennial who comes from where I come from, who doesn't think that you have a voice, you do. And there ain't no choice. This is the most important election of our lifetime. Come November, vote for her. May God bless you, Hillary Clinton, and God bless America.
It takes about 5 minutes for a church bell to ring 49 times. I know this because last month, my son Christopher, his boyfriend Juan, and 47 others were murdered at a club in Orlando. Christopher was my only child. As I used to tell him, you can't do better than perfect. He had so many friends, two of whom are here tonight representing hundreds and hundreds more. All his life, he brought people together. In high school, he won the Anne Frank Humanitarian Award for starting the Gay-Straight Alliance. Christopher's paternal grandparents met and fell in love in a Japanese internment camp. So it was in his DNA that love always trumps hate. Christopher was a big Hillary supporter. That's why I'm here, so that I can tell you about the day he was born. At the time, I was a Michigan State Trooper. When I went into labor, the hospital put my off-duty gun in a safe. I didn't argue. I know common sense gun policies save lives. The weapon that murdered my son fires 30 rounds in 1 minute. An Orlando City Commissioner pointed out the terrible math. 1 minute for a gun to fire so many shots, 5 minutes for a bell to honor so many lives. I'm glad common sense gun policy was in place the day Christopher was born. But where was that common sense the day he died? I never want you to ask that question about your child. That's why I support Hillary Clinton.
Please welcome Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut.
Thank you very much. Thank you. There are days when I wish I hadn't been there. There are moments when I try to forget the things that I saw, the things that I heard that soul-crushing morning at the firehouse in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. The grief, the unending, mind-altering, paralyzing sorrow that comes with losing a child to gun violence, it is unimaginable, and only those who live it know it. In Newtown, Connecticut, families of 20 first graders and their 6 teachers, they live with it every minute of every day. And across the country, each day, unbelievably, 90 families join them. My oldest son is the same age as those kids in Sandy Hook. He just finished first grade. My wife and I are the same age as those parents, and I am furious. I am furious that in 3 years since Sandy Hook, 3 years of almost daily bloodshed in our cities, the Republican Congress has done absolutely nothing to prevent the next massacre.
They're right now, 35th Avenue and Indian School in Phoenix. All right, folks, we just wanted to give you guys this update here. We're gonna keep our eyes on here just to see if anything happens. We're gonna go right back to the DNC. I know you guys want that coverage, so we just wanted to break in and let you know of that situation happening right here in Arizona. We'll give you guys updates if we see anything happen in the next few minutes. Let's go back now out to the DNC. Happening right now.
My wedding was one of the last things I planned with my mom. It was a very bittersweet day because it's just all one big reminder of the giant hole where she used to be. My mom was my best friend. My mom was very much the type of principal who knew the name of every child in that school. She knew their siblings and she knew their parents, and she probably could tell you how many dogs and what breed they were. On the morning of December 14th, I got an emergency alert that said there's a shooting at Sandy Hook. I grabbed my purse and I grabbed my keys and I just went storming to the car. I just kept thinking, this isn't real. You know, like I knew that I was gonna wake up from a bad dream. And we waited and waited and waited, and they told us, if you're in this room, it's because your family member's not coming out. wasn't until the first time I saw it in writing, age 47, Dawn Lafferty Hochsprung, female, deceased, cause of death, multiple gunshot wounds, that I realized my mom didn't die. My mom was murdered. And that made me angry. And that made me act. Hillary Clinton is the only candidate that has what it takes to take on the gun lobby. No one is fighting harder to reform our gun laws than Hillary. She reminds me of my mother. She isn't scared of anything. That's why I believe in her. That's why millions of other Americans believe in her. There's finally someone who can change things.
Please welcome Erica Smigelski from Prospect, Connecticut.
I should not be here tonight. I don't want to be here tonight. I should be home like so many Americans. So I'm here. I'm here for the mothers and daughters who are planning weddings so that you get to watch your daughters walk down the aisle. I'm here for those lives cut short in a school, in a movie theater, in a church, at work, in their neighborhoods or homes, because those voices should never be silenced. I'm here alone without my mother, while too many politicians cower behind the gun lobby instead of standing with American families. We don't need another Charleston or San Bernardino or Dallas or countless other acts of everyday gun violence that don't make the headlines. We don't need our teachers and principals going to work in fear. What we need is another mother who's willing to do what's right, whose bravery can live up in equal measure to my mom's. What we need is to elect Hillary Clinton as the 45th president of the United States of America so that no other daughter ever has to say, I would give every single day that I have left for just one more day with my mom.
Please welcome Charles Ramsey.
When I was Philadelphia Police Commissioner, we mourned eight police officers that were killed in the line of duty. After the attacks on police in Dallas and Baton Rouge, an entire nation mourned 8 more. After 47 years in law enforcement in Chicago, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia, I've mourned far too many officers killed by guns. And as a nation, we've mourned far too many innocent people that have fallen victim to gun violence. I'm here to say we need more than grieving to protect our law enforcement officers and to serve the memory of those heroes who have fallen. We need common sense measures to reduce gun violence. Police need these common sense measures and a leader who will fight for them. I grew up in the Inglewood neighborhood on the south side of Chicago. The haze of gun violence hangs heavy there. My brother's best friend was murdered not 50 feet from our house. He had refused to join a gang. A few years later, in that same location, a Chicago police officer was shot dead in almost the same spot. He had been filling out a report in his patrol car when he was murdered by 3 gang members. Gun violence isn't unique to Inglewood. It continues to visit neighborhoods across the United States. During my years in policing, I've seen the crime scenes. I've seen the grieving families, including families of police officers that were killed. I've seen the cost of gun violence. Now, more than ever, we need a strong, steady leader to stop the bloodshed. A leader that will protect our officers from being outgunned by weapons of war, and to rebuild the bonds between police and communities. That's why I'm with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is a strong leader to protect our cops and communities from gun violence. She has stood with our first responders when we needed her most in the days after 9/11 to make sure they got the benefits they had earned. And today, she supports comprehensive background checks and the assault weapons ban. Those who aim to do harm shouldn't get a handgun, let alone an assault rifle. Hillary Clinton is the steady leader to shepherd us through this critical time. The bonds between law enforcement and communities are frayed, but we can't play to America's worst fears. We need to champion our greatest hopes. Hillary will. She'll bring police and communities closer together. She'll support those who feel forgotten and challenge areas like the south side of Chicago, Southeast DC, and North Philadelphia. And she'll support dedicated police officers working to improve their communities. Important as ever, Hillary Clinton will build bridges between communities and police. And ladies and gentlemen, that's better than building walls. Hillary Clinton is the right person to become the 45th President of the United States of America. She will work to strengthen the bonds of trust between police and the communities they serve. That's why she has my vote. May God bless all of you. May God bless the men and women of law enforcement. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Angela Bassett.
Thank you. Thank you. They were gathered to pray. He walked in, an outsider, a stranger, and they welcomed him. But then he opened fire. He stole their lives. Reverend Clementa Pinckney, Cynthia Hurd, Sharonda Coleman Singleton, Tywanza Sanders, Myra Thompson, Ethel Lee Lance, Susie Jackson, Daniel Simmons, DePayne Middleton Doctor. We say their names, but that is not enough, is it? Since the massacre at Charleston's Emmanuel AME Church, more lives have been destroyed by gun violence, and hatred still threatens to tear us apart. After Charleston, Hillary Clinton challenged all of us to turn our grief into action, and we have to do that. Still, there are days when it feels like our bodies and our minds are under too much pressure. Then I remember that we have souls too, and I thank God that our souls are on fire. I visited Charleston this year, and I can tell you that that city's soul is on fire. That soul burns with resilience. It fuels their resistance. It brought down the Confederate flag, and it brings the Charleston community together, closer together every day. Now, we are honored to have Charleston survivors, Felicia Sanders and Polly Shepard, here with us tonight. Please join me in welcoming them.
Good evening. My son's last words were, "We mean you no harm." Tywanza, my hero. 2 days later, I forgave the shooter who murdered him. Hate destroys those who harbor it. I refuse to let hate destroy me. So, I have asked, how was he able to purchase the gun he used to kill so many? After that fateful day, Hillary Clinton called on lawmakers to close the Charleston loophole. Because of the loophole, even though the shooter had an arrest record, when it didn't surface and 3 days passed, he can still buy that gun. No one should feel what I've seen. No one should feel how we suffered. The Bible tells us that if we humble ourselves, pray, and turn from our wicked ways, God will forgive us and heal our land. Let us heed God's word, and in turn, may God heal our nation.
Amen. To heal, we must forgive. That's what I've learned this past year. The shooter in Charleston had hate in his heart. The shooter in Orlando had hate in his heart. And the shooter in Dallas did too. So much hate, too much. But as Scripture says, love never fails. So I choose love. And in this election, I choose Hillary Clinton. Hillary was in South Carolina the day before the shooting. And in the days that followed, she talked about the hatred in our nation, the racism, the injustice. She said that we can't hide from these truths. She called on us to name them and own them and then change them. Together, we can fight for that change. Together, we can heal. Together, we can love. Thank you.
Please welcome U.S. Navy Captain Mark Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It is so great to be here in the great city of Philadelphia. And I speak to you tonight as the proud son of 2 New Jersey police officers. As a veteran of 39 combat missions during Operation Desert Storm, and of 25 years in the United States Navy. And as a former NASA astronaut who flew 4 missions into space, you know, my decades as a pilot, military officer, and astronaut gave me a unique perspective on our world. I saw our country at its best. I also saw humanity at its worst. From the cockpit of my A6 Intruder, I saw America lead the international coalition that defeated Saddam Hussein. I also saw the devastating effects of war itself. From orbit, I saw our planet as a perfect blue marble just floating there in the blackness of space. But I also saw receding glaciers and shrinking rainforests. At war and in space, I saw the awesome extent of American power and capability. But it was so frustrating to return home and see how we struggle to address some of our greatest challenges. Just as Hillary is prepared to defeat ISIS, advance our values, and protect our freedoms, Hillary is ready to take on one of our country's greatest moral failures here at home, and that is the gun violence that is tearing so many of our communities apart. We have to do better, and Hillary knows we can. Hillary knows that we can save lives by doing more to keep guns out of the wrong hands. And we know that as president, she will do what is right for our nation, not what is politically expedient. She'll stand up to the Washington gun lobby that works to protect the shameful status quo. So if we want to leave our kids and grandkids a country with less gun violence, not more, then we need to make sure that Hillary Clinton is our next president. Now, I want to introduce you to somebody who is working to do just that. Someone who has taught me each and every single day to deny the acceptance of failure, somebody who doesn't give up, and someone who believes, like Hillary does, that we are all stronger together. My wife, the awesome Congresswoman Gabby Giffords.
What a crowd! I'm honored to be here today. We have important work ahead of us, work that will determine the future of our country. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm ready. In Congress, I learned a powerful lesson. Strong women get things done. Hillary is tough. Hillary is courageous. She will fight to make our families safer. In the White House, she will stand up to the gun lobby. That's why I'm voting for Hillary. Speaking is difficult for me, but come January, I want to say these two words, Madam President. Thank you very much.
Please welcome the brightest voices of Broadway to sing in tribute to the lives affected by gun violence. A live performance of the song, What the World Needs Now is Love.
What the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some, but for everyone.
Lord, we don't need another mountain.
There are mountains and hillsides enough to climb.
There are oceans and rivers
Enough to cross.
Enough to last.
to last till the end of time. What the world needs now, love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. No, not just for some.
Lord, we don't need another meadow. There are cornfields and wheat fields enough to grow.
There are sunbeams and moonbeams enough to shine.
Oh, listen,
Listen, Lord, if you want to know.
if you want to know.
It's the only thing that there's just too little love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
No, not just for some.
But for everyone. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love. What the world needs now is love, sweet love.
What the
world needs now is love, sweet love. The world needs now sweet love. The world needs love, sweet love. Needs love, needs love, is sweet love. Needs
The greatest part of the president's job is to make decisions. can't pass the buck to anybody. No one else can do the deciding for him. There is no job like it on the face of the earth. In the power which is concentrated here at this desk, and in the responsibility and difficulty of the decision.
60 GOP national security experts signed a scathing open letter opposing Trump, calls Trump's vision of American power and influence, quote, wildly inconsistent and unmoored in principle.
If he governs in any way consistent with some of the things he's said as a candidate, I would be very frightened.
He has neither the temperament nor the judgment to be president.
Say this flat out. Donald Trump is unfit to be president of the United States.
He's not fit to be president of the United States.
I know something of the solemn responsibility of leading. We must use our power wisely.
I think there are many people in the upper echelons of the military that are very concerned, not only about some of the things that Mr. Trump has already said he's going to ask the military to do, but more importantly, I think there's an inability for Mr. Trump, at least the way it's been seen, to take advice.
And on what basis is he going to make his decisions? It certainly won't be on any sort of deep knowledge of foreign affairs and national security, because he doesn't have any.
He seems to think that he has all the answers, and that he doesn't need any advice from staff or anybody else.
And that falls under the category of toxic leadership.
Our diplomats are instructed to avoid purely rhetorical hostility. We do not need to use threats to prove we are resolute.
Mr. Trump's bombast is already alarming our allies and fueling the enmity of our enemies.
He doesn't have the temperament or judgment to control himself when he gets mad.
He would shoot from the hip. He would rely on gut instinct.
He is erratic. He says crazy things.
He said one stupid, reckless thing after another, and he's shown absolutely no temperament to try to learn the things that he doesn't know, and he doesn't know just about everything.
There is only one sane policy. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought.
We're about to turn over the nuclear codes of the United States to an erratic individual.
He's been talking about the possibility, the future option of using a nuclear weapon against our Western European allies.
His finger would be on the nuclear trigger, and this is a man who doesn't know what the nuclear triad is.
This is not somebody who should be handed the nuclear codes.
I think you have to ask yourself, do I want a person of that temperament control the nuclear codes? And as of now, I'd have to say no.
Regardless of your politics, whether you are Republican or Democrat, your fate is tied up with what is done here in this room.
Please welcome Admiral John Hudson from New Hampshire.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. My name is John Hudson, and unlike Donald Trump, there are two things that I know an awful lot about: law and order. For 11 years, I was a law school dean. For 30 years, I served proudly in the United States Navy, including as the Judge Advocate General. Thank you. Go Navy. Donald Trump calls himself the law and order candidate, but he will violate international law. In his words, he endorses torture at a minimum. He'll order our troops to commit war crimes like killing civilians. And he actually said, you have to take out their families. And what did he say when he was told that was illegal? He said, our troops won't refuse, believe me.
This very morning, he personally invited Russia to hack us. That's not law and order, that's criminal intent. Donald Trump would abandon our allies and let more countries get nuclear weapons. He lies about donating to veterans, and he called the military that I served in a disaster. It's embarrassing enough that he's the face of one of our political parties. The real disaster would be if we let Donald Trump become the face of the country that we love. More than 120 Republican national security leaders recently warned that Donald Trump would, in their words, make America less safe. He even mocks our POWs like John McCain. I served in the same Navy as John McCain. I used to vote in the same party as John McCain. Donald, you're not fit to polish John McCain's boots. But, America, we have a better choice. Hillary Clinton is the only candidate who knows how to work with our allies, who has a specific plan to defeat ISIS. She's smart and she's steady. She has the experience, the temperament, and the spine to be a superb commander-in-chief. She knows what makes us the envy of the world. It's not our abundant natural resources, or our resilient economy, or even that we have the strongest military on earth. Our strength comes from who we are and who we've always been, our humanity. If we lose our humanity, we lose the battle and we lose the war. ISIS and other radical groups have no humanity. That's their weakness. Our enemy can't defeat us militarily. Victory for them won't be found on the battlefield. For them, victory is to make us more like them. People who torture, who destabilize the international order, who target innocents because they don't look like them and don't pray like them. Donald Trump is a walking, talking recruiting poster for terrorists. And that's not hyperbole. That's not hyperbole. ISIS literally used Trump in a commercial. You know, you can tell a lot about a person by whom they admire. Eleanor Roosevelt, Nelson Mandela, Dorothy Rodham. These are Hillary Clinton's heroes. Donald Trump? Well, Donald Trump admires Donald Trump. And Saddam Hussein, and Kim Jong-un, and of Vladimir Putin, he said, and I quote, in terms of leadership, he's getting an A. I taught national security law. Praising dictators was an automatic F in my class. Let me tell you something. In 2008, As the Dean of the University of New Hampshire School of Law, I invited each presidential candidate to talk about terrorism I'm not sure what they're saying. To talk about terrorism with me and other retired admirals and generals. Of all the candidates that we met with, Hillary Clinton was by far, the best prepared and the most knowledgeable. She listened carefully to our arguments. She tested us. We had more than 500 years of collective experience, and we learned from her. And this was before she served as our Secretary of State, before she brokered a ceasefire in Gaza, before she rallied the world to sanction Iran and advised President Obama to take out bin Laden. And she restored our reputation in the world. Anyone who served with the young men and women of our armed forces knows how serious it is to send them in harm's way. When you're a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, you don't get to choose your commanders. But when you're a citizen, you have the responsibility to choose a commander-in-chief who will keep us safe, strong, and secure. Choose Hillary. Thank you all.
Please welcome Kristen Kavanaugh from San Diego, California.
At the age of 24, I deployed to Iraq on a base where we regularly received indirect fire. After each attack, everything would fall silent. And then I would hear the sounds of the artillery battery returning fire and the quick reaction force helicopters taking off in the enemy's direction. As a young Marine Corps lieutenant in a non-combat position, these units, along with special operations teams and Marine infantry battalions stationed with us, were our first line of defense.
All right, folks, we are taking you now to live breaking news in Scottsdale. Officer-involved shooting situation. Let me get you a location. This is 93rd Street and Shea. It's happening at 93rd Street and Shea. We do not have any other details right now, but this is happening live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Okay, folks, we did lose our shot there. We'll see if we could reestablish it. We'll go back to DNC for now.
He's defying the values we risk our lives to defend. This election isn't just about Donald Trump's judgment. It's about our own. Our troops, our nation, our world cannot afford for us to get this wrong. Thank you.
Please welcome the former Secretary of Defense and Director of the CIA, Leon Panetta.
At this hour, in some very dangerous corners of the world, young Americans are standing guard. Our brave military and intelligence professionals are on the front lines, far from home, risking their lives for us, for our freedom, for our way of life. A president, a commander-in-chief, has no greater responsibility than the decision to send our troops into harm's way. I have worked alongside 9 presidents, Republican and Democrat, all experienced, all believing in the U.S. role in world leadership. And I can tell you this, that in this election, there is only one candidate for president who has the experience, the temperament, and the judgment to be commander-in-chief, and that's Hillary Clinton. This is no time to gamble with our future. America faces flashpoints and threats from around the globe. We need a president who's strong and smart and courageous, who enters the Oval Office with the respect of the generals and admirals who lead our military, with the confidence of diplomats who represent America, and with the trust of our troops who know that she will always have their back. That president is Hillary Clinton. During my time as CIA Director and Secretary of Defense, Hillary was a strong supporter of our efforts to protect our homeland, to decimate al-Qaeda, and to bring Osama bin Laden to justice. It was a tough decision to go after bin Laden. In long meetings in the White House Situation Room, we debated that fateful decision. I presented the intelligence to the President and to others, laying out the risks of that operation. And when the President went around the table to our country's national security leadership.
Folks just re-popping in here to let you know that a PIO is headed to the scene. Public Information Officer, 93rd Street and Shea in Scottsdale, officer-involved shooting. That's all the info we know at this point. We do have our very own Danielle Miller headed to the scene. Hopefully we'll be able to get some updates from her when those updates do become available. We are also monitoring, happening right now, Donald Trump rally.
Is making America great. That's what it really is, not just politics.
We'll get back to the DNC in just a little bit.
We have a movement going on. And Time Magazine said it, and everybody else said it, and even these very dishonest people back here, they said it. No, they say it. And by the way, that's a lot of cameras going on considering we have a Democratic convention, right? That's a lot of things. But you know, it's really pretty good. Somebody asked me at a news conference this morning, they said, Mr. Trump, this is a very unusual campaign. You're not supposed to be working today, the day of a convention. I said, why not? Well, it's very unconventional. So we'll call it an unconventional convention. But they said, it's very unconventional. And it was very unconventional the way you ran in the primaries. I said, yeah, I know, but here I am, right? Here we are. And we won in a landslide. We won it. So somebody said, I know you're starting to lead now. I said, not starting. We're leading by a lot. We're actually leading by a lot. And we're leading in Ohio by 3 points. We're leading in Ohio. We're leading in Ohio. And I think we're going to win Ohio. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I just left Pennsylvania. Just left Scranton, Pennsylvania. And by the way, Pennsylvania has the same problem as Ohio. The jobs are being sucked out of Pennsylvania. They're being sucked out of Ohio. They're being sucked out of Michigan, New England, every place because of NAFTA and other things. Our taxes are too high. My tax plan lowers taxes more than any other plan of any candidate that's run for the office of president, Republican or Democrat. We have to. We have to. We're the highest tax nation just about in the entire world, okay? And nobody knows that more than the middle class. And the middle class is suffering in this country. You know, the middle class built the United States. It really did. It built the United States. And our politicians forgot about the middle class, all right? They forgot
all right, folks,
about
we just
the middle
wanted to
class.
jump in there and show you a little bit of coverage of Donald Trump live in action tonight as well. DNC, though,
It's ridiculous. Actually, it's ridiculous.
we are just about an hour away from
I'm going to help you.
President Obama taking the stage. Let's go back now live.
Only today, let me point out something that just happened today. Donald Trump today once again took Russia's side. He asked the Russians to interfere in American politics. Think about that. Think about that for a moment. Donald Trump, who wants to be president of the United States, is asking one of our adversaries to engage in hacking or intelligence efforts against the United States of America to affect an election. As someone who was responsible for protecting our nation from cyber attacks, it is inconceivable to me that any presidential candidate would be that irresponsible. I say this out of a firm concern for the future of my children and my grandchildren. Donald Trump cannot become our commander-in-chief. In an unstable world, we cannot afford unstable leadership. We cannot afford someone who believes America should withdraw from the world, threatens our international treaties, and violates our moral principles. We cannot afford an erratic finger on our nuclear weapons. This is no time to roll the dice and to gamble with America's national security or with the American dream. No time. I've lived that American dream. My parents were immigrants from Italy. They came through Ellis Island. They made their way to California. They opened a restaurant in Monterey. I can still remember standing on a chair in the back of that restaurant, washing glasses. Never could my immigrant parents have dreamed that their son would grow up to be Secretary of Defense of the most powerful military in the world. The American dream The American dream that we've all been a part of has been defended in every generation by the brave men and women willing to fight and die for America. They are our greatest national treasure. And they deserve a serious commander-in-chief. If we care about them, if we care about our security, if we care about our freedoms, if we care about the American dream, there is only one choice: Hillary Clinton for President of the United States. God bless you, and God bless our nation.
Please welcome Dr. Jill Biden.
It's great to be back in Philly. Once again, we're making history. Together, we will elect the first woman president of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton. Let me start by thanking you for allowing me to serve as Second Lady of the United States for the past 8 years. It's been an honor, and let me thank you for the love and support you have given our family. It has meant the world to us. Over the past 8 years, America has gotten to know the Joe Biden that I know and love. He's honest and strong, principled and compassionate. He was authentic long before it became a buzzword in politics. He understands that working people are the backbone of this nation. And he has tremendous empathy for those in need. He knows, as I do, that education is the great equalizer, and that community colleges are America's best-kept secret. And he believes, as I do, that we have a special obligation to our military and their families. he has a deep commitment to justice, and he has spent his whole career standing up to the abuse of power. He knows at its best, politics is always a matter of the heart. And he remains today, even after all he's been through, the most optimistic person I know. He loves his family. He loves this country. He's your Vice President and my husband, Joe Biden.
You know, my dad used to have an expression. He said, it's a lucky person gets up in the morning, puts both feet on the floor, knows what they're about to do, and thinks it still matters.
For over 40 years, Joe Biden has had the courage to speak out and lead on the toughest issues facing America.
When I wrote the Violence Against Women Act back in 1989, I think people, although they cared about it, thought maybe there's not much we can do about it.
But he saw an injustice too great to ignore. Violence against women was a moral stain on the conscience of a nation.
We created a civil cause of action to empower women who are abused in this country.
For millions of women, the Violence Against Women Act has provided protection, support, and the ability to rebuild their lives. Apartheid in South Africa offended everything we stood for as a nation, but America was slow to act.
I'm ashamed of the lack of moral backbone to this policy. These people are dying. You feel frustration, they're dying. They're being shot. They're lining up and they're shooting children. Our loyalty is not to South Africa, it's to South Africans.
Genocide in Bosnia challenged the world. Joe Biden spoke out.
What's going on is an atrocity. This guy's a thug, a war criminal. It's truly a shame what we're allowing to happen. We're acting collectively as the free world like cowards.
In the 1990s, the NRA threatened anyone who crossed them. Joe Biden took them on.
We will not step back from the commitment we have made to the American people to give them safe streets, safe homes, and safe schools. That's why we fought the gun lobby and passed a ban on assault weapons.
It's the kind of courage we need today in Congress to stand up to the NRA. When the freedom to love who you choose was being denied by our own government, Joe Biden said, no more.
And what this is all about is a simple proposition. Who do you love? Who do you love? And will you be loyal to the person you love? And that's what people are finding out is what all marriages at their root are about. Whether they're marriages of lesbians or gay men or heterosexuals.
It's over. The long constitutional debate on whether gay couples have a constitutional right to marry is over, and the answer is yes.
For Joe Biden, the one sacred obligation of a nation is to those who have served.
The veterans of America are not only the heart and soul, but you are the very spine of this nation, who have served and sacrificed for all of us.
And for those military families who have lost loved ones, who have sacrificed the most, he's offered hope.
There will come a day when the thought of your son or daughter, or your husband or wife, brings a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It will happen. My prayer for you is that day will come sooner or later. But the only thing I have more experience in you in is this. I'm telling you, it will come. I believe we need a moonshot in this country to cure cancer. It's personal. Like many of you, I've experienced in my family the dreaded C word. Every year around the world, 14 million people are diagnosed with cancer. We are going to fundamentally change the face of cancer.
And because he's gone to the mat for all of us on so many issues over the past 40 years, I'm putting Joe in charge of mission control.
In the last 22 years, violence against women has dropped 64%, and more people are reporting. But the one place it hasn't changed is on college campuses.
Today, he's leading a movement to end sex abuse on college campuses.
Unfortunately, 1 in 5 women will be the victim of sexual assault while a student. And that's why we launched the It's On Us campaign. It says, 1, I promise to intervene when I see something. 2, I promise to create an environment where sexual assault is unacceptable. And 3, no consent means no.
A gut-wrenching story that has gone viral.
Vice President Joe Biden has written a heartfelt letter to the survivor.
I do not know your name, but your words are forever seared in my soul. Your words will help people you have never met. You've given them the strength they need to fight. I do not know your name, but I will never forget you. Let's change the culture so that no abused woman or man ever feel they have to ask themselves, what did I do? They did nothing wrong.
It was the great battles over civil rights and the Vietnam War that brought Joe Biden to public life.
All right, folks, we're going to wait for Joe Biden to come out. When he comes out, we'll go to it.
Uncle Joe's coming out.
But right now, we got Marcy Jones here.
Special guest.
Special guest on the Fox News Now.
Excellent,
it's always great having you.
I love being up here.
And this is your Monday, even though it's Wednesday. It's Monday, and you're
Yes.
really look at this. You wouldn't know it's from Monday. You would think
Monday gets such a bad rep.
it really does.
It does. And even though I don't have a classic Monday, because my Monday is Saturday.
Okay.
Ooh,
like it.
right now?
I like it.
I like coming in on Wednesdays, though, as my Monday, because people are it's already midweek.
Yeah.
So, not
and
everybody-
everyone's in a good mood, kind of because
everyone's in a great mood.
Yeah.
Because it's hump day, you're almost over it.
Yes.
And then, my Tuesdays, everybody's Thursday.
Yeah.
It's great. It's a good.
I love it.
Not as great as this house that we're about to show you.
Yeah, so tell us,
Beyond.
let's play a little video here and you explain, because
Okay.
it didn't seem real.
No, it did not.
So let me show it. So here we go. Let me
it up.
play it. Now first off, why is there a car here? First off.
Okay, so
what's going on here?
You might think this is a garage, would you not?
Yeah.
Because there's a car here.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, but no. This is a car bar. So this is the
What?
basement of
No.
this home. Yes. So we're looking at. Okay. Now we're at the kitchen.
Yeah.
But basically, these are called lock and leave houses. This is the newest thing in the luxury market. People want to have a house that is not sprawling lands. You don't need a pool man. You don't need a lawn guy. You don't need all this stuff. They want to lock and leave on their probably fabulous vacation.
Yeah.
Maybe a yacht.
Okay, yeah,
with some
yeah.
yacht rock playing. Now, this is having all the luxuries you can see, but without all of this high-end upkeep. So this is the car bar and, we're looking at the theater right now.
I'm looking at the theater now.
So the idea is to have your car come in, goes down in a little car elevator, because of course, why would you not have a car
Yeah,
elevator?
you need the car elevator
If
too.
you're gonna have a Maserati and a Ferrari,
You need the car elevator.
you need
Hey.
the Vader. You need the Vader. So it goes down, and then you have this fabulous bar. It's parked in front of glass, so as you pop the champagne, you can just look at your fabulous cars.
This is like a lifestyle that
Beyond.
few know.
Few know,
But if you get
but
in-
everybody wants
But
it.
everybody wants it. So what you're telling me is, if you win the Powerball, this is kind of the thing you're going to be getting.
This is probably your
This is your-
blueprint to what you want your life to look
Wow!
like.
Look
I
at this!
know.
Look at this! Look how tranquil!
And
Look how
we've been
beautiful!
focusing on the car bar, but yes, there are little things all around the house. It's a smart house, so you can literally control
Oh,
everything.
is that your neighbor then? Is that your neighbor then too?
That's your neighbor.
Wow!
That's your neighbor.
Look, they're doing well too. They're doing
Yeah,
well too.
They're doing well too.
Yeah.
This is the new money neighbor that's coming up.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we just got to back it up now.
We
Look at
gotta
that!
back
I
it
like
up.
that king. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a nice. Is that California king? Maybe I don't know.
It's got to be custom in some
Oh,
way. The car
boy.
bar. We just have
Car
to keep coming back to
bar. Hashtag car bar.
So that's this is a home theater, right? With
Yeah.
nice little leather seating in there. The bar,
Wow.
then the cars, all in one. And that round thing right over in the right, poker table, you would never know though.
No, you wouldn't
'Cause
know.
It's the highest
but
end poker
yeah.
table ever.
And you know what they're playing for. They're not playing for, hundreds of dollars. It's like the
Oh.
Maserati.
They're playing for
They're
the Maserati.
They probably put the keys on.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they're having I'm probably going to get it wrong. Okay, so I'm not a big car person, I got to say this, but they're having a LaFerrari.
What's that? I don't even know.
There's
I don't-
80 of them in the world. $5 million a piece. One is coming to this home in October.
Oh, my.
I don't even know if I can talk about this.
Well,
I
I'm
mean,
glad
it's
you
top
did.
secret.
I'm
Yeah.
glad you did.
So everybody wants to know how much, right?
Yeah.
That's the first thing you think.
I know.
So if you look at all this, what do you think, Mike? If you had to put a price tag on this, we're talking furnished.
Yeah.
The car bar.
With the cars in it?
No.
Okay.
That's the one thing I asked. I was like, would you throw in a Maserati to close the deal? And he was like, no.
Oh.
Yeah. Right away. So how much do you think furnished? So it's really nice furniture. It's all done very tastefully by
You know what I would do?
Designs.
Okay, I'm gonna put out a number.
Okay.
6.5. No, I did not.
6.5. Wow.
That's what I would go with, and I did not look at your tweet for the record.
So furnished, it's only 3.8. Okay.
Okay.
And they have units that start at 2.3 mil.
Wow.
So
that's
it's kind of a good deal. No.
So if you had millions, though,
if you had millions, yes,
you would maybe.
Yeah. Make it rain.
Yeah, hopefully.
Pay in cash.
Pay in cash.
Why not?
See the car.
YOLO.
Oh wow.
I know. So
I can't get over this house.
A little bit of background on this. This is by Cullum Homes. Okay, they have 40 of these lots. They've already sold 23 within the first few months of them. They've got 17 still on the market.
Yeah.
They're customizable. The car bar is an option.
Okay.
But you know what? If you have that money, why would it be an option?
Why
would it be a given?
It's a givey. It's a givey. We call it a givey.
A givey. Look at that.
Now let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Say you didn't want to buy it, but hey, you're having this big corporate party. Can you rent one of these for the weekend?
They have had parties there.
Oh, wow.
But it's for them and the family. I think this is really nice. The families of the people that have worked on the house.
That's nice.
They had a pizza Ferrari party.
Okay.
I mean,
so
could you make a cooler party? I don't think so.
Wow.
Yeah. The best
I can't
of
get
both
over
worlds.
this, guys.
I know. So this is in the heart of Paradise Valley. And I don't know if you know the history of the Mountain Shadows Resort that used to be here.
No.
Apparently in the 50s and 60s, it was like the it spot. All celebrities, famous people all went there, and then it kind of got a little run down.
Okay.
So in the 2000s, knocked it down, and now they're building these incredible homes. I know.
Wow.
I know. Spectacular.
I'm just glad you were able to get in there.
Me too.
Okay. That's like really
they said
jealous.
They couldn't
I'm
find
jealous.
the keys to the Ferrari, but I don't think I don't think they wanted me to
now,
drive off.
Could you have got in it if you wanted to?
Yes. I took a picture in front of it, of course.
Oh, nice.
I mean, you don't just walk by one of these and not take a picture.
This is like where rap videos are made.
Yeah.
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 Like there's probably a rap video being made tonight. I don't know.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Wow.
So, I mean,
that's a lifestyle we don't know about too much. But boy, do we want to be a part of it, right, guys?
we like to take pics of it.
Yeah.
And post it.
This is like Instagram house everywhere.
yeah.
This is like it would have its own hashtag.
It would. And so many people worked on this house too.
That's
to
nice.
make it.
Yeah.
It was a big collaboration.
Yeah. That's nice they all come together
You know,
to do
good
that.
for Arizona.
Yeah.
Good for us. What a country.
Hey, this is the place to live.
This is the
This is the place to live. Can you imagine this place in November? Oh, it'd be popping.
Popping.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So they don't have pools in their backyard. They just go to this resort that's under construction right now. But then you get the amenities.
Yeah.
I mean,
Out of control amenities.
yeah. I would imagine.
Wow.
Is
Well,
Uncle Joe up yet?
Yeah, he is up, and we'll do a nice transition.
We'll do a great transition.
Yeah,
Here we
so-
go. I bet Joe would like a house like this.
Oh, I bet. he could probably have it too. He's the VP.
Yeah.
Well, what we'll do, Marcy, thank you for once again. You got to stop by here more often.
I do.
We should just have Wednesday check-ins with Marcy.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be great?
Done. Marcy's Monday. Everybody else is Wednesday.
Yeah.
Check in.
Check-in.
FNN.
Check-in. There we go.
All right. Well, enjoy Uncle Joe, everybody.
Thank you, and we're gonna go. Let's see. We're gonna let me see if I could do this in one swoop. Could I?
Who became a cop because he always wanted to help people. The middle daughter of 3 daughters, who always made her mother smile, who was a hero to her sisters, now a major in the United States Marine Corps because, Mr. President, I wanted to serve my country. The teachers who Jill knows and so many of you know, who take money out of their own pockets to buy pencils and notebooks for the students who can't afford them. Why? Why? Because being a teacher is not what they do, it's who they are. You know what I know, for real. These are the people who are the heart and soul of this country. It's the America that I know, the America that Hillary knows and Tim Kaine knows. You know, I've known Hillary for well over 30 years. Before she was First Lady of the United States, when she became First Lady, we served together in the United States Senate, and during her years as Secretary of State, once a week, we had breakfast in my home, the Vice President's residence. Everybody knows she's smart. Everybody knows she's tough. But I know what she's passionate about. I know Hillary. Hillary understands. Hillary gets it. Hillary understands that that college loan is about a lot more than getting a qualified student education. It's about saving the mom and the dad from the indignity of having to look at their talented child and say, "Sonny, honey, I'm so sorry. The bank wouldn't lend me the money. I can't help you to get to school." I know that about Hillary. Hillary understood that for years, millions of people went to bed staring at the ceiling, thinking, "Oh my God, what if I get breast cancer or he has a heart attack? I will lose everything. What will we do then?" I know about Hillary Clinton. Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand what it will mean for our daughters and granddaughters when Hillary Clinton walks into the Oval Office as President of the United States of America. It will change their lives. My daughters and granddaughters can do anything any son or grandson can do, and she will prove it, Mr. Mayor. So let me say as clearly as I can. If you live in the neighborhoods like the one Jill and I grew up in, if you worry about your job and getting a decent pay, if you worry about your children's education, if you're taking care of an elderly parent, then there's only one person in this election who will help you. There's only one person in this race who will be there, who's always been there for you, and that's Hillary Clinton's life story. It's not just who she is, it's her life story. She's always there. She's always been there. And so has Tim Kaine. Ladies and gentlemen, to state the obvious, and I'm not trying to be a wise guy here, I really mean it. That's not Donald Trump's story. Just listen to me a second without booing or cheering. I mean this sincerely. We should really think about this. His cynicism is unbounded. His lack of empathy and compassion can be summed up in a phrase I suspect he's most proud of having made famous: "You're fired." I mean, really, I'm not joking. Think about that. Think about that. Think about everything you learned as a child, no matter where you were raised. How can there be pleasure in saying you're fired? He's trying to tell us he cares about the middle class. Give me a break. That's a bunch of malarkey. Tell you. Folks, whatever he thinks, and I mean this in the bottom of my heart, I know I'm called Middle Class Joe. In Washington, that's not meant as a compliment. It means you're not sophisticated. But I know why we're strong. I know why we have held together. I know why we are united. It's because there's always been a growing middle class. This guy doesn't have a clue about the middle class. Not a clue. Because, folks, when the middle class does well, the rich do very well and the poor have hope. They have a way up. He has no clue about what makes America great. Actually, he has no clue, period. But folks, let me, you got it. Let me, okay. So, folks, let me say something that has nothing to do with politics. Let me talk about something that I am deadly serious about. This is a complicated and uncertain world we live in. The threats are too great. The times are too uncertain to elect Donald Trump as President of the United States. Now, let me finish. No major party nominee in the history of this nation has ever known less or has been less prepared to deal with our national security. We cannot elect a man who exploits our fears of ISIS and other terrorists, who has no plan whatsoever to make us safer. A man who embraces the tactics of our enemies, torture, religious intolerance. You all know. All the Republicans know. That's not who we are. It betrays our values. It alienates those who we need in the fight against ISIS. Donald Trump, with all his rhetoric, would literally make us less safe. We cannot elect a man who belittles our closest allies while embracing dictators like Vladimir Putin. No, I mean it. A man who seeks to sow division in America for his own gain and disorder around the world. A man who confuses bluster with strength. We simply cannot let that happen as Americans. Period. Folks, no one ever doubts I mean what I say. It's just that sometimes I say all that I mean. But folks, let me tell you what I literally told every world leader I met with, and I've met them all. It's never been a good bet to bet against America. We have the finest fighting force in the world. Not only do we have the largest economy in the world, we have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world. And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. Never. Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before who attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears, but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure. We overcome, and we always, always, always move forward. That's why I can say with absolute conviction. I am more optimistic about our chances today than when I was elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. And God willing, Hillary Clinton will write the next chapter in that journey. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Come on. We're America. Thank you.
Please welcome Mayor Kasim Reed from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hey, Governor. Good evening. As the mayor of Atlanta, the city that burned to the ground and rose again from the ashes, the birthplace of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the home of the Civil Rights Movement. And because we were the city too busy to hate, we are now at the economic center of the Southeast. I am here today because I believe in our future. I believe we have a responsibility to one another and to the next generation to ensure that our opportunity is limited only by our imagination. I share this belief with Hillary Clinton, that our achievements are only limited by what we can dream and do. You see, Atlanta is a city of dreamers, but when I became mayor, the city was struggling through the worst recession in 80 years. We were down, crime was up, but I looked around our city and I saw the way forward was to lean on one another, to turn to one another, and to make an unshakable agreement that if a young person was willing to learn, we would put a book in her hands. That if a young man was willing to work, we would put a job and a paycheck in his hands. And if you were willing to step up, then we should meet you halfway, and together we could put your future back in your hands. People want to dream again. We turned our city around, and at the same time, President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden were turning America around. Today, we are stronger, and we will grow stronger still when President Hillary Clinton builds an economy that works for everyone. My fellow Democrats, tonight we choose diversity over division. We choose a steady-handed commander-in-chief over a loose cannon. We choose a leader who would rather be in the trenches, securing health care for 8 million children, than in a suite putting his name on a tower that he probably doesn't own. We choose something different tonight. I believe that Americans are ready to get to work, to make the possible real. Hillary Clinton is the leader to take us there. President Harry Truman once said that there are a small number of people in America who have the power and the prestige and the connections to make sure that their interests are looked after. But he said for everybody else, there's the President of the United States, and that's why we need Hillary Clinton. More than 60 years later, his statement holds true tonight. And tonight we have someone who will look out for all Americans and who will do so every day of her presidency with all of her heart. Ladies and gentlemen, we have our champion, Hillary Clinton. Let me hear you. And now I'm honored to introduce someone who has been a friend and mentor to me during my time as mayor. Michael Bloomberg has articulated an optimistic performance, a universal vision that has built New York City and has also helped other cities around the world. Thanks to his purpose-driven philanthropy, he has done so much. Please join me in welcoming a man whose commitment to America transcends politics, the three-time mayor of the city of New York, Michael Bloomberg. Let us hear it.
Thank you. Kasim, thank you for that kind introduction. And let me thank all of you for welcoming an outsider here to deliver what will be an unconventional convention speech. Now, I am not here as a member of any party or to endorse any party platform. I am here for one reason: to explain why I believe it is imperative that we elect Hillary Clinton as the next President of the United States. And to ask you to join with me in supporting her this November. You know, when the Founding Fathers arrived here in Philadelphia to forge a new nation, they didn't come as Democrats or Republicans or to nominate a presidential candidate. They came as patriots who feared party politics, and I know how they felt. I've been a Democrat, I've been a Republican, and I eventually became an independent, because I don't believe that either party has a monopoly on good ideas or strong leadership. When I enter the voting booth each time, I look at the candidate, not the party label. I have supported elected officials from both sides of the aisle, and probably not many people in this room can say that. But I know there are many watching at home who can. And now they are carefully weighing their choices. I understand their dilemma. I know what it's like to have neither party fully represent my views or values. Too many Republicans blame immigrants for problems, and they stand in the way of action on climate change and gun violence. Meanwhile, many Democrats, I think wrongly, blame the private sector for our problems, and they stand in the way of action on education and deficit reduction. There are times when I disagree with Hillary Clinton, but let me tell you, whatever our disagreements may be, I've come here to say We must put them aside for the good of our country. And we must unite around the candidate who can defeat a dangerous demagogue. I believe it's the duty of all American citizens to make our voices heard by voting in this election. And if you're not yet registered to vote, go online and do it now. This is just too important to sit out. Now, we've heard a lot of talk in this campaign about needing a leader who understands business. I couldn't agree more. I built a business, and I didn't start it with $1 million check from my father. Because of my success in the private sector, I had the chance to run America's largest city for 12 years, governing in the wake of its greatest tragedy. Today, as an independent and an entrepreneur and a former mayor, I believe we need a president who is a problem solver, not a bomb thrower. Someone who can bring members of Congress together to get big things done. And I know Hillary can do that because I saw it firsthand. I was elected mayor 2 months after 9/11 as a Republican, and I saw how Hillary Clinton worked with Republicans in Washington to ensure that New York got the help it needed to recover and rebuild. Throughout her time in the Senate, we didn't always agree, but Hillary Clinton always listened. And that's the kind of approach we need in Washington today, and it just has to start in the White House. Given my background, I've often encouraged business leaders to run for office because many of them share the same pragmatic approach to building consensus. But not all. Most of us who have created a business know that we're only as good as the way our employees, clients, and partners view us. Most of us don't pretend that we're smart enough to make every decision by ourselves. And most of us who have our names on the door know that we are only as good as our word, but not Donald Trump. Through his career, Donald Trump has left behind a well-documented record of bankruptcies and thousands of lawsuits and angry stockholders and contractors who feel cheated and disillusioned customers who feel they've been ripped off. Trump says he wants to run the nation like he's running his business? God help us. I'm a New Yorker, and I know a con when I see one. Trump says he'll punish manufacturers that move to Mexico or China, but the clothes he sells are made overseas in low-wage factories. He says he wants to put Americans back to work, but he games the U.S. visa system so he can hire temporary foreign workers at low wages. He says he wants to deport 11 million undocumented people, but he seems to have no problem in hiring. What I miss here? Truth be told, the richest thing about Donald Trump is his hypocrisy. He wants you to believe that we can solve our biggest problems by deporting Mexicans and shutting out Muslims. He wants you to believe that erecting trade barriers will bring back good jobs. He's wrong on both counts. We can only solve our biggest problems if we come together and embrace the freedoms that our founding fathers established right here in Philadelphia. which permitted our ancestors to create the great American exceptionalism that all of us now enjoy. Donald Trump doesn't understand that. Hillary Clinton does. And we can only create good jobs if we make smarter investments in infrastructure and do more to support small businesses, not stiff them. Donald Trump doesn't understand that. Hillary Clinton does. I understand the appeal of a businessman president, but Trump's business plan is a disaster in the making. He would make it harder for small businesses to compete, do great damage to our economy, threaten the retirement savings of millions of Americans, lead to greater debt and more unemployment, erode our influence around the world, and make our communities less safe. The bottom line is Trump is a risky, reckless, and radical choice, and we can't afford to make that choice. Now, I know Hillary Clinton is not flawless. No candidate is. But she is the right choice and the responsible choice in this election. And no matter what you may think about her politics or her record, Hillary Clinton understands that this is not reality television. This is reality. She understands the job of president. It involves finding solutions, not pointing fingers, and offering hope, not stoking fear. Over the course of our country's proud history, we have faced our share of grave challenges, but we have never retreated in fear. Never. Not here in Philadelphia in 1776, not here at Gettysburg in 1863, not through 2 world wars and a Great Depression, not at Selma or Stonewall, and not after 9/11. And we must not start now. America is the greatest country on earth. And when people vote with their feet, they come here. The presidency of the United States is the most powerful office in the world. So I say to my fellow independents, your votes matter now. Your vote will determine the future of your job, your business, and our future together as a country. To me, this election is not a choice between a Democrat and a Republican. It is a choice between who is better to lead our country right now. Better for our economy, better for our security, better for our freedom, and better for our future. There is no doubt in my mind that Hillary Clinton is the right choice this November. So tonight, as an independent, I am asking you to join with me, not out of party loyalty, but out of love of country. And together, let's elect a sane, competent person with international experience, a unifier who is mature enough to reach out for advice, to build consensus, and to recognize that we all have something to contribute. So let's elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gene Sperling, former director of the National Economic Council.
And I'm Senator Mitch McConnell.
Today we're here to discuss debt.
Debt.
Let's start with something Donald. said.
I'm the king of debt. I'm great with debt. Nobody knows debt better than me. I've made a fortune by using debt.
It sounds like he is great with debt.
You see, Donald's love affair with debt has been good for Donald. It wouldn't be good for America at all. People can't agree on much these days.
I disagree.
Except you. But across the political spectrum, virtually everyone agrees Trump's policies would tank the economy. Trump's budget plan would spend $7 trillion on tax cuts for millionaires like himself.
That seems like a lot.
Add another $5 trillion on tax cuts for corporations like his. Add it all up, and we'd be tacking on 34 trillion with a T dollars of debt to our economy over the next 20 years.
20 years.
Yes, in economic terms, we would call this a
show.
A little cleaner, perhaps, for
show.
How about an unsustainable debt burden? Donald's plan would add more than $100,000 of debt for every man, woman, and child in America. Donald says he might just pay off the new debt by printing money.
You can do that?
No, in economic terms, we would describe this as a
bad thing.
More like a that would really this economy for decades to come.
I've never been more attracted to you than right now.
One, two.
Please welcome Lenny Kravitz.
Love as gentle as a rose, and love can conquer any wall. It's time to take a stand. Brothers and sisters, join hands. We've got to let love rule. Oh yeah! Love transcends all space and time. Can you hear me? And love can make a little child smile. Can't you see? Can't you see? This won't go wrong. But we got to be strong. We can't do it alone, y'all. We got to let love sing it.
for Hillary.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion.
Like how a single word can make a heart open.
I might only have one match, but I can make an explosion. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight. Can you hear my voice this time? This is our fight song.
Take back our life song. Prove we're alright song.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes.
'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep. Said I'm in too deep.
Well, it's been 2 years and I miss my home, but there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe.
Yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight.
Can't you hear my voice this time?
This is our fight song. Take back my life song. Prove we're alright song.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song.
And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left.
It take a village to raise a child, prepare him to run a nation. We got some hard choices, but together we gonna make it. We living in history. America, take a bow. We about to show the world that women are equal now.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion.
Like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match,
but I can make an explosion.
This is our fight song.
Hey.
Take back my life song. Prove we're alright song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. 'Cause I still got a lot of fight left in me.
Please welcome Representative Bobby Scott from Virginia.
My fellow Democrats, I first met Tim Kaine and his amazing wife during his first campaign for city council in Richmond, Virginia. That was more years ago than I want to admit. But I saw in him then what I see in him now, a person of substance, a person of passion, principle, integrity, a great convener who brings people together. And I can't wait for the rest of the country to know the Tim Kaine that I know and that Virginia knows. Even as he's risen for City Hall, to the governor's mansion, to the halls of the U.S. Capitol, I still see in Tim Kaine the same sense of purpose, the fundamental goodness that led him to become a civil rights lawyer, listening to his neighbors' concerns and fears, fighting for the underserved and the underrepresented, finding solutions to make our communities better and more fair. The Bible calls on us to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly, and there are few people who live out that creed as fully and completely as Tim Kaine. My fellow Americans, tonight we have nominated a truly honorable man for the office of Vice President of the United States of America in my friend, the gentleman from Virginia, Tim Kaine.
America was built on courage, on imagination, and an unbeatable determination to do the job at hand. And a life built on selfless, humble service had a Midwestern start in a working-class home in Kansas City, where Tim Kaine's mother and father instilled in him the principles of faith and hard work. Pitching in at his dad's ironworking shop, he learned the tools of the trade. Off to college at Mizzou and then Harvard Law School, after which Tim took a year off and served as a Christian missionary in Honduras, where he taught the carpentry and welding skills he'd learned from his father. In turn, they taught Tim Spanish, and that we have so much to learn from one another if only we would listen. Tim returned and met the love of his life, Ann Holton, and was embraced by a family that had been breaking ground on civil rights and political courage. Ann's father, Linwood Holton, was the Republican governor of Virginia and was a leader in desegregating the schools, sending his daughters to a majority black public school. Tim and Ann were married in the same Richmond, Virginia church they still attend today. Tim began as a civil rights lawyer, focused on fighting housing discrimination, insurance companies, and injustice. Eventually, he ran for city council. He became Richmond's mayor, solving problems by bringing people together. Ann and Tim were also raising a family, sending their children to the same public school Ann had attended. They still live in the same house they first moved into 24 years ago. Tim was elected lieutenant governor of Virginia and in 2005 won a hard-fought election for governor, making tough decisions, facing the deepest recession since the 1930s. And Tim Kaine's problem-solving earned national recognition for his work in tough times. Virginia was named the best state in America to raise a child and the best state for business. It had one of the lowest unemployment rates and one of the highest family incomes. But his time as governor also saw his state darkened by what he calls unquestionably the worst day of his life, when he helped Virginia come together after the shooting at Virginia Tech left 32 teachers and students dead.
But there was something in the story yesterday that was different, and it was you. Your spirit of, even in a dark day, of optimism and community and hope and wanting to be together. And you taught something good yesterday, even in a dark day, to people all around the world, and the world needs that example before it.
Tim Kaine has always helped people rise above the things that divide us. He took his problem-solving approach to the U.S. Senate, where Tim has become an aggressive advocate for our men and women in uniform, working to reduce unemployment among veterans, and on the progressive causes that make a difference for working families. Tim has been one of the Senate's leaders in protecting women's health care, committed to comprehensive immigration reform, a determined advocate for gun safety, a lifetime fighting for social justice and fairness, a life's work built on the principle that we are stronger together.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Senator Tim Kaine.
Thank you, everybody. Hello, Philadelphia. Hello, Democratic family. I want to start off by thanking my beautiful wife, Ann, and my 3 wonderful children, Nat, Woody, and Anella. They're sitting right up there. You know, my son Nat deployed with his Marine Battalion just 2 days ago. He deployed overseas to protect and defend the very NATO allies that Donald Trump says he now wants to abandon. Semper Fi, Nat. Semper Fi. My parents and my in-laws are here, our siblings and their spouses, our nieces and nephews, and hundreds of friends from Virginia and beyond. I love seeing you front and center. Including my friend of 37 years, Senior Senator Mark Warner, my great Governor Terry McAuliffe, and my great friend and Congressman Bobby Scott. We love you all. Today, for my wife Ann and every strong woman in this country, for Nat, Woody, and Anella, and every young person starting out in life to make their own dreams real, for every man and woman serving our country in the military, at home or abroad, for every working family working hard to get ahead and stay ahead, for my parents and in-laws and every senior citizen who hopes for a dignified retirement with health care and research to end diseases like Alzheimer's. For every American who wants our country to be a beloved community where people aren't demeaned because of who they are, but rather respected for their contributions to this nation. And for all of us who know that the brightest future for our country is the one that we build together, and for my friend Hillary Clinton, I humbly accept my party's nomination to be Vice President of the United States.
Thank you.
Can I be honest with you about something? Can I be honest with you about something? I never expected to be here, but let me tell you how it happened. I was born in Minnesota and grew up in Kansas City. My folks weren't much into politics. My dad ran a union ironworking shop in the stockyards. And my mom was his best salesman. My 2 brothers and I pitched into work during summers and weekends. And you know, that's how small family businesses do it. My parents, Al and Kathy, here tonight and going strong, they taught me about hard work and about kindness, and most especially about faith. I went to a Jesuit boys' high school, Rockhurst High School. Wow, that's a big line for the Jesuits. Now we had a motto in my school, men for others. And it was there that my faith became something vital, my North Star for orienting my life. And when I left high school, I knew that I wanted to battle for social justice. Like so many of you.
That's why I took a year off from law school to volunteer with Jesuit missionaries in Honduras. I taught kids how to be welders and carpenters. Y allá aprendí los valores del pueblo, fe y familia y trabajo, faith, family, and work. Faith, family, and work. Los mismos valores de la comunidad latina aquí en nuestro país. Somos americanos todos. Somos americanos todos. And let me tell you what really struck me there. I got a first-hand look at a different system, a dictatorship where a few people at the top had all of the power and everybody else got left out. Now that convinced me that we've got to advance opportunity for everybody, no matter where you come from, how much money you have, what you look like, how you worship, or who you love. Back in 1970, in Virginia, a Republican governor named Linwood Holton believed exactly the same thing. He integrated Virginia's public schools so that black and white kids could finally learn together, and then the family enrolled their own kids, including his daughter Anne, in those integrated inner-city schools. Many years later, Anne went off to college, and she brought those lessons from that pivotal time with her. And then one day, in a study group, she met this goofy guy who had been off teaching kids in Honduras. Well, Anne and I have now been married almost 32 years, and I am the luckiest husband in the world. You know, let me tell you something. Anne's parents, Lynn and Jinx, are here today, 90 plus and going strong. 90 plus and going strong. Linwood Holton, he's still a Republican, but he's voting for an awful lot of Democrats these days. An awful lot of Democrats. And here's why. He's voting for Democrats because any party that would nominate Donald Trump for president has moved too far away from his party of Lincoln. And I tell you, if any of you are looking for that party of Lincoln, we've got a home for you right here in the Democratic Party. Linwood's example helped inspire me as a civil rights lawyer. Over 17 years, I took on banks, landlords, real estate firms, local governments, anybody who treated anybody unfairly. I had a 6-year case against an insurance company that was discriminating against minority neighborhoods all across the United States in issuing homeowners insurance. Folks, Democratic friends, these are the battles that I have fought my entire life. And that's the story. And that's the story of how I decided to run for office. My city of Richmond was divided and discouraged in the early 1990s. We had an epidemic of gun violence that was overwhelming our low-income neighborhoods. People were pointing fingers and casting blame instead of finding answers. And I couldn't stand it. So I ran for city council, and I won that first race more than 20 years ago by a landslide margin of 94 votes. And I've said ever since, if I'm good at anything in politics, it's because I started at the local level, listening to people, learning about their lives, and trying to get results. I see a mayor here who knows what I'm talking about. Later, I became mayor of Richmond, lieutenant governor, and then the 70th governor of Virginia.
Now, I was a hard times governor. I had to steer my state through the deepest recession since the 1930s. But hey, tough times don't last, and tough people do. And can I tell you that Virginians are tough people? We are tough people. And we're smart too. We achieved national recognition for our work. Best managed state, best state for business, best state for a child to be raised, low unemployment, high median income. We shed tears along the way. We shed tears especially together in the days after that horrible mass shooting at Virginia Tech that killed 32 people, from beautiful 19-year-old students to 70-plus-year-old Romanian-born Holocaust survivors. And we shed tears and held each other up, but afterwards we rolled up our sleeves and we fixed a loophole in the background record check system so that we could make our Commonwealth safer. And we got to do that in the nation. We invested in our people, expanding pre-K and higher ed, because we all know in this room that education is the key to all we want to be. All we want to be. And now I have the honor of representing my Commonwealth in the U.S. Senate. I work on the Armed Services and Foreign Relations committees to keep us safe at home and strong in the world. I work on the Budget Committee with our great Democratic leader of that committee, a spectacular senator who used to be a mayor, Vermont's Bernie Sanders. And everybody, we all should feel the burn, and we all should not want to get burned by the other guy. On that Budget Committee under Bernie's leadership, we fight for investments in education, healthcare, research, transportation, and I also serve on the Aging Committee to make sure that seniors like my folks have a secure retirement and don't get targeted by rip-off artists who will scam them out of their savings or overcharge them for prescription drugs. Can I tell you a funny thing about the Senate? Can I tell you a funny thing about the Senate? That sounds like a yes. I spend a lot of time with Republican senators who, once they have made sure that nobody is listening, will tell you how fantastic a senator that Hillary Clinton was. Now look, this journey that I've told you about has convinced me over and over again that God has created in our country a beautiful and rich tapestry, an incredible cultural diversity that succeeds when we embrace everybody in love and battle back against the forces, the dark forces of division. We're all neighbors, and we must love our neighbors as ourselves. Now, Hillary Clinton and I are compañeros de alma. And we share this basic belief. It's simple. Do all the good you can and serve one another. Pretty simple. Pretty simple. That's what I'm about. That's what you're about. That's what Bernie Sanders is about. That's what Joe and Jill Biden are about. That's what Barack and Michelle Obama are about. And that's what Hillary Clinton is about. Now, si se puede, si se puede, si se puede. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Hey, last week in Cleveland, we heard a lot about trust. So let's talk about trust. Let's talk about trust. I want to tell you why I trust Hillary Clinton. First, she's consistent. She has battled to put kids and families first since she was a teenager. In good times and bad, in victory and defeat, in and out of office, through hell or high water, fighting for underprivileged kids, working at the Children's Defense Fund, fighting to get health insurance for 8 million low-income children when she was First Lady, fighting for the well-being of women and children around the world. Hey, can I offer you a little tip? When you want to know something about the character of somebody in public life, look to see if they have a passion that began long before they were in office and that they have consistently held it throughout their career. Do they have a passion? Did it start before they were in office? Have they held on to it consistently? Folks, Hillary has a passion for kids and families. Donald Trump has a passion too. It's himself. And with Hillary, it's not just words, it's accomplishments. She delivers. As senator, after 9/11, I got my New Yorkers right here and my Virginians right here. She battled congressional Republicans to care for the first responders who went into the towers, who went into the Pentagon and saved the victims of those terrorist attacks. As Secretary of State, she implemented tough sanctions against Iran to pave the way for a diplomatic breakthrough to curtail a nuclear weapons program. And she wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid. She wasn't afraid to stand up against thugs and dictators. And as a key part of the Obama National Security Team, they decided to go to the ends of the earth to wipe out Osama bin Laden. Hey, do y'all remember Carla, the little girl that we heard from on Monday night, who was worried that her parents would be deported? Carla said she trusts Hillary to keep them together. And do you remember the mothers of the movement last night? They said they trust Hillary to keep other mothers, sons, and daughters safe. And on a personal level, as he's serving our nation abroad, I trust Hillary Clinton with our son's life. Now, you know who I don't trust? I wonder. Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Trump is a guy who promises a lot, but you might have noticed he's got a way of saying the same two words every time he makes his biggest, hugest promises. Believe me. It's going to be great, believe me. We're going to build a wall and make Mexico pay for it, believe me. We're going to destroy ISIS so fast, believe me. There's nothing suspicious in my tax returns, believe me. By the way, does anybody in this massive auditorium believe that Donald Trump's been paying his fair share of taxes? Does anybody here believe that Trump ought to release his tax returns just like every other presidential candidate in modern history? Of course he should. Hey, Donald, what are you hiding? And yet, Donald still says, believe me. Believe me. Believe me? Believe me? I mean, here's the thing. Most people, when they run for president, they don't just say, believe me. They respect you enough to tell you how they will get things done. I mean, that's what most people who run for president do. In fact, you can go on HillaryClinton.com right now and find out exactly how she'll make the biggest investment in new jobs in a generation, how she'll defend and build on Wall Street reform, how she'll reform our immigration system to create a path to citizenship, how she'll make it possible to graduate from college debt-free. You can see how she'll protect Roe v. Wade, guarantee equal pay for women, and make paid family leave a reality. All it takes is one click. All it takes is one click, and we can see how she'll do it, how she'll pay for it, and how we'll benefit by it. Not Donald Trump. Not Donald Trump. He never tells you how he's going to do any of the things he says he'll do. He just says, believe me. So here's the question. Here's the question. Do you really believe him? I mean, Donald Trump's whole career says you better not. Small contractors, companies just like my dad's, believed him when he said that he'd pay them to build a casino in Atlantic City. They did the work, they hung the drywall, they poured the concrete, but a year after opening, Trump filed for bankruptcy. He walked away with millions, and they got pennies on the dollar. Some of them went out of businesses, all because they believed Donald Trump. Retirees and families in Florida, they believed Donald Trump when he said that he'd build them some condos, thousands of them. They paid their deposits, but the condos, they were never built. He just pocketed their money and walked away. They lost tens of thousands of dollars, all because they believed Donald Trump. Charity after charity believed Donald Trump when he said he would contribute to them. And thousands of Trump University students believed Donald Trump when he said he would help them succeed. They got stiffed. He says, believe me. Well, his creditors, his contractors, his laid-off employees, and his ripped-off students did just that, and they all got hurt. Folks, you cannot believe one word that comes out of Donald Trump's mouth. Not one word. Not one word. Not one word. And I'll tell you, to me, it just seems like our nation it is just too great to put it in the hands of a slick-talking, empty-promising, self-promoting one-man wrecking crew. But don't take it from me. Don't take it from me. Take it from former First Lady Barbara Bush. Barbara Bush said she doesn't know how any woman could vote for him after his offensive comments about women. Any woman, any woman. Or John McCain's chief economic advisor during the 2008 race, who estimate that Trump's promises would cause America to lose 3.5 million jobs. Or the independent analysts who found that Trump's tax plan given to the wealthy and the biggest corporations would rack up $30 trillion in debt. Or how about this? How about this? John Kasich, the Republican governor who had the honor of hosting the Republican convention in Cleveland, but he wouldn't even attend it because he thinks Donald Trump is such a moral disaster. Or take it from the guy who co-wrote Donald Trump's autobiography. Here's what he said about Trump, quote, "Lying is second nature to him." So do you believe him? I don't know. How about on this side? Do you guys believe him? I mean, do you guys believe him? Is there anyone in this building who believes him? The next president will face many challenges. We better elect the candidate who's proven she can be trusted with the job. The candidate who's proven that she is ready for the job. And when I say ready, I use ready for a very specific reason. When I lived in Honduras, I learned something. The best compliment that you could pay to somebody was to say that they were listo, ready. Not inteligente, smart. Not amable, friendly. Not rico, rich. But listo, listo. Because what listo means in Spanish is this. It means prepared. It means battle-tested. It means rock solid, up for anything, never backing down. And friends, Hillary Clinton, she's lista. Hillary Clinton is lista. She is ready. She is ready. She's ready because of her faith. She's ready because of her heart. She's ready because of her experience, and she's ready because she knows that in America we are stronger when we are together. My fellow Democrats, this week we start the next chapter in our great and proud story. Thomas declared all men were equal, and Abigail remembered the women. Woodrow brokered the peace, and Eleanor broke down the barriers. Jack told us what to ask, and Lyndon answered the call. Martin had a dream, and Cesar y Dolores said, "Si se puede," and Harvey gave his life. Bill built a bridge into the 21st century, and Barack gave us hope. And now Hillary is ready. She's ready to fight. She's ready to win. And she is ready to lead. God bless all of you. On to victory. And thank you, Philadelphia.
Get
Please welcome Sharon Belkoffer from Rossford, Ohio.
Hello, Ohio. You're all probably wondering, who the heck is this sweet little old lady? I am Sharon Belkoffer, a mom to 3 boys who served their country. A retired nurse and a wife of 52 years, a grandma of 10, and now a great-grandma. I know that President Obama has meant so much to millions of Americans all across the country. I'd like to tell you what he means to me. 6 years ago, on the morning of May 18th, 2010, I became a Gold Star mother. We became a Gold Star family when my son Tom, a lieutenant colonel, was killed in Afghanistan. I first met the president shortly after at Fort Drum, where he was scheduled to speak to the 10th Mountain Division. But when he heard the Gold Star families were there, he wanted to meet with us. And as he was hugging me, I cried all over his suit. Tom would have been so embarrassed. But it must have been okay, because a year later, at an event in my home state of Ohio, as I hoped to get a picture sign, someone told me, "The president would like to see you." And I got my second presidential hug. So warm and kind, so compassionate. I was so inspired. Maybe this sweet old lady could still make a difference. I knew my community schools needed more resources. So at the age of 73, I took a leap of faith and ran for my local school board. And when my back was bothering me, and I didn't feel like knocking on doors, when the wind was blowing and it was cold and dreary, I thought of my son, Tom, who never gave up. And I thought of our president. He never gives up. So why should I be different? Besides, they tell me, walking is good for your back. Well, guess what? I won my election. I won big. The president even sent me a handwritten note of congratulations. That's who he is. No matter how busy, he's never forgotten this little old lady in Ohio who has always had his back. You see, some people in this world make big differences. My son Tom made big differences. The president continues to make big differences, and smaller ones too, like the inspiration he poured into me so that I might make a difference of my own. I wish every American could hug President Obama so that they could see the good in his eyes and feel the warmth in his heart. This is our president. Thank you.
What always impressed me was the calm. This is someone who walked into office faced with multiple crises. Each one of them could sink the country. But he was always calmer than the rest of us.
From his first days in office, the difficult choices he made as president would not only shape the country's future, but reveal the character of the man.
This is an economy right now that can't find the bottom of bad news.
Dire predictions.
A once-in-a-century financial crisis.
The 6 months surrounding January 2009 is the worst 6 months ever.
Mr. President, millions of people are going to lose their jobs, financial systems locked up, and it could collapse.
Tonight, a top GM executive warned, without help, the company will default. There is no plan B.
As I looked around the room, there were so many brilliant people, but at the end of the day, there was only one man in that room who had to make the decision, and all eyes were on him.
Everybody, Democrats, Republicans, do not rescue the automobile industry.
The questions that the president asked again and again and again had to do with how many jobs would be lost. Whenever folks were arguing about numbers and politics, he was always the one who brought it back to people.
Every night, he's up until 2 o'clock in the morning with his big stack of briefing books. That's what he's doing after the girls go to bed.
He does his homework, analyzing the issues, ensuring that he has prepared.
He really didn't care about the politics. He weighed the politics like any politician would. But at the end of the day, he was always willing to lose in order to do the right thing. Always.
A lot of people argued the politics were too costly.
It'll be a cold day in hell before he socializes my country.
Rahm Emanuel came to him and said, you're going to have to pull the bill, because if you push this legislation, you will lose in 2012.
He knew there'd be somewhere between 10 and 30 million people who would not get health insurance.
Millions of people were being discriminated against by insurance companies.
When you hear people more worried about the politics of it than what's right and what's wrong, I want you to think about the millions of people all across this country who are looking for some help.
He's thinking to himself, if I decide not to push forward, what do I say to all those people who came up to me with tears in their eyes telling me that they need this to save themselves? And if that means that I'm a one-term president, then I'm a one-term president.
Nothing comes to the desk of the President of the United States unless it's almost impossible. And he has to figure it out.
The most critical thing was he there? We never knew that for sure. The president turns to every principal in the room. What do you recommend I do? And they say, well, 49% chance he's there, 51. It's a close call, Mr. President. He said, all right, thank you. He said, I'll give you my decision in the morning. It dawned on me, he's all alone. This is his decision. If he was wrong, his presidency was done. Over.
There were times when he could not find a way.
At least 14 dead, 50 injured after a lone gunman opens fire in a theater outside.
There's been a shooting at a school in Newtown. This is the Sandy Hook Elementary School.
There are reports of a shooting at a nightclub in Orlando where there were...
I walk into the Oval. His head is down, and he hands me the speech, and he doesn't look up at me. He was too emotional.
He wanted to ban assault weapons, he wanted to limit magazine sizes, and he wanted to impose a universal background check. Well, all three of those concepts are going to be on the floor of the United States Senate for a vote, and they're all going to lose.
Congress literally does nothing. That's the closest I came to feeling disgusted.
Every time I think about those kids, it gets me mad. And by the way, it happens on the streets of Chicago every day.
There's a part of him who thinks, I am in the most powerful office in the most powerful country on the planet, and I can't do anything to erase what just happened.
We gather here in memory of 20 beautiful children and 6 remarkable adults.
They were mothers and fathers. They were husbands and wives, sisters and brothers, sons and daughters, friends.
He thinks of it in terms of if we're his son, his daughter, his wife. He actually feels the pain.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved.
When we were lost, he asked us to believe and try to see ourselves in one another. And through crisis and challenge, he kept fighting to move us forward.
There's a temperament associated with being president that he uniquely has. Eyes always fixed on long-term successes.
Americans don't have to worry about insurance companies discriminating against them if they have a pre-existing condition.
Thanks to President Obama, General Motors is once again #1 in sales worldwide.
President Obama signed an executive order aimed at eliminating the pay gap between men and women in the federal government.
America deserves equal pay for equal work.
Judge Sotomayor, are you prepared to take the oath?
I am.
Please raise your right hand.
We'll offer you the chance to come out of the shadows so that you can finally have the dignity of knowing you belong.
Mr. Obama is the first sitting U.S. president to visit Cuba in nearly 90 years.
Osama bin Laden has been brought to justice.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
He's ignited the most robust international agreement on climate change.
The Paris Agreement represents the best chance to save the one planet that we've got.
Obama announced a historic breakthrough with Iran today.
A comprehensive long-term deal that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
He has this deep conviction that at big moments when we need to, we can still come together as a country, and that out of a long political darkness, a brighter day will come.
From the Supreme Court, we have read from the bench, there is a right to marriage equality. I repeat, there is a right to marriage equality.
Today, we can say that we've made our union a little more perfect. That love is love.
The Dow closed today at 10,000 points higher.
That's the longest stretch of private sector job growth in our history.
The First Lady said it best, being president has not changed who he is, it has revealed who he is. His core values, his principles, his temperament.
I just stay at it. And I'm just going to keep on staying at it as long as I'm in this office. and America will succeed. I am absolutely confident about that.
In moments of turmoil and doubt and crisis, when there are no good answers, when nothing is black and white and everything is gray, he is that calm presence, that poise and dignity and grace under pressure. That is who he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 44th President of the United States of America, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I love you back. Hello, America. Hello, Democrats. So, 12 years ago tonight, I addressed this convention for the very first time. You met my two little girls, Malia and Sasha, now two amazing young women who just fill me with pride. You fell for my brilliant wife and partner, Michelle. Who has made me a better father and a better man, who's gone on to inspire our nation as First Lady, and who somehow hasn't aged a day. I know, the same cannot be said for me. My girls remind me all the time, wow, you've changed so much, Daddy. And then they try to clean it up. Not bad, just more mature. and it's true. I was so young that first time in Boston. And Look, I'll admit it. Maybe I was a little nervous addressing such a big crowd. But I was filled with faith. Faith in America. The generous, big-hearted, hopeful country that made my story, that made all of our stories possible. Now, lots happened over the years. And while this nation has been tested by war, and it's been tested by recession, and all manner of challenges, I stand before you again tonight, after almost 2 terms as your president, to tell you I am more optimistic about the future of America than ever before. How could I not be, after all that we've achieved together? After the worst recession in 80 years, we fought our way back. We've seen deficits come down, 401ks recover, an auto industry set new records, unemployment reach 8-year lows, and our businesses create 15 million new jobs. After a century of trying, we declared that health care in America is not a privilege for a few, it is a right for everybody. After decades of talk, we finally began to wean ourselves off foreign oil. We doubled our production of clean energy. We brought more of our troops home to their families. And we delivered justice to Osama bin Laden. Through diplomacy, we shut down Iran's nuclear weapons program. We opened up a new chapter with the people of Cuba, brought nearly 200 nations together around a climate agreement that could save this planet for our children. We put policies in place to help students with loans, protect consumers from fraud, cut veterans' homelessness almost in half. And through countless acts of quiet courage, America learned that love has no limits, and marriage equality is now a reality across the land. By so many measures, our country is stronger and more prosperous than it was when we started. And through every victory and every setback, I've insisted that change is never easy and never quick, that we wouldn't meet all of our challenges in one term or one presidency or even in one lifetime. So tonight I'm here to tell you that, yes, we've still got more work to do. More work to do for every American still in need of a good job or a raise, paid leave or a decent retirement, for every child who needs a sturdier ladder out of poverty or world-class education, for everyone who has not yet felt the progress of these past 7.5 years. We need to keep making our streets safer and our criminal justice system fair, our homeland more secure, our world more peaceful and sustainable for the next generation. We're not done perfecting our union or living up to our founding creed, that all of us are created equal. All of us are free in the eyes of God. And that work involves a big choice this November. I think it's fair to say this is not your typical election. It's not just a choice between parties or policies, the usual debates between left and right. This is a more fundamental choice about who we are as a people.
and whether we stay true to this great American experiment in self-government. Look, we Democrats have always had plenty of differences with the Republican Party, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's precisely this contest of ideas that pushes our country forward. But what we heard in Cleveland last week wasn't particularly Republican, and it sure wasn't conservative. What we heard was a deeply pessimistic vision of a country where we turn against each other and turn away from the rest of the world. There were no serious solutions to pressing problems, just the fanning of resentment and blame and anger and hate. And that is not the America I know. The America I know is full of courage and optimism and ingenuity. The America I know is decent and generous. Sure, we have real anxieties about paying the bills and protecting our kids, caring for a sick parent. We get frustrated with political gridlock and worry about racial divisions. We are shocked and saddened by the madness of Orlando or Nice. There are pockets of America that never recovered from factory closures. Men who took pride in hard work and providing for their families who now feel forgotten. Parents who wonder whether their kids will have the same opportunities that we had. All of that is real. We are challenged to do better, to be better. But as I've traveled this country, through all 50 states, as I've rejoiced with you and mourned with you, what I have also seen more than anything is what is right with America. I see people working hard and starting businesses. I see people teaching kids and serving our country. I see engineers inventing stuff, doctors coming up with new cures. I see a younger generation full of energy and new ideas, not constrained by what is, ready to seize what ought to be. And most of all, I see Americans of every party, every background, every faith, who believe that we are stronger together. Black, white, Latino, Asian, Native American, young, old, gay, straight, men, women, folks with disabilities, all pledging allegiance under the same proud flag to this big, bold country that we love. That's what I see. That's the America I know. And there is only one candidate in this race who believes in that future, has devoted her life to that future, a mother and a grandmother who would do anything to help our children thrive. A leader with real plans to break down barriers and blast through glass ceilings and widen the circle of opportunity to every single American, the next president of the United States, Hillary Clinton. Now, 8 years ago, that's right. Let me tell you, 8 years ago, you may remember Hillary and I were rivals for the Democratic nomination. We battled for a year and a half. Let me tell you, it was tough, because Hillary was tough. I was worn out. She was doing everything I was doing, but just like Ginger Rogers, it was backwards in heels. And every time I thought I might have the race won, Hillary just came back stronger. But after it was all over, I asked Hillary to join my team. And she was a little surprised. Some of my staff was surprised. But ultimately, she said yes, because she knew that what was at stake was bigger than either of us. And for 4 years, I had a front row seat to her intelligence, her judgment, and her discipline. I came to realize that her unbelievable work ethic wasn't for praise, it wasn't for attention, that she was in this for everyone who needs a champion. I understood that after all these years, she has never forgotten just who she's fighting for. Hillary's still got the tenacity that she had as a young woman, working at the Children's Defense Fund, going door to door to ultimately make sure kids with disabilities could get a quality education. She's still got the heart she showed as our First Lady, working with Congress to help push through a children's health insurance program that to this day protects millions of kids. She's still seared with the memory of every American she met who lost loved ones on 9/11. Which is why, as a senator from New York, she fought so hard for funding to help first responders, to help the city rebuild. Why, as Secretary of State, she sat with me in the Situation Room and forcefully argued in favor of the mission that took out bin Laden. You know, nothing truly prepares you for the demands of the Oval Office. You can read about it, you can study it, but until you've sat at that desk, you don't know what it's like to manage a global crisis or send young people to war. But Hillary's been in the room. She's been part of those decisions. She knows what's at stake in the decisions our government makes. What's at stake for the working family, for the senior citizen, or the small business owner, for the soldier, for the veteran. And even in the midst of crisis, she listens to people and she keeps her cool and she treats everybody with respect. And no matter how daunting the odds, no matter how much people try to knock her down, she never, ever quits. That is the Hillary I know. That's the Hillary I've come to admire. And that's why I can say with confidence, there has never been a man or a woman, not me, not Bill, nobody, more qualified than Hillary Clinton to serve as President of the United States of America. I hope you don't mind, Bill, but I was just telling the truth, man. And by the way, in case you're wondering about her judgment, take a look at her choice of running mate. Tim Kaine is as good a man, as humble and as committed a public servant as anybody that I know. I know his family. I love Ann. I love their kids. He will be a great vice president. He will make Hillary a better president, just like my dear friend and brother Joe Biden has made me a better president. Now, Hillary has real plans to address the concerns she's heard from you on the campaign trail. She's got specific ideas to invest in new jobs, to help workers share in their company's profits, to help put kids in preschool and put students through college without taking on a ton of debt. That's what leaders do. And then there's Donald Trump. Don't boo, vote. Yeah, the Donald is not really a plans guy. He's not really a facts guy either. He calls himself a business guy, which is true, but I have to say I know plenty of businessmen and women who've achieved remarkable success without leaving a trail of lawsuits and unpaid workers and people feeling like they got cheated. Does anyone really believe that a guy who spent his 70 years on this earth showing no regard for working people is suddenly going to be your champion, your voice? If so, you should vote for him. But if you're someone who's truly concerned about paying your bills, if you're really concerned about pocketbook issues and seeing the economy grow and creating more opportunity for everybody, then the choice isn't even close. If you want someone with a lifelong track record of fighting for higher wages and better benefits and a fairer tax code and a bigger voice for workers and stronger regulations on Wall Street, then you should vote for Hillary Clinton. And if you're rightly concerned about who's going to keep you and your family safe in a dangerous world, well, the choice is even clearer. Hillary Clinton is respected around the world, not just by leaders, but by the people they serve. I have to say this. People outside of the United States do not understand what's going on in this election. They really don't. Because they know Hillary, they've seen her work. She's worked closely with our intelligence teams, our diplomats, our military. She has the judgment and the experience and the temperament to meet the threat from terrorism. It's not new to her. Our troops have pounded ISIL without mercy, taking out their leaders, taking back territory. And I know Hillary won't relent until ISIL is destroyed. She will finish the job. And she will do it without resorting to torture or banning entire religions from entering our country. She is fit and she is ready to be the next commander-in-chief. Meanwhile, Donald Trump calls our military a disaster. Apparently, he doesn't know the men and women who make up the strongest fighting force the world has ever known. He suggests America is weak. He must not hear the billions of men and women and children from the Baltics to Burma who still look to America to be the light of freedom and dignity and human rights. He cozies up to Putin, praises Saddam Hussein, tells our NATO allies that stood by our side after 9/11 that they have to pay up if they want our protection. Well, America's promises do not come with a price tag. We meet our commitments. We bear our burdens. That's one of the reasons why almost every country on earth sees America as stronger and more respected today than they did 8 years ago when I took office. America is already great. America is already strong. And I promise you, our strength, our greatness, does not depend on Donald Trump. In fact, it doesn't depend on any one person. And that, in the end, may be the biggest difference in this election. The meaning of our democracy. Ronald Reagan called America a shining city on a hill. Donald Trump calls it a divided crime scene that only he can fix. It doesn't matter to him that illegal immigration and the crime rate are as low as they've been in decades, because he's not actually offering any real solutions to those issues. He's just offering slogans, and he's offering fear. He's betting that if he scares enough people, he might score just enough votes to win this election. And that's another bet that Donald Trump will lose. And the reason he'll lose it is because he's selling the American people short. We're not a fragile people. We're not a frightful people. Our power doesn't come from some self-declared savior promising that he alone can restore order as long as we do things his way. We don't look to be ruled. Our power comes from those immortal declarations first put to paper right here in Philadelphia all those years ago. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that we, the people, can form a more perfect union. That's who we are. That's our birthright, the capacity to shape our own destiny. That's what drove patriots to choose revolution over tyranny, and our GIs to liberate a continent. It's what gave women the courage to reach for the ballot, and marchers to cross a bridge in Selma, and workers to organize and fight for collective bargaining and better wages. America's never been about what one person says he'll do for us. It's about what can be achieved by us together through the hard and slow and sometimes frustrating, but ultimately enduring work of self-government. And that's what Hillary Clinton understands. She knows that this is a big, diverse country. She has seen it. She's traveled. She's talked to folks. And she understands that most issues are rarely black and white. She understands that even when you're 100% right, getting things done requires compromise. That democracy doesn't work if we constantly demonize each other. She knows that for progress to happen, we have to listen to each other and see ourselves in each other and fight for our principles, but also fight to find common ground, no matter how elusive that may sometimes seem. Hillary knows we can work through racial divides in this country when we realize the worry black parents feel when their son leaves the house isn't so different than what a brave cop's family feels when he puts on the blue and goes to work. That we can honor police and treat every community fairly. We can do that. And she knows that acknowledging problems that have festered for decades isn't making race relations worse. It's creating the possibility for people of goodwill to join and make things better. Hillary knows we can insist on a lawful and orderly immigration system while still seeing striving students and their toiling parents as loving families, not criminals or rapists. Families that came here for the same reason our forebears came, to work and to study and to make a better life in a place where we can talk and worship and love as we please. She knows their dream is quintessentially American, and the American dream is something no wall will ever contain. These are the things that Hillary knows. It can be frustrating, this business of democracy. Trust me, I know. Hillary knows too. When the other side refuses to compromise, progress can stall. People are hurt by the inaction. Supporters can grow impatient and worry that you're not trying hard enough, that you've maybe sold out. But I promise you, when we keep at it, when we change enough minds, when we deliver enough votes, then progress does happen. And if you doubt that, just ask the 20 million more people who have health care today. Just ask the Marine who proudly serves his country without hiding the husband that he loves. Democracy works, America, but we gotta want it. Not just during an election year, but all the days in between. So if you agree that there's too much inequality in our economy and too much money in our politics, we all need to be as vocal and as organized and as persistent as Bernie Sanders supporters have been during this election. We all need to get out and vote for Democrats up and down the ticket, and then hold them accountable until they get the job done. That's right, feel the burn. If you want more justice in the justice system, then we've all got to vote not just for a president, but for mayors and sheriffs and state's attorneys and state legislatures. That's where the criminal law is made. And we've got to work with police and protesters until laws and practices are changed. That's how. If you want to fight climate change, we've got to engage not only young people on college campuses, we've got to reach out to the coal miner who's worried about taking care of his family, the single mom worried about gas prices. If you want to protect our kids and our cops from gun violence, we've got to get the vast majority of Americans, including gun owners who agree on things like background checks, to be just as vocal and just as determined as the gun lobby that blocks change through every funeral that we hold. That is how change happens. Look, Hillary's got her share of critics. She has been caricatured by the right and by some on the left. She has been accused of everything you can imagine and some things that you cannot. But she knows that's what happens when you're under a microscope for 40 years. She knows that sometimes during those 40 years she's made mistakes, just like I have, just like we all do. That's what happens when we try. That's what happens when you're the kind of citizen Teddy Roosevelt once described. Not the timid souls who criticize from the sidelines, but someone who is actually in the arena, who strives valiantly, who errs, but who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement. Hillary Clinton is that woman in the arena. She's been there for us, even if we haven't always noticed. And if you're serious about our democracy, you can't afford to stay home just because she might not align with you on every issue. You've got to get in the arena with her, because democracy isn't a spectator sport. America isn't about, yes, he will. It's about, yes, we can. And we're going to carry Hillary to victory this fall because that's what the moment demands. Yes, we can. Not yes, she can, not yes, I can. Yes, we can. There's been a lot of talk in this campaign about what America has lost. People who tell us that our way of life is being undermined by pernicious changes and dark forces beyond our control. They tell voters there's a real America out there that must be restored. This isn't an idea, by the way, that started with Donald Trump. It's been peddled by politicians for a long time, probably from the start of our republic. And it's gotten me thinking about the story I told you 12 years ago tonight, about my Kansas grandparents and the things they taught me when I was growing up. See, my grandparents, they came from the heartland. Their ancestors began settling there about 200 years ago. I don't know if they had their birth certificates, but they were there. And they were Scotch-Irish mostly. Farmers, teachers, ranch hands, pharmacists, oil rig workers. Hardy, small-town folk. Some were Democrats, but a lot of them, maybe even most of them, were Republicans. Party of Lincoln. And my grandparents explained that folks in these parts, they didn't like show-offs. They didn't admire braggarts or bullies. They didn't respect mean-spiritedness or folks who were always looking for shortcuts in life. Instead, what they valued were traits like honesty and hard work, kindness, courtesy, humility, responsibility, helping each other out. That's what they believed in. True things, things that last, the things we try to teach our kids. And what my grandparents understood was that these values weren't limited to Kansas. They weren't limited to small towns. These values could travel to Hawaii. They could travel even to the other side of the world, where my mother would end up working to help poor women get a better life, trying to apply those values. My grandparents knew these values weren't reserved for one race. They could be passed down to a half Kenyan grandson or a half Asian granddaughter. In fact, they were the same values Michelle's parents, the descendants of slaves, taught their own kids, living in a bungalow on the south side of Chicago. They knew these values were exactly what drew immigrants here. And they believed that the children of those immigrants were just as American as their own. Whether they wore a cowboy hat or a yarmulke, a baseball cap or a hijab. America has changed over the years. But these values that my grandparents taught me, they haven't gone anywhere. They're as strong as ever. Still cherished by people of every party, every race, every faith. They live on in each of us. What makes us American, what makes us patriots, is what's in here. That's what matters. And that's why we can take the food and music and holidays and styles of other countries and blend it into something uniquely our own. That's why we can attract strivers and entrepreneurs from around the globe to build new factories and create new industries here. That's why our military can look the way it does. Every shade of humanity forged into common service. That's why anyone who threatens our values, whether fascists or communists or jihadists or homegrown demagogues, will always fail in the end. That is America. That is America. Those bonds of affection, that common creed. We don't fear the future, we shape it. We embrace it as one people, stronger together than we are on our own. That's what Hillary Clinton understands. This fighter, this stateswoman, this mother and grandmother, this public servant, this patriot, that's the America she's fighting for. And that is why I have confidence, as I leave this stage tonight, that the Democratic Party is in good hands. My time in this office, it hasn't fixed everything. As much as we've done, there's still so much I want to do. But for all the tough lessons I've had to learn, for all the places where I've fallen short, I've told Hillary, and I'll tell you what's picked me back up every single time. It's been you, the American people. It's the letter I keep on my wall from a survivor in Ohio who twice almost lost everything to cancer, but urged me to keep fighting for health care reform, even when the battle seemed lost. Do not quit. It's the painting I keep in my private office, a big-eyed green owl with blue wings, made by a 7-year-old girl who was taken from us in Newtown, given to me by her parents so I wouldn't forget. A reminder of all the parents who have turned their grief into action. It's the small business owner in Colorado who cut most of his own salary so he wouldn't have to lay off any of his workers in the recession, because he said that wouldn't have been in the spirit of America. It's the conservative in Texas who said he disagreed with me on everything, but he appreciated that, like him, I try to be a good dad. It's the courage of the young soldier from Arizona who nearly died on the battlefield in Afghanistan, but who has learned to speak again and walk again. And earlier this year, stepped through the door of the Oval Office on his own power to salute and shake my hand. It is every American who believed we could change this country for the better. So many of you who'd never been involved in politics, who picked up phones and hit the streets and used the internet in amazing new ways that I didn't really understand but made change happen. You are the best organizers on the planet, and I am so proud of all the change that you made possible. Time and again, you've picked me up. And I hope sometimes I picked you up too. And tonight, I ask you to do for Hillary Clinton what you did for me. I ask you to carry her the same way you carried me. Because you're who I was talking about 12 years ago when I talked about hope. It's been you who fueled my dogged faith in our future, even when the odds were great, even when the road is long. Hope in the face of difficulty, hope in the face of uncertainty, the audacity of hope. America, you've vindicated that hope these past 8 years. And now I'm ready to pass the baton and do my part as a private citizen. So this year, in this election, I'm asking you to join me to reject cynicism and reject fear and to summon what is best in us to elect Hillary Clinton as the next president of the United States and show the world we still believe in the promise of this great nation. Thank you for this incredible journey. Let's keep it going. God bless you. God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Reverend Dr. Gabriel Salguero, pastor of the Iglesia El Calvario.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we come to you tonight because we recognize our desperate need of you. Each of us, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, we know that we depend on you and that you love us all. And as we walk toward the autumn of elections, we pray you would guide our great nation. Lord, help us transcend the nefarious traps of cynicism, despair, and division with the courageous work of hope and love. Teach us to continuously cherish and fervently defend the dignity of every human being. Help us, God, never to tire in the work of compassion and justice. Instruct us to be ever mindful of the most vulnerable among us, the child, the widow, the orphan, the immigrant, and the refugee. Dios, danos la valentía de confrontar nuestros desafíos con amor. And help us, God, to hew the future of our great republic from the bedrock of love. May our work reflect your character of compassion, justice, and civility. And may we never be satisfied until every child of God has an opportunity to flourish. From Portland to Philadelphia, from our small towns to our magnificent cities, from our police officers to our children. Help us to move forward in unity, a more perfect union that believes that despair and violence can never conquer love, hope, and justice. And Lord, help us to do this work together, from every ethnicity and color, rich and poor, women and men, the elderly and the young. We confess tonight that we are our brothers and sisters' keeper, and that together we can do more. Give us optimistic tenacity to respond to some of today's persistent chasms con esperanza. Help us to never cease until our nation sees the day when we transform any jangling discords of racism, xenophobia, and violence into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood and sisterhood. And this I pray in the matchless name of Jesus. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the convention, my fellow delegates, tonight we have heard our president and our vice president. We also nominated and heard from our vice presidential nominee, Tim Kaine, who together with Hillary Clinton will lead our party to victory in November. The chair will entertain a motion to recess our convention until 4:30 p.m. Thursday, July 28th. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. We are in recess until 4:30 tomorrow.
Folks, welcome to the Fox 10 and News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You did see day 3 just wrap up of the RNC. GOP. It's been a long, long day, but it is the Democratic National Convention. And what an event it was. President Obama. Then we see Hillary Clinton at the very, very end. And tomorrow will be Hillary Clinton's big evening as she is going to be speaking in front of millions of people worldwide. Should be quite the scene here. Let's take you back out now, show you the final images of tonight.